As a half-angel, half-demon hybrid, Alexander ascends to the throne, yet harbors deep-seated hatred for his father, who betrayed and murdered his mother. Welcome to the Alpha's Loved channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 30, Alexander's POV. Among the list of most stupid people, you are currently at the top position. Congratulations, Your Highness. Diana said sickly as she sprawled on my bed while I leaned against the doorframe of the walk-in closet. It has been an hour since the meeting ended, and I took the time to have a relaxing shower before having some peaceful time I could clear my head after these exhausting few days, but it looked like there were plans for me. Plans I had no interest being part of. As soon as I had stepped out of the shower, I was met with Diana, my second-in-command, and Adrian, my third-in-command, already in my room, messing with my things, knowing very well I hated people touching my things without my permission. But then again, ever since we were kids, they never seemed to care about that. Growing up together, both of them have been a serious headache to me over the past few years. Despite being a year older than me, they still behaved like the kids they were at 6. She actually said something that makes sense instead of the bullshit she keeps spewing all day. Adrian, who was sitting a few feet away from me on the armchair, commented, which earned him a pillow flying straight in his face. He threw the pillow back at a pissed Diana, and I agree with her. He placed his feet on a small coffee table as he went through his phone. "See?" Diana nearly exclaimed as I pinched the bridge of my nose. Even a person with no brain is agreeing with me. A person with no brain is dead, but I am alive. So I have one. Adrian glared at her. "Oh, but you are not a person. You are a stupid piece of shit." Diana smiled at innocently. Says the girl who fainted on seeing a fake ghost at a haunted house. He mocked her. "What are you two doing here again?" I stopped their bickering before it turned into a full fight where I had to call my guards to separate them. "We came here to knock some sense into you." Diana sat up straight on the bed, looking straight at me. "Because apparently you have lost your head in a gutter somewhere when we arrived here." I glared at her, but she continued, knowing I would not do anything to her. "You should talk to her." "Yeah," Adrian agreed. "You make a great king but a stupid mate." They are the only persons who could call me names and get away with it, Analyze being the latest addition to the list, and they clearly took advantage of it. "Did I ask for your opinion?" I grumbled, throwing the towel that was in my hand at Adrian. "Can you two stop throwing shit at me?" Annoyed as the towel landed on the floor. "Your face is too tempting," Diana taunted him before looking back at me. "Come on, Alex. You cannot just sit here and do nothing." "Yeah, she seems nice." Adrian supported her. "And she is not afraid to call you out." He laughed at the end and Diana joined him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Diana said with a grin on his face. "That was a first, wasn't it?" I rolled my eyes. "Definitely. Dude went ballistic that night," Adrian added. "The door is right there." I glared at the two who had grins plastered on their face. "Leave. Okay, let's be serious now." She cleared her throat. "Are you going to talk to her?" "I don't know." "Do you like her?" I did not reply, as I looked at her. She sighed before asking, "Do you want to be with her?" Again, I stayed quiet. "Alex, you might lose her if you keep this up." Adrian reminded me, and I felt a strange feeling hit me for a split second. "We know it is not easy for you given you don't like opening up, but she has to know. I am trying." I told them. We did settle in a sort of friendly relationship, if it can even be called one, the few days we were out. What if she takes it in the wrong way? None of us know how she will react because you have yet to tell her. She rolled her eyes. I have only seen her at meetings and all, but I don't think she will take a rash decision. especially if it concerns her own future. Yeah, and whatever happened was not your fault, Alex, Adrian said. If it was not for that, you would not be here today and you would not have met her. She's into you, Alex. I saw the way she looked at you at meetings. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And you are no different. I raised an eyebrow at her. You look at her like she is your world. In meetings, you look at her like she is your everything, Alex. I was about to say something, but Adrian beat me to it. Don't bother lying to us. We know you since we were kids. Give it a try, Alex, or you will regret it your entire life with the countless if. You just said it yourself. You have gotten along in the past few days. Now would be the right time to do it. Don't miss this opportunity, Alex. You never know. Maybe this was your one and only chance. Diana pressed on the matter. When they saw I was not going to answer, both of them got up and left the room. I let out an annoyed breath as they exited the room, their words floating in my head along with images of Annalise during the past few days. When I heard we were going together, I had already prepared myself for the worst, bickering, fighting and a lot of emotionally draining events, but it was not the case. It was anything but that. We got closer to each other and I felt a slight bond strengthening between us, joining both of us. Over the course of the few days, she had changed me in a way no one else has. There was a time where black was my favorite color, darkness. Deadly, powerful yet, that changed. Purple, ambitious, intelligent, hypnotizing, purple eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Apparently, purple was now my favorite color. I had hesitated at first to give her details about my parents, but then if I had not, maybe the trip would not have been the way it was. Maybe it would actually turn out into something bad if. Her nightmare was another reminder of how I never wanted to see her in pain again. I could not help but wonder how any of these did she had to go through, alone when she was away. I still don't know for sure what happened between her and her family, but I know they were not in contact during the past few years since almost nobody knew of her and never came across her during their previous visits to the kingdom. I knew she would not open up entirely to me about her nightmare, and I understood her. We were only speaking properly for a day, and I was grateful for the snippets she did share. I wanted to know more about her past and her nightmare, but I could not just force her to open up when I had problems doing so myself. I wanted to build trust between the two of us, and it was a two-way process, not a one-way process. Both of us had to share what made us happy, sad, all the things that haunted us in order for trust to be built, and if I had to take the initiative, so be it. It was time I man up and finally put everything on the table. The consequences could be dealt with later. There was a reason why she became my mate despite what happened. Making up my mind, I left my room and headed towards Annalise's room, which made me let out an annoyed groan given that it was on the other side of the castle. As my hand closed around the doorknob, I felt my heart pick up its pace, and nervousness made its appearance after so long that I had forgotten how it felt. Combination of dread and anxiety with worst-case scenarios flashing in my mind. I entered the room, but it was empty. Her bag laid on the floor with its contents pilling on the bed sheets as her scent, sweet vanilla with a hint of cinnamon, lingered in the room. The closet and bathroom were empty too. King Alexander. Someone said as I closed the door behind while I exited her room. I turned around and met the eyes of Annalise's grandmother, keeping my face calm and unbothered. There was a small smile, yet a hint of a smirk played on her lips as she looked up at me. Despite being the one who actually was present during the war between the werewolves and demons, she seemed not to care about the fact that I was a demon to compare to the rest of her family, who still held a grudge for a war they did not even help win. Yes, my voice came out as neutral as I addressed her. May I know why you were in my granddaughter's room? The hint of teasing in her tone did not go unnoticed by me as I looked at her, brows furrowed in confusion. We needed to figure out the riddle about the stake. I reminded her about our latest information. At this hour, she raised an eyebrow at me, quite odd I must say. Like you said earlier, we are short on time. I stuffed my hand in my pocket as she kept her smile on. I agree with you on that, King Denver. I simply nodded. Have you ever heard of the East Gardens, King Alexander? I shook my head. You might want to visit it. There is said to be a beautiful cave there if you find your way through the forest. Why should I visit it? I heard it is a dear spot to analyze. The glint in her eyes was back. Even if she is no longer queen, I don't doubt it one bit that she was a force to be reckoned with during her rule. Still is in fact. Her sweet and soft voice held power and authority with a hint of warning to it from years of experience dealing with different kinds of people. I gave her a curt nod as I walked past her, but I stopped dead in my tracks at her words. King Alexander, I am trusting you with her. I hope you make the right choices despite your previous actions, for if any harm falls upon her because of you, your title will be nothing but a mere title. I felt my red water turn cold as I turned around to be met with her smiling face. It won't suffice to stop me from reverting to rather violent methods. Her words were like needles in her smile, the shiny finish to them, not making them less dangerous. They were more lethal, camouflaging the danger underneath an attractive coat. Not giving me a chance to respond, she simply turned on her heels and walked away. Definitely a force to be reckoned with, Elias said, and I completely agreed with him. I could see where Annalise got a few of her character traits from, and I could not be more thankful. Chapter 31 Analyzes POV. My entire body tensed as I heard light footsteps coming from the forest as they approached the cave. Judging by the sound, I could tell that there was only one person. The only person who did know about this place was my grandmother, but the footsteps were not hers and neither was the scent. I got on my feet as it got closer. I did not what I expected, but Alexander was definitely not one of them. Alexander entered the cave from the entrance that led to the forest, dressed in basic sweatpants and shirt that exposed his inked arms. What are you doing here? I asked before adding, and don't you dare say, I could ask you the same thing. I made quote signs in the air, quoting his words from the first night we met. I need to talk to you about some things. I guess the time to clear certain things among us has arrived. Can we sit and talk? His voice sounded different from usual, and I could not quite decipher what, but I would soon figure it out. I nodded and turned to go sit near the edge of the pool, cross-legged. How do you know about this place and that I was here? I asked as he sat next to me, keeping some distance between us. Your grandmother told me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She did. Does she know that we are mates? Apparently yes. I sighed. How? I had no clue. This place is beautiful. Do you come here often? He questioned as he took in the cave from. He looked uncomfortable as he averted my gaze, and his posture was clearly stiff. It helped with the stress. My voice came out soft as I answered his questions. I did not know what he wanted to tell me, but judging by his behavior, I could it was not something mundane. I just hope whatever he would say would mend our relationship instead of ruining it. These past days, whether we agree or not, we did get closer to each, and I wanted more days like in my life. Just me and him. I wanted the same feeling of home again. What do you want to talk about? I broke the silence that had fallen upon us, and the awkwardness had started to fill the air. Look, if you are not comfortable talking about it, don't force yourself. I want to get it over with. Still looking at the water. I don't know what you will think of me, but please listen to the entire thing before reaching a conclusion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He took in a deep breath as he started. Not many people know about this, but my mother and father were not of the same kind. My mother was an angel while my father was a demon. They met each other by accident and my mother fell in love with him, but it was not the same for my father. He sighed and his voice sounded a little strained. That time, the mate bonds had lost their importance. My father, he saw my mother just as someone who would give him an heir. My father convinced my mother to get together with him on the sole condition that nobody should know about them. Being in love, my mother trusted him blindly. He let out a bitter chuckle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was the best mate one could ask for. He was caring, loyal, loving, and was by my mother's side every second of the day. It was all an act. My mother got pregnant with me and finally showed his true colors. He distanced himself from my mother, ignored her, and never spent time with her. It was all while my mother was pregnant, the time where she needed his support the most. Since nobody knew of their relationship, she could not get help and she was scared if she told others. My father would leave her. His fists clenched at his side along with jaws, a fire burning in his eyes as he looked in the water. Not thinking, I placed my hand on his clenched one and gave him a reassuring squeeze. He unclenched his fist and interlocked our fingers together and finally looked at me, a small smile on his face, yet I could see the pain along with the fire in his eyes. My mother did up though, and gave birth to me. While my mother saw me as a part of herself, my father saw me as a trophy, someone who would carry on his legacy. He announced their relationship to the demons so that they would know about me, their heir. Still, he did not tell them the truth, not entirely. He told them my mother was a demon too. He even used a witch to help him change her scent, which in turn weakened her. He stopped for a second, composing him again before continuing while I could not help my stomach from churching at the revelation. My mother endured all his insult, beatings and mistreatment just for me. She wanted to be with me. His hold tightened around my hand as I saw pain flash in his eyes. He started training me since I was 5. Many said he overworked me, but then again he never cared about anyone else. Not me and not even my mother. He only cared about himself, his power and authority. One day while I was training, I lost a fight to a stronger opponent and got seriously injured. But instead of acting like any normal father would, he only showed me his disappointment in me. He shouted profanities at me in front of everyone to the point I could not take it, and I ran away and hid in my closet. He let out a chuckle, but nothing about it was funny, only pain and hatred. My mother found me that night and she could no longer stand on the side while my father treated me like that. She decided to go talk to him, but that was probably the worst decision she took. When we went to his office, he was making out with a witch. The same witch who changed my mother's scent. For the first time I saw my mother cry. That night had been the breaking point for her, seeing her own mate with someone else. While my mother was breaking, my father was unbothered and accused my mother of interrupting him. A fight broke out between my mother and father. I could not do anything and just stood there. At a point, my mother got really angry and attacked the witch, but due to the spell that changed her scent, she was weak. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She cursed me as a way to hurt my mother. What curse? I asked in a low voice. She forbade me of having a mate. My mother was really sad that I would not be able to have a family on my own in the future. My father, he saw me as someone even weaker since there would be no heir to carry on the kingdom. He became worse. He cheated on my mother multiple times. The only difference was that he would do it in their room, the room my mother slept instead of somewhere else. Every night, my mother would come to my room with Thierry and a new excuse to spend the night in my room. She thought I was oblivious to what my father was doing, but I knew. I knew, and yet I was not able to do anything. There was a slight tremble in his voice. The final straw was that he killed her. I took a sharp intake of breath as he spoke, not expecting what he said. He killed my mother, his own mate. I was only 10 and I witnessed every second of it. The memory of my mother lying in her own pool of red water while my father stood next to her body completely unbothered as he held the sword coated with my mother's red water. That night, not only did I lose the only person who ever cared about me and made me happy, but also a part of myself. I was extremely close to my mother, and when she left, she took a piece of me with her. His eyes glazed with unshed tears as his voice shook. My father kept training me every day, each day harder than the previous. While he was training me to take over as king, I trained to kill him, and I did. At 15, I killed him and took the throne. Nobody said anything because I won fair and square and proved myself to them countless times before that. Besides, they also knew how bad my father was as not only a leader but a person. I felt my heart ache as his voice broke at the end. Every time we spoke, his voice was always firm and full of authority, strong and powerful, but right now it was filled with vulnerability. A single tear escaped as he looked at the clear water in front of us. Using my free hand, I wiped the tear away from his face, my own eyes getting teary as my throat went dry. I felt helpless, not being able to say anything to comfort him. When my fingers made contact with his face, he turned to look at me. The fire in his eyes was gone. His usual icy eyes that looked like the calm ocean looked dull and dark, as if several dark clouds were looming over it. I moved closer to him and slowly wrapped my hand around his torso. I felt his body go rigid under my touch, but he finally relaxed after a while. He moved slightly so that he was facing me, and I felt his hands go around me as he hugged me back. I threaded one of my hands through his dark locks while the other stayed around him. I ran my fingers softly through his hair. I finally said, "Nobody should go through what you did. I killed my father," he said, and I could hear the guilt in his tone combined with the slight weariness. "I know." I let out a sigh. But he deserved it. Honestly, it was an easy way out for him. He deserved worse than death. Whatever you have been through is part of you, and without these events, you would not be here. You would not be who you are. This is your story and it is part of you. I pulled away from him and saw another tear escape his eyes. Wiping it with my thumb, I continued, "It shows how strong you are, both mentally and physically. You survived whatever life threw at you, and here you are today." I gave him a light smile. "A powerful leader." I quoted his words from the car. "People look up to you and respect you. You did what you had to do." He stayed quiet as he took my hands in his, interlocking our fingers together. "Does this have something to do with why you did not want to tell everyone about us?" I asked after a moment of silence. He nodded before speaking, embarrassment evident in his voice. "I grew up thinking I would not have a mate, but then I saw you and I did not know what to do. At that time all I could think of was the relationship of my mother and father." He met my eyes. "I was scared I would turn into my father. I did not want to hurt you or get you involved with the darkness of my life. Then, your family and mine hated each other. I knew nothing about you and I thought you would hate us too. It was messed up. I was messed up. Why did you not tell me at the very beginning? I was scared of losing you. I thought you would hate me because of our family's history, and if I would tell you that I killed my father, it would be worse." I did not blame him for thinking like that because I thought like to that night when I did not tell him anything about my family. And if I had a mate despite being cursed, it could mean only two things. Either the witch was bad at putting the spell or I was very fortunate. I would go with the latter. He looked at me, confused. When I spoke to the mood goddess, she said I was not supposed to have a mate and you had a similar fate to mine, and said something along the lines, "When you join two broken things it can make something even better." I know none of it justifies my action, but I just wanted to know. His voice came out low. But why did the moon goddess say that you were broken too? I tensed at the question as his question caught me by surprise. Lizzie, tell him. He just opened up to you. What if, no ifs, you will not know until you tell him. Chapter 32. Analyzer's POV. It was time to finally put everything on the table. The rest could be dealt with later. I took in a deep breath as I composed myself. So on my first birthday, a seer told my parents about a prophecy on me. That changed my family's opinion about me. They never bothered finding out the true meaning about the prophecy. They treated me as if I was an abomination or something. My siblings followed in the footsteps of my parents. Then when I was 5, the palace was under attack like it said in the letter. They had come for me. They came straight to my old room. They nearly got me when the guards intervened right in time, but they were outnumbered quickly. Hearing the chaos in my room, more guards came along with my family. Vampires had surrounded the castle from all sides. It turned into a complete red water bath. I had yet to know about my powers. I could not do anything except then hide while the others risked their life. Some of them lost their life as they tried to protect me. Among the many people who lost their lives, my grandfather, I cleared my throat as a lump formed in my throat. He also lost his life. A vampire was about to get to me when he jumped in front of me and got stabbed by a silver dagger which cost him his life. My eyes moistened as the image flashed in my mind. I still remember rushing to his aid. I held him as he took his last breath with his red water all over me, my hands, the floor. It was everywhere, the way his eyes slowly closed as the light faded from his eyes. I had felt his body go limp in my hands. My hands shook as I imagined the scene that night. Alexander held my hands tightly in his, giving me enough courage to continue. I still remember his last words, "Be happy, princess," escaped me. Every word I said felt like gravel on my tongue as I struggled to keep going. Each breath I took to calm myself down felt like needles tearing my flesh apart, burning as my eyes moistened. Even though I no longer saw the scars from that night, they were still here and they were deep. My parents, they found us in that position. They blamed me for his death. With their words, they made it seem like I killed him, with my own hands. At first, though, they were just grieving the loss of their loved one and taking out the frustration on me, but I soon found out the harsh reality. They took that as an opportunity to get rid of me. They did not bother hiding their hatred from me. When my grandmother put herself under the spell, they sent me away. I shrugged at the end, trying to chase away the pain. That night has plagued me ever since. I just can't seem to forget it. The red water, their cries, the chaos, my grandfather, the pain in my grandmother's eyes and the hatred of my family. I sniffed, feeling my chest constrict. It was too much. Alexander cut my face as he made me look at him, my body visibly shaking. He placed his forehead on mine as his thumbs wiped the straight ears away. "It was not your fault, Analyze. It's their fault they do not realize your worth and what they are missing." A sense of relief passed through me. They don't deserve you. A small smile played on my lips as I leaned into his touch, happy to let go and knowing he was there with me. "Your nightmare, it was not only about the attack." I hummed in response as I pulled away slightly to look at him. Their dead bodies and the whole scene of that night plays in my head every night. It had been like ever since that night. Despite the sadness, I felt light. I was happy to finally get this off my chest. "Does anyone else know about your father and mother?" "My friends Diana and Adrian know pieces of what happened. You are the first to know it all." "You and your grandfather seemed close." "We were." I smiled feebly. He was the only one along with my grandmother who never treated me differently after that prophecy. He would spend time with me, give me gifts, narrate stories and cook for me. He was the best. What about your mother? You did not say much about her last time. Perfect. He said just like he did in the car. I really admire her. Despite all the actions of my father, she endured it all for me. I hate that she died, but then I am also happy that is no longer here. At least she no longer has to fear my dad or endure his mistreatment tests. I am sure wherever she is extremely happy and proud of you. I am sure it was true. Just like she is the best mother you could ask for. You were the best son she could ask for. Trust me about that. A light chuckle escaped his mouth. You said your parents sent you away. Where did you go? I informed him. I was under the care of an Annie for a few years. When I was 13, I met Malcolm. He worked for an organization that also had a school for a supernatural. He made arrangements and I got enrolled in the school. Was it not boring? I had Evelyn to keep me company and the other kids were nice too. We had considerable leeway regarding our choices. We could go out after school hours and during the holidays. Those who stayed in the dorms had the opportunity to take part in different fun activities. In any way, it was better than living in an apartment with a nanny who had no interest in teaching me things. Did you ever come back here during your holidays? No, they never contacted me during those time. I only came back this year and that too. Because of the war. Do you regret coming back? The first few days. Yes, but not so much now. I learnt many new things about me and other things. What are you going to do once the war is over? No clue. I admitted. He just shrugged. What was your training like? I asked him. It was brutal, to say the least. He would make me fight several opponents who were already experienced and better at combat than me all at once. I would have training the entire day, each hour with a different teacher with little to no breaks in between. All the physical training could be handled, but it was his verbal attacks that hurt the most. But it is in the past now. You are really strong, Alexander, and not just physically. You got through it all, proving your father wrong, I found myself saying. Did you know we have the same eye color? Yours are purple, mine are blue. When my wolf takes control, my eyes turn silver just like yours when your demon takes over. I don't how, but it is true. It must have something to do with your powers. He suggested. Last time too, the demons obeyed my commands. I reminded him. They only obey the commands of their leaders. So it makes you one. I raised an eyebrow at him. You are Black Wolf and you have great powers. Maybe more than me, but we were not supposed to be mates. Maybe when she paired us, she did something so that we both had equal authority over the demons. You are their leader no matter what happens. The moon goddess told me that the main reason why we don't have mates is that many wolves do not like having someone more powerful than them as their mate. Do you want someone with the same amount of authority as your mate? I voiced out my thoughts. Having someone with equal authority by your side is a good thing. In case you are doing something wrong, the other one can help. Besides, I would rather have someone who could point out my mistakes and flaws instead of just agreeing with everything I said. For a few minutes, both of us went silent as we processed whatever just happened over the span of a few minutes. Both of us managed to open up to each other, and I could no longer feel the strain that was present between us during our first few encounters. Alexander finally decided to break the silence. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I know I have not been the mate you wanted ever since we met. I accept that I was an asshole to you and I regret it. I was stupid and clearly not thinking. I know that my past does not justify any of my actions and I don't expect you to forgive me about them. But I am really sorry, Annalise. Sincerity was clear in his eyes. I truly am sorry. I regret every word I said and everything I did. Without knowing it, I actually turned into my father. I hurt you, ignored you and said rude things to you. My actions cannot be justified because I was scared of losing you. I had another option. You could talk to me. I finished for him, yes. If you had, we would not have to go through all this pain. He nodded. Like I said, I don't expect you to forgive me. I sighed as I said what was on my mind. I might sound mean right now, but I will not beat around the bush anymore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heart's her unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You had a hard past and a shitty father, and it reflected in your choices. I understand that, but I cannot just forget everything. I forgive you, I told him. But I cannot just forget everything and act like none of those things happened between us. Like you said, you had a choice but you chose wrong. We all make mistakes. Despite feeling guilty, I had to do it. After everything I went through, trust did not come easily to me. Alexander did not betray me, but he did hurt me even if he never intended to do so. I did not want to appear like anyone could just come and play with me and my feelings and get away just like that. I already fell victim to that once at the hands of my own family, and I refused to let it happen again. It was the right thing to do. I understand, and I am not angry by your decision. I have only one thing to ask you. He looked at me with pleading eyes. Please, give me a chance to prove myself and make amends. I want to prove myself worthy of your trust in time analyze. I did not know what to say because when I voiced out my thought, I did not expect him to ask for a chance. I half expected him to just walk away again, but he surprised me with his words. Alexander. I could not find the words. Please. I finally said him relax as he let out a relieved breath. Thank you. He gave a small smile. He pulled me into a hug. I sighed as I hugged him back while he rested his chin on my head. I promise you will not regret this. I will make it up to you, and I am really sorry once again. A half smile played at my lips as I pulled away. You might want to step up your game because hugs and sweet words will not be enough to please me. I could not help but smirk. I am not real easy to please. I have yet to show you all my moves, princess. The determination was clear in his eyes as he mirrored my smirk, looking confident in himself. I will be the judge of that. I could not wait to see what he would do. Chapter 33 analyzes POV. The sweet smell of syrup and waffles along with pancakes and fresh fruits filled my nose as I stepped out of the walk-in closet. My mouth fell open slightly at the sight in front of me. The small seating area had been converted in what could be paradise on earth for me. The coffee table had different plates of food, each looking more delicious than the previous one, placed on it. I could feel my mouth water at the food that was basically calling for me. The table was covered with a white tablecloth and the table groaned under the weight of a full breakfast spread. There were waffles, syrups, toasts, jams, fresh fruits, bacon, scrambled eggs and different drinks in glass pitchers. In the middle of the table, there was a vase with blue and teal roses, my favorite colors. Pillows were arranged on the floor around the table to act as a seating area. I was so engrossed in the whole arrangement that I did not realize there was someone else in the room until they spoke, slightly startling me. Good morning. Alexander. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heart's her unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Half surprised and half confused. What are you doing in my room? He was leaning against the doorframe of the little balcony area, looking like the handsome devil he was in his black suit and messy hair. Breakfast, he said as he stood properly in motion to the table. How did you do all of this without me hearing anything? I was in my closet for the past 30 minutes getting ready and had not heard a single footstep in my room. He shrugged, but I saw his lips quirk into a small smirk as he walked towards me. Let's eat. He simply said as he placed his hands on my shoulders before turning me around and guiding me towards the seating area. I took a seat on the pillows. pulling one onto my lap as he sat on my opposite side. I took in all the plates displayed on the table again. When did you get time to do all of this? It's nothing, he said casually. It's a lot, actually. My eyes roamed around the table before finally they landed on the plate in front of me. Unlike the others, this one was covered with a lid. What is this? Again, he shrugged before motioning for me to lift the lid. My brows furrowed in confusion as I cautiously lifted the lid, half expecting something to jump out from underneath it. I took in a sharp intake of breath as its content got revealed. I am sorry. There was a stack of pancakes on the plate with I am sorry written with chocolates also and a small smiley face underneath the words. Blueberries sat around the bottom along with some blackberries. I looked back at him to find his eyes fixed on mine. Yesterday's dark blue eyes were gone, replaced by his sharp blue icicles. I am sorry, he said out loud, his eyes softening a little. For everything. I found myself smiling slightly at his initiative. Alexander. I did not know how to respond to that. I already forgave him yesterday, and all of this was overwhelming. It was probably the first time someone did something like this for me, and I would be lying if I said I didn't love it, from the food to the flowers. Thank you, I finally said. It's nothing. As soon as he said it, my stomach grumbled and I felt a slight blush creep up my cheeks. I coughed awkwardly as a light chuckle escaped him. Eat analyze. Not wanting to my stomach suffer a second longer, I took a bite from the stacked delicious pancake. I let out a pleased moan as my eyes widened slightly at how good it tastes. I was so close to doing a happy dance. The pancake was perfect on its own, but combined with the chocolate syrup and the fresh blueberries, it was simply heavenly. This is so good. To my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mouth stuffed with pancake. A small smile played on his lips as he watched me eat. Mouth still filled with pancakes. I looked at his as he removed his blazer before setting it on the side and rolling up his sleeves up, revealing his ink tarns. He raised an eyebrow at me when he realized I was looking at him, but I just shrugged and went back to eating as he started eating. Unlike the usual breakfast we every day, this one was way more delicious. Everything was perfect and it felt like the person who cooked it actually wanted to cook and not because it was their job to do so. I have been at the palace and eaten its food for long enough to know that this was not prepared by the workers here. Either we got new workers or he ordered it from a breakfast place in town. But then, the town was pretty far from here and by the time the food got here, it would have been cold and soggy. Also, I doubted that any restaurant would write I am sorry on their pancakes on a request. And as far as I know, there have been no changes in staff. I froze as I was about to take the next bite. Realization dawned upon me as my eyes darted from the food to Alexander, who was eating. No wonder he was not giving me any details about where and how he did all of this. Just like in the car last time, he felt slightly shy and embarrassed that his hobby was in cooking. You made all of this, I stated, and he lifted his from his plate. Meeting mine, I saw the slight blush making its appearance once again. This is so good, Alexander. Glad you like it. He cleared his throat. Like it. I love it. I smiled at him. Thank you so much. This is probably the best breakfast I have had in years. I took another bite of the pancake before placing a waffle on my plate and poured some of the syrup on it. Where did you learn to cook? My mother. A faraway look on his face, but a tiny smile played on his lips. Whenever my father would not be around and I was free from training, she would get me to help her cook. I picked up a few things from her. To my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rolled my eyes. I cannot even cook to save my life. You never cooked. Amusement lingered in his eyes as he took another bite of his food now. I said as a matter of fact. Where I lived with my nanny, she would take care of the food. Once I entered school, food was provided to us by school. All I had to do was go to the dining halls, take a plate and fill it up with the food. So, I never tried cooking. As soon as I completed my sentence, I remembered an incident. The one time I did try was when I had missed dinner and I got hungry. We had access to the kitchen in case we got hungry. I tried cooking something that I nearly burnt down the entire school after this incident. I never missed any meal and I was no longer allowed to enter the kitchen. That earned me a small chuckle from him. Remind me to never be in a kitchen with you. He joked, "Don't worry, that won't happen because kitchens are a no-entry place for me." I reassured him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How did you manage to prepare all this? I had my guards restrict the access to the kitchen in the morning while I did my thing. He said nonchalantly, "You did all of this on your own." I kept getting surprised. It's not a big deal. How come none of the workers went to the kitchen even if you restricted the access? They should have been there to prepare breakfast for the rest. It was early. They start cooking at 6 in the morning, and judging by all this food, I would say it took you a good 30 minutes for the preparation, another hour to cook and 30 minutes at least for the plating. I said out loud as I motioned to the different plates, "When did you start cooking?" I asked curiously. "You don't need to worry about that. I told you I will make it up to you, and that is what I am doing." He dismissed the subject and I shook my head and continued eating, each bite tasting like heaven in my mouth. "I am afraid I underestimated you," I said lightly. "You seem to know about this pretty well." "I just know you pretty well." Shooting a small smile. "Thanks to your endless talking during our little trip." I felt a little fluttered at the fact that he still remembered what we talked about during that time. "Maybe you should ask for more chances to prove yourself. This way, I would get this delicious breakfast every day," I said as I finished my waffle before reaching for some fruits. Soon we finished breakfast with a few mundane talks here and there. The few times we were quiet, it was not awkward. It was peaceful and just perfect. This was probably one of the best ways I could start my day with. "I need to leave. I have to take care of something," he said as he got up. "I will have someone come clean this up." He wore his blazer. "Don't worry about that." I got up, adjusting my clothes. I clicked my fingers and everything disappeared in the blink of an eye. He shook his head as he started walking towards the door and followed him. A few feet away from the door, I stopped him. "Thank you so much for all of this. It was perfect." I gave him a smile as I took a few steps closer to him. I did not know what I was going to do, but I wanted to do something. My hands felt clammy and slightly shaky. I placed them on his shoulders. His eyes remained fixed on mine, slightly dark as I raised to the tip of my toes. Before I had any change of mind, I pressed a small kiss close to the corner of his lips, but making sure our lips did not touch. I was not ready to just kiss him right now. Not waiting to see his reaction, I all but pushed him out of my room, slamming the door shut when he stepped out as I felt my whole body heat up, especially my cheeks. "Oh God," I groaned to myself. "What?" Eveline half exclaimed and shouted while I buried my face in the pillow, letting out a groan. "I told you to keep it down," I told her. "Quiet. You want to stay quiet, Annalise." She said, and I knew she was pissed given that she used my name. "Effie." "I am not done talking, Annalise." She glared at me and I stayed quiet, letting her remove all her frustration. "First you meet your mate, but you did not tell me. Then it turns out he's an asshole and still you don't tell me. Now you guys are together. I told you about my mate as soon as I could, but you did not. You had all these times where you could have told me, but you did not. Do you really take me for your best friend, Annalise?" I was taken aback by the last part and I felt really guilty. After all these days, I finally told her everything about Alexander. I have tried to tell her previously, but then at times I was confused myself. Evie, you know I love you. She scoffed, but I could see the tears in her eyes. Trust me, I was about to tell you the day you told me about Raina and Axel, but then my mother interrupted us. Later, things got messy between Alexander and me. I did not even know where we stood at that time. You are my best friend and will always be, Evie. I am really sorry. I know you are angry right now, but please try to understand me. If you leave me right now, I will lose another person I love, just like I did when I was 5, and I can't take it, Evie. Please. By the end, tears were falling from her face. She pulled me in a bone-crushing hug. I won't leave you, Honor. It's just that. You could have told me earlier, but I understand. I just regret not being by your side when all of that happened. I love you too. I am sorry. How can I make it up to you? She pulled away, the teary Eveline gone, leaving behind an Eveline with mischief glowing in her eyes and a grin on his face. I want a girls' day and night. During the day we go shopping, eat, get our hair and nails done with no interference from anybody. Not even our mates. Then, at night, we go out clubbing before coming back here and binge, watching movies till the morning. And you pay for all of them. Done. To my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, her patience, enthusiasm. And one more thing. Alexander and I are not together. You just said you cleared things out and had breakfast. Well, I told him I could not forget what he did, and he asked for a chance to prove himself. You better make him work for it. She glared at me playfully. One more thing, Evie. No one can know about this, okay? Not about me and Alexander. Not about my powers. Got it? And I need you to promise me you will no longer keep anything from me. Promise. We sealed the promise with our little friendship hand trick. Chapter 30 for analyzes POV. So you are Alexander's mate. I felt my red water turn cold as I froze in my spot. My glass of water frozen mere centimeters away from my lips at the unknown voice. Still shocked, I turned around, coming face to face with a brunette. She was the same girl I saw as Alexander's side countless of time, and she was also the one who caught me staring at Alexander at the meeting a week ago. She was a beautiful girl of a love around my height. Her dark brown hair was in a braid as her hazel eyes held a mixture of curiosity and amusement with light freckles on her tan skin. I did not know who she was at all. I did not know her name, who she was to Alexander, and most importantly, why was she talking to me? I guess she was pretty close to Alexander since she knows about us. Seeing my shocked state, she face-palmed herself. Sorry, that came out weird. She explained, a small smile on her face. I forgot to introduce myself. Princess Annalise. I am Diana, the second hand in command and close friend of Alexander. Nice to meet you. I offered a small smile of my own as I lowered the glass of water. Please call me Annalise. All right, Annalise. You and Alexander are mates then? She stated again. Yeah, I said awkwardly, pinning her with a curious stare. Why are you asking me this? I was just wondering how the idiot got so lucky. She let out an excited squeal, shocking me even more as she pulled in a bone-crushing hug as I stumbled slightly before my hand grabbed the side of the counter as I stabilized myself. Calm down, I said lightly, letting out a small laugh. She had to be close with Alexander if she could just go around calling him idiot. To my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She said sheepishly as she pulled away. I am kind of an energetic person. Kind of. I raised an eyebrow at her, amused at antics. She and Eveline had the same crazy, extrovert vibe, and I had no doubt that these two would get along really well if I introduced them to each other. Okay, I am really energetic and weird at times. So you should already expect these type of things whenever I am around. I will keep that in mind. I drank the remaining water in the glass before placing it in the sink. So, he told you about it? She replied, knowing who I was referring to. He told it to us after you called him asshole and not to mention. You flipped him off. That night, I swear he was in such a sour mood that everybody stayed out of his way. He would be irritated simply because our breathing. She rolled her eyes at us. I asked as she finished, who else know about this? Only Adrian, his third-in-command, and me. She informed before she kept going. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. All three of us grew up together. Even if he is our king, he is also kind of our brother. The three of us are kind of family in a way. You really care about them. The way her tone changed from a cheerful girl to one with only love and care did nothing to prove me wrong. They might be stupid and idiots, but they are still my brothers. Her voice was soft. After losing both his parents, Alexander had no one except us who he was close with, and it's the same for Adrian and I. Despite coming from the lower-ranked families, Alexander still never treated us any differently. He makes a great king. He is. She agreed. You know, after everything that happened when he was 15, we no longer saw the Alexander we knew when we were younger. The loss of his mother hit him hard, especially since he was left in the care of his father. He became a shell of the person he once was. She let out a sigh. Losing someone dear is always hard. My thoughts went to my grandfather. But he's happy now, Annalise. She looked at me with a small smile. He does not show it, but he is. I have seen how he was these past few years. But it took only a few days with you for him to get back a little of his old personality. I just looked at her inquisitively, waiting for her to continue. Ever since you got back from the search, he has changed. He is not always wearing a frown nor glaring icicles at everyone in his path. He truly likes you, Annalise. It was my time to sigh. I know he is my brother, but he was absolutely stupid for what he did. Honestly, make him work hard for it. I let out a smile. All the shit he did, he deserves this. He's sticking by his words. I said as the past few days floated in my mind. Ever since that morning where he made me breakfast, my every morning has been perfect. It has been 2 weeks since we first had breakfast in my room. I thought it was just a one-time thing to express his sincerity, but the next morning he surprised me again with breakfast. And the next morning too. And the morning after too. He made me breakfast every day. Every morning there would be delicious breakfast waiting for me near the seating area. Even if I told him countless of times it was not necessary, he would not budge. He would simply shrug and tell me to eat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I did convince him to make less food so that he would not have to wake up that early to prepare everything. Every morning, I would have delicious breakfast waiting for me with perfect plating. His love for cooking always shined through his plate because they never looked trashed or as if he was doing it just for the sake of it. The best part was that there was not a day where he did not write "I am sorry" on my pancakes. Even if he did not make pancakes, he would find something on which he could write it. Along with that, he would always bring a bouquet of fresh teal and blue roses for me every morning. There were times where he could not join me for breakfast because of training, and all but the breakfast would always be there, with a small yet sweet note on the side. Basically, my morning started in the best way possible. Other than breakfast, we would hang out at the cave, just talking about our life and sharing new things about us to each other. His little actions meant a great thing to me, Earth to Annalise. Diana snapped her fingers in front of me, breaking me out from the trance I was under. Sorry, got distracted. I was not joking when I said he is lucky to have you. She said once again. You truly make him happy. Slowly, but surely. Her words made me feel flustered slightly. He helped me too. You know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My own voice turning soft as I leaned against the counter. Whenever I needed him, he was there. I refrained from giving details about the situations, and she did not press for them either. Below his rough and cold exterior lays a gentle and caring person. You just have to get through the outer layers first. I know. A smile played on my lips. I have seen glimpses of his gentle side. You are blushing. She teased me as she wiggled her eyebrows playfully at me, but I just rolled my eyes. Do you have a mate? I asked her. Not yet. She let out a bored sigh. I will just live my life, and when time comes, I will meet him. I agree. All these mate talks aside, we should hang out more often. You seem really nice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I feigned hurt, placing my hand over my heart. You offend me, Diana. You know I did not mean it like that. She swatted my hand playfully, rolling her eyes. Anyways, let's talk about why I came here first of all. And what would that be? Instead of answering me, she fished out a note from her pockets and placed it in my hand. I just came here to deliver this. Read it before tonight. What is it about? I don't know. She said nonchalantly. It's for you to find out. She shot me a wink as she turned around and left the kitchen. Since the day's meeting was over and so was lunch, I pocketed the note before heading to my room. I sat down on my bed, the note in my hand. Unfolding the paper, a smile hit my lips as I recognized the familiar, neat handwriting. I am really shitty at writing these things. But thank you for giving me this chance, and I am sorry for everything I did. Sorry for being an asshole to you. Get ready at 8. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A little laugh escaped me as I finished reading, but at the same time flat in my stomach as my heart skipped a beat. For the past 2 weeks, I have received several notes like this whenever he could not have breakfast with me or when we did not spend time together apart from breakfast. They all started the same way. He would thank me and then proceed to apologize before writing something sweet. As sweet as he could write, and would always sign them as asshole, which would RLF from me even if the previous sentences were emotional. Shaking my head, I opened the drawer from the nightstand and took out a box. Opening the lid, I placed the note neatly among the other notes Alexander has given me. I have been collecting them since I received the first one. The rest of the day went by rather fast, with an unexpected meeting regarding the situation with the vampires, which had surprisingly calmed down. There were no sightings, no attacks, and no new letters from them. Dinner went by quickly, but I did not see Alexander at all during the day, not even for breakfast. As I applied my last touch of makeup, I could not help but feel excited, but at the same time nervous. I had no idea where we were going or what we were about to do. If we were going to some fancy dinner, I was screwed because I was dressed in a casual outfit. A knock broke me out of my trance. Come in, I said as I placed the lip gloss on the dresser and checking my hair one last time. Someone is glowing. Diana entered the room. Taking my phone from the dresser, I turned around and faced her, smiling at her. Let's go. Little boy's waiting for you. New nickname, I see. I joked as we left my room. He is whipped. He does not show it, but trust me, he is, she said in a low voice. So where are we going? She just shrugged at my question as we sneaked through the hallways, careful not to be seen by anyone. Give me a hint at least. At least tell me if my outfit is fit for it. She shrugged again. She must have gotten this habit from Alexander. After several twists and turns, we finally made it out of the castle. This exit was slightly less guarded and frequented by the others since it was not the main entrance. We walked down the cobblestone path, towards the gate. "He is waiting for you down the road," Diana said as we walked past the gates, pointing a bit down the road. Indeed, I could see a car parked there. "Have fun." She gave me a small hug. Thanking her, we parted ways. I made my way down the road, the nerves increasing with every step as I felt my hands get clammy. I made out Alexander's silhouette as he leaned against the hood of the car. I let out a breath as I took in his outfit. He was not wearing a suit or anything fancy, which meant a fancy dinner was not the plan. He was already watching me as I made my way towards him, and I could not help but feel my body heat up under his eyes. The night was cold against my skin, but it was nothing compared to his heated gaze. "Hey," I said lightly as I got closer to him. He stood up and closed the little distance between us in a few strides. "You look beautiful," he said as he pulled me in a hug. I let out a content sigh from the warm feeling radiating from him. He pulled back and pressed a small kiss on my forehead. Since the first small kiss, if it can even be called one, we got more comfortable with each other and exchanged hugs and small kisses here and there, though we had yet to actually kiss. Still, his small kisses and gestures had a special place in my heart. "You don't look bad either," eyeing him and down, but he just rolled his eyes. He led me to the passenger seat and opened the door for me. As he rounded the car, I could not help but wonder where we headed to. "Where are we going?" I asked as he got in his seat. Ever heard the word surprise? He put on his seatbelt. I huffed as he started the car and drove towards our destination. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Alexander secretly books an entire theater for a surprise, just for the two of them to enjoy a private movie experience. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 35, Alexander's POV. "Why are we here?" she asked as I opened her door, offering her my hand as she got out of the car. Her eyes darted from the theater a few feet away from us back to me, her eyebrows scrunched slightly. "You will find out soon." She rolled her eyes at my answer, her lower lip protruding in a small pout, but did not say anything. I held back a smile as I took her hand in mine, leading us through the deserted parking lot to the entrance of the theater. Just like I had asked for, the theater was opened, despite being past the opening hours. Max, the owner of the theater, stood outside the doors, leaning against the wall as he waited for us. Seeing us, he stood straight. "Welcome. I was waiting for you." He beamed at us. His smile faltered slightly when I responded with a curt nod, not in the mood to exchange pleasantries. "I came here for something else. If I wanted conversation, there were more than enough back at the castle." He turned on his heels, motioning us to follow him. As we entered the theater, Annalise tugged my hand, urging me to lean down as she said in my ear, "Can't you be nice?" She gave me a pointed look as I stood back to my height. He closed the doors before leading us to the snack area as he went behind the counter, pressing switches to turn on the LED lights around. Upon Annalise's request, he started the popcorns, filled a cup with Coke, pretzels and a packet of gummy bears where I just asked for popcorn and Coke. As he worked the counter, Annalise tugged my hand again. "Don't you think he is irritated that he has to do all of this just for us?" she said in a low voice as she looked at the man behind the counter. "He cannot be irritated." I paid him a significant amount of money for this night and had already informed him about these services, to which he agreed without any retorts. Taking the handful of junk food, Max led us to one of the theaters. The movies will play one after the other, Max told me as I passed through the open doors. I gave him another nod, which earned me another glare from Annalise, who was a few feet ahead of me. I rolled my eyes at her but nonetheless said. With that being said, her glare disappeared in a flash, replaced by a small smile as she turned on her heels and sauntered away. I shook my head as Max closed the door, leaving us alone in the room, and I followed her to the seat she chose, in the middle of the last row. She plopped down in her seat, careful not to drop any of her snacks. She set the popcorn in the left cup holder and her Coke in the right one, the other snacks on her lap. Sitting on her left, I kept my drink in my left cup holder and the popcorn remained on my lap. The lights dimmed except for the light from the screen where the credits had started rolling. Instead of looking at the screen, though, she was staring at me. What? I raised an eyebrow at her. Did you really book the theater for the two of us? I nodded. Till when do we get to stay here? Her eyes lit up as she asked. Until you want to leave. I had arranged for us to have the theater till sunrise, but if she wanted to stay longer, negotiations could be made. Watch the movie. She nodded excitedly, popping a few popcorns in her mouth. The opening scenes began and I felt her relax beside me, her eyes fixed on the screen in front. Movies were never really my thing, but if it meant I could spend time with her, I would gladly do this over and over again. She frowned for a quick second before her eyes wide and slightly in her hand with a piece of gummy bear stopped halfway to her mouth. Her head snapped in my direction. You got them to play Maze Runner. The corner of my lips lifted in a smile at the gleam in her eyes. I always wanted to watch this on big screen instead of my laptop. She let out an excited squeal and threw her arms around my neck, nearly spilling both of our popcorns in the process. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, watch the movie. I could not help the smile as she pulled away. She focused her eyes back on the screen, taking bites of the different snacks along with a sip from her drink from time to time. That night, I am glad I talked to her in the cave about everything. The fact that she did not view me as a monster or anything due to the fact that I killed my father was a great relief for me. Just as I had thought, she did not reach any conclusions without listening to me entirely, nor did she judge me. I do regret one thing, though. I took so long to clear things out with her. But then again, I am glad that I actually told her. Better late than never. Another part that was unexpected was that she opened up to me about her past. I knew her family never liked her, but now that I know the reason behind it, I have reached to a conclusion. They are idiots and stupid. Not only did they not use their brain that night, but they also blamed her and punished her for things she did not do, was not capable of doing. For being king, Gabriel surely was partial when it came to his family. While all these years they lived like the perfect family, in safety of their castle walls, Annalise had to spend all these years relying on no one else but herself. However, she did pull through all these years and became who she is now. The admiration that I had towards her had only grown when I heard about her past. She was proof that you did not need a crown to be a queen because she was already a queen, whether she knew it or not. I knew she would not just forget everything that I did, especially after being hurt by her own family. I understood that. Despite the past, she agreed to give me, us, a chance, and I would not let that go to waste. Ever since my mother died, I never cooked. The mere thought of cooking would bring back memories about my mother, and I in the kitchen where everything was great. Due to this, I would hardly step foot in the kitchen, but when she gave me a chance, I knew I would do anything. And from the trip to find Amelia, I knew about her love for food. Unknowingly, she gave me all the details about her that I needed to make it up to her. Only a few days with her, but I already feel like something has changed in my life. The darkness that had engulfed my life ever since my mother's death had slowly dissipated. It still made its appearance here and there, but whenever I was with Annalise, it would disappear. What was more shocking was what replaced it, Sunshine. Do you have more popcorn? Her voice broke me out of my trance. She looked at me expectantly and I realized the first movie was already over. Quick! She urged me as her eyes darted between me and the screen where the second movie had already started. I let out a small laugh as I handed my nearly full popcorn box. She grabbed it from me, settling it in her lap as she focused her attention on the movie. She popped a few popcorns in her mouth before speaking. Mid-chew. Once all the 3 Maze Runners movies were over, it was already 4 in the morning and Annalise was ready to head back to the castle, but when the opening scenes of a Marvel movie played on the screen, all thoughts about going home was pushed away as she asked me to bring more junk food. I had no doubt she had watched these movies countless of times, since they were her favorites. Had she not told me about this earlier, I would have thought it was her first time watching these movies. All of the expressions were as if she never watched it. The way she would gasp when a plot twist was revealed, or how she would be pissed at what one of the characters did. How her eye would light up during the action scenes. How she would be on edge at some scenes. Especially how she cried when one of the characters who she loved died at the end of one of the movies. It was 6 in the morning when Max peeked in the room, seeing both of us still here. Annalise was too engrossed in the movie to realize and the movie still had some time to be over. I signaled him to wait until this movie was over to open the theater to people. He was about to object, but a glare from me was enough. Before leaving he motioned to me that it would cost more money and I refrained from rolling my eyes. As the end credits of the movie rolled, Annalise spoke. It's already morning. We should leave. She stretched her arms above her head, letting out a yawn. Come on. I gathered all the trash that accumulated over the course of the night as she got up from her seat. Exiting the room, we discarded the thrash in the bin and passed the snack area again where Max was perched on the counter as he went through his phone. I dropped some extra cash next to him and headed towards the exit. Thank you. Annalise called out before we exited, earning a thumbs up from Max. This was so fun, she said as we got back in the car. Thank you so much. It's okay. I started the car, feeling content that she liked it. I felt a hand on top of my hand that was resting on the lever. She had a small smile on her face as she looked at me and I could not help my lips from curving into a small smile on. I interlocked out fingers, bringing our hands to my lips and pressing a small kiss on her fingers. Over the past few days, our relationship has surely progressed as we grew more comfortable in each other's presence. After the death of my mother, I hated physical touch and any interaction with people. I would always stir away from conversation with people, but then Annalise came in the picture. While I used to be repelled by someone else touching me, I craved her touch. Ever since my mother died, Annalise was the first person I hugged and liked it. I did not hug her just for the sake of it. I still dread conversations, but with Annalise, I craved it. Every day, I looked forward to breakfast. A smile when she would see the food was always the best way I could start my day. I loved it when it was just the two of us and I could go on listening to her talk. Can we meet later tonight? We need to find that steak once and for all. After dinner. She nodded and soon the castle came in view, indicating that our time together was about to be cut short. Chapter 36 Analyzes POV. A smile immediately hit my lips as I entered my room. The warm and comfortable sense of Alexander's presence filled the room and his masculine scent immediately filled my senses. Instead, I saw a dark figure near the window. Dusting the non-existent dust off his shoulder, he moved away from the window, out of the shadows of the dark night. Seeing him was enough to me feel at home again, and without wasting any time, I closed the distance between us in a few steps. The tiredness hit me like a truck at full speed as I without clothes my arms around his torso, letting go of myself. Sensing my tiredness, he wrapped his arms around me, holding me straight. Hey. I mumbled as I rested my head on his chest. Are you okay? He asked, and I could hear the slight concern in his tone as he tightened and his hold around me. Just tired. I have not gotten a blink of sleep since last night when we left for the theatre. Still, it was probably one of the best times I had in my life. We had the theatre all to ourselves and I could just be myself. I could laugh whenever I wanted and I could do whatever I wanted. I could shout at the characters. I could bawl my eyes out if I wanted, and I knew I would not get pointed stares from people, nor would I be judged by anyone. Alexander's presence made it even better. Despite his non-existent love for movies, he still arranged all of this so that I could have a good time. On top of that, he stayed by my side all the time. I knew he was not interested by the movie, but I was glad that he did not go on his phone, which would have made me feel like I was boring him. Even if he spent half of the night staring at me instead of the movie, I had a great time. Whenever I would make some comment about the characters, he would just let out a laugh, and at the rare times he would actually watch some on the scenes, he would say something here and there which only proved his dry sense of humor. Also, he put up with all my demands regarding the ton of junk food I ate throughout the night. The highlight of the night, though, was definitely the way he panicked when he saw me cry when one of my favorite characters, Newt, died in the third Maze Runner movie. The panic in his eyes were clear even in the dim room as he had cupped my face, repeatedly asking me if I was okay while wiping the tears away. Ever since we got back home, I have been so caught up with meeting Evelyn and my grandmother that I had completely forgotten about taking a rest, and right now I was paying for it. Alexander backed us up till we stood near my bed. I pulled away and he made me sit on the edge of my bed before removing his shoes and getting on the bed behind me. What are you doing? My eyes feeling heavy. He did not say anything as he set my hair free from the tortuous ponytail that I did hours ago. As soon as the hair tie was out of my hair, I felt as if a huge weight has been lifted off me as the pressure that was on my head for the past hour slowly dissipated. He threaded his fingers through my locks, removing the tangles as they fell down my shoulders. His fingers went back on my head as he started massaging my scalp. I let out a content sigh at soothing feel. Involuntarily, I leaned back on him, my head resting on his chest as he continued easing the pressure on my head. This feels so good. My voice came out drowsy as my eyes threatened to close, but I could not sleep. Not now. Did you think about the riddle? I asked as I remembered where we met in the first place tonight. It's been 2 weeks now since we have been trying to decipher the riddle with the help of the others. In the course of the 2 weeks, we have sent groups to search for the stake at the 3 places marked by the black wolf mark. Later, we tried the outdoor gardens of the castles at night under the moonlight. We even checked some places that were built by the old werewolf kings, but it was all in vain. Where did you find her diary? He asked me, a room down in the abandoned part of the castle. Did you ever try looking for it there? I shook my head. It said under the moonlight, and there were no windows in the room. Did you go during the day or night? Day. I realized that I never went there during the night. But still, there were no opening from where sun rays or moonlight could enter the room. Black wolves have magical powers, he reminded me. It could be. I contemplated the idea. I never searched every nook and corner of the room. Besides, that's where the prized possessions of the black wolves were kept, so there was a chance Amelia hid it there. Do you want to check it out tonight or tomorrow? Slightly concerned. I'm fine. Let's do it tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fighting off the sleep, sure. His hand slowed, trailing down my hair and resting on my shoulder. I hummed in response. Getting off the bed. We exited my room, careful not to draw any attention from the guards. After a few turns, we were in the abandoned part of the castle, away from the prying eyes of others. Alexander intertwined our fingers together as we walked silently in the abandoned hallway. Despite the first time when I came here, the hallways no longer reminded me of that night. It was just an old, ruined hallway. I don't know what changed in me, but ever since the night at the motel, my nightmares have become less frequent. And the few times I have had nightmares, it would not end up with me being engulfed by darkness. I always came out victorious, defeating all the demons. Soon, we arrived in front of the room. Muttering a spell, the wall slid open, revealing the dark room behind it. The wall slid back in its original position as we stepped in the dark room. Just like the last time, I illuminated the room using my magic. No moonlight here. To my agent extraordinaire, her丨Nocturnal. Advancing towards the bookshelf. I pulled the same book like during my previous visit, showing the secret passage. There is another room though. Alexander followed me as we descended the stairs. My eyes fell on the golden lectern. Look. I pointed towards the object directly under a ray of serene moonlight. It must be under it, he said as we got closer. We moved the lectern to the side, and indeed there was a black hexagon-shaped box resting on the wooden floor. Without wasting any time, I opened it. There was a silver ring nested on a piece of black cloth with the symbol representing the black wolves carved into it. Where does this go, though? I looked around the room, trying to figure out the rest of the riddle. She said it would open a door. If Amelia hid it with hopes that no one finds this again, I am guessing that whatever door she was talking about is connected to magic. He took the keys in his hands, studying. How did you know that a spell was used in the forest? I felt it. What about in this room? All black wolves have the same magical abilities excluding your elemental magic. Maybe you can find if magic was used here by trying to connect with it or something. I can't try, I replied, taking a deep breath. Relaxing, I allowed some of my powers to seep through the room, getting in every nook of the room. Waves of glowing, white light was spread across the room. Slowly, I felt the presence of more magic in the room. A small smile played on my lips as I focused all my powers to that particular point. The waves that had been spread throughout the room were now converged, all moving towards one of the shelves in the room. Behind the shelf, I said as I realized that my power was passing through the books and wooded material. Alexander moved the shelf, and indeed my power was fixed a point on the wall. I muttered a spell and the first layer of the wall faded away. My powers faded as I approached the wall, relieved when I saw the symbol on the wall along with a keyhole. Found it. To my agent extraordinaire, her丨Opening it and acquiring the stake we had been looking for. Let's go now. I really need some sleep, I said as I fought back a yawn. Chapter 37 analyzes POV. Where are we going? Perplexed as we rounded a corner, taking a different turn from the one leading to my room. I tugged on his arm as he walked a few steps ahead. Someone might see us. I yelled out, looking around to ensure we're the only ones in the hallway. They won't. He reassured me, pulling me forward so that I was walking beside him. Shaking my head, I continued walking, keeping my eyes peeled for any possible guard lurking in the corner. Despite looking like every other hallway in the castle, it felt unfamiliar as a different scent lingered in the air. We passed several rooms, but never once did I see a guard around, which was surprising and disturbing given that the vampires could easily infiltrate the castle without us knowing. Finally, we came to a halt in front of a room and Alexander opened the door, gesturing for me to enter. As soon as I entered the room, I already knew where I was. The scent was now all too familiar and gave the same feeling of comfort home. "Why am I in your room?" I asked, taking in the room. The room was no different than mine. The room was well kept with everything in its place. The few clothes that were not in his closet were neatly folded and kept on the side in honesty. I was not surprised that he was sort of a clean freak. "Can you spend the night with me?" I turned around, facing him as the question left his mouth. He passed a hand through his hair, advancing towards me until he stood in front of me. His hands went around my waist, pulling me flush against him. A smile spread on my lips as he continued, "I want to spend more time with you." Still smiling, I replied, "Tu m'as été extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." In response, he offered me one of his rare smiles that literally melted my inside in mere seconds. "Thank you." He leaned down, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "I'll get changed and come." I nodded as he let go of me, disappearing in the walk-in closet. Sighing, I let my eyes wander around the room. Since I had left my phone in my room, I had nothing interesting to do. My eyes fell on his nightstand. There was a random book resting on top of it, unlike the other books that were placed neatly on top of each other on the coffee table in the room. It somehow piqued my interest and I found myself advancing towards it. As I was still studying the beautiful cover of the book, a piece of paper fell out of it, landing near my feet. Picking it up, I realized that there was also a picture along with the piece of paper. Flipping the picture over, I could not help but be in awe. There was a beautiful woman with long black hair flowing till her hips, her dark blue eyes shining as she beamed at the little boy standing by her feet, gripping onto her dress. Both were standing in front of a beautiful field of flowers. I instantly recognized Alexander, and there was no doubt that the woman was his mother. They were so identical. Alexander looked so cute and carefree in the picture, just like any toddler should be. There was this glint in his eyes as he looked at his mother so lovingly. I could not even imagine the pain that was inflicted upon him by the death of his mother, no less by his own father, and in front of him. Opening up the piece of paper, I realized it was a letter to Alexander from his mother. Not wanting to invade his privacy already more than I did, I folded it back again. A feeling of guilt started growing in the pit of my stomach, rising till my throat as I realized that I was just looking at something extremely personal to Alexander without his permission. "What are you looking at?" I jumped when I heard Alexander's voice as he stepped out of the closet, and I cursed myself for being so stupid for going through his things. Goosebumps erupted all over my skin as I felt him wrap his hand around my waist, pulling me against him as he placed his chin on my shoulder, looking at the picture and letter in my hands. "I did not mean to snoop around your things. I am really sorry." I rambled as I tried to explain my actions to him. "I was just looking around and it's fine." He cut me off mid-sentence. His hold around me tightened as he placed a light kiss along my jaw. "What's mine is also yours now. Still, I went through your things without your permission. I should have asked first. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He reassured me once again. "I want our relationship to work and I don't want to hide anything from you." I sighed in response. I found this the same day my mother died. Apparently she already knew about my father's plans. But I was too late and could not do anything to help her. I could hear the sadness and guilt so potent in his tone. "It was not your fault, Alexander. You were a kid and I am sure your mother would never blame you for not saving her. Nobody would they cannot because they were not in your shoes." I turned around, placing the picture and letter in his hands, offering him a small smile. "She is beautiful," I said as he studied the picture. A smile graced his lips. "I will always miss her. She will always be a part of you because you love her unconditionally. She will always be in your heart." He closed the book, sighed, stepping me to keep it in its original position. I am so grateful you came in my life, Analyze. He took my hands in his, bringing them to his lips and kissing my knuckles. And I looped my hands around his neck. I am grateful that you came in my life. His hands went around me, lifting me to my tiptoes as he supported me. Yes, the beginning was a bit rough, but we made it. You are perfect, he said as he hugged me, and I let out a little laugh. Alexander, he hummed in response. Do you have anything I can wear to sleep? My dress is kind of uncomfortable. We pulled away from each other. Sure. He led me to his closet, and I thought that I stepped in a designer boutique in London, given how many formal were around us. Everything was meticulously placed, and I was even suspecting that the distance between the racks were exactly the same. It all just looked so organized. I would say that it was even color-coded, but then again, Alexander only owned dark-colored clothes. I think that you might be the perfect one here, I said as he retrieved some pieces of clothing to give me. You are the king and perfect leader. You can cook. You arranged all your things so perfectly. It's a habit now. He handed me a shirt and a pant. I wish I could develop these habits. I mumbled to myself. I will teach you if want, or I'll just do it for you. I think something did a somersault in my stomach. Tried to see if these fit. He left the closet, giving me space to change while I tried to keep in a squeal and that grin on my face that screamed swooned. Shaking my head, I tried on the shirt and part, in the end decided to wear only the shirt given that the pants were too large on me and not to mention long. I folded the pants and kept it back in its original position. I stepped out of the closet, and my eyes immediately settled on Alexander, who was lying on the bed going through his phone. Unlike a few minutes earlier, he had discarded his shirt and was only wearing his sweatpants. I tried not to pay attention to his physique, and I walked towards the bed. Sensing my presence, he looked up at me. I felt his gaze sweep up from my legs to my face, but instead of making me feel conscious, it somehow gave a warm feeling, and I could not help but smile a little. Over the past few days, I had not even realized it, but in some way or another, he became my safe place in our hectic worlds, a place where I knew I could be who I was without feeling judged or uncomfortable. I was truly so grateful of his presence in my life. Your pants were a bit too big on me. To my agent extraordinaire, my her heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Climbing under the covers next to him as he kept his phone on the nightstand. You look beautiful in my clothes. Wearing a smug look. I rolled my eyes as I laid next to him. He is without clothes, his arms around me, pulling me closer. I rested my head on his chest and draped a leg over his torso while he played with my hair. Looking up at him, I asked, "Can I call you and or why?" He asked, and I saw a glint of amusement in his eyes. Everybody calls you Alex. And I think Xander is more fun. If you don't want, I can still think of something else. He raised an eyebrow at me, waiting for me to continue. How about asshole? I joked. You know, since it holds such sentimental values to me. To my agent extraordinaire, my her heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was the first thing I called you. I wiped a fake tear from the corner of my eyes. Alexander started laughing, and I soon followed. Call me whatever you want, little wolf. Did you just call me little wolf? I asked, and it was now my time to be amused. Why? Wolf because you are a werewolf, he stated as a matter of fact. Little because you are little. I am not little, I argued. You are the giant one here. Whatever helps you sleep. The only one who helps me sleep is you. I grinned sheepishly at him, pressing a kiss on his jaw. We continued talking about mundane things, and soon I fell asleep. Chapter 30 analyzes POV. Team April called for an urgent meeting, Evelyn said, bursting in my room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She called out. I responded from the closet as I changed into another one of my new suits I bought. Her head peeked through the door. Hurry. Apparently it is urgent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Calm down. I cast a quick brush through my hair, thankful to have already done my make-up earlier. Let's go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sliding on my stilettos and grabbing my phone from my bed. As we exited the room, I greeted the other alphas and lunas who were headed for the meeting. What could have happened? I mumble as we passed the guards and enter the room. Eveline left my side to go take her seat near Axel as I take my seat next to my father. Everybody quiet down, please. His voice booms in the room as he stands up, getting everyone's attention. We have got pressing matters to deal with right now. Last night, we received a visit from the vampires and they left a letter for us. He informed the room and I felt my red waters the color drain from my face. My eyes snapped at Alexander, who was already looking at me. He subtly nods his head at me, reassuring me, as he sees my expression before directing his attention to my father. And what did it say? Apparently they want to make peace with us. Murmur erupted everywhere as my father circulates the said letter around the room. I had expected them to tell them about the fact they wanted me and not that they wanted peace. Despite the letter, I had difficulties believing them. How do you know if it's true? Alexander spoke. We cannot trust them. King Tarsal agreed. But, if it avoids this entire war and loss of lives, I think it will be worth it. Queen Eleanor spoke and a few other S agreed. It could be a trap. Grandmother warned us. They might use it as a way to get inside the castle and then attack us. It would be the perfect way. We would all be in the same space and they could easily carry out a successful attack. Someone else spoke. But if we never took any risks, we would not be here today. Right, analyze. Rayan asked me, using my own words against me, and I grinned my teeth. My palms grew sweaty under the table as people awaited my answer yes. I mustered up the courage to speak. Then how do you suggest we proceed with this? Someone else asked, causing me to internally groan. It might very well be a trap, but it could also be a way to put an end to all of this once and for all. I said out loud, as I thought of my next answer. If we do decide to meet them, it should be done under certain conditions. I said firmly, to which a few nodded. We could specify the numbers in which they come. Someone suggested, and I nodded, absent-minded. Maybe we should tell them to meet us somewhere else. The palace might be the riskiest place, given that if they try to attack, we will all be here. I explained. However, it could be the safest too. We would be in greater numbers and we know the palace better than them. What if they also specify the number of people they want to meet? King Tarsal spoke. They might have their own conditions. If we expect them to agree to our condition, then we should do the same to their condition. Father spoke. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If they are exaggerated, we will decline. All of these attacks and killing of our people, only to resolve it all over a talk. Alexander voiced out. Doesn't it look a bit suspicious? You're helping us also look suspicious. Rayan retorted, causing me to pinch the bridge of my nose. King Denver is right. King Tarsal sided with him. They spent all this time training, making allies and attacking us. Just to leave it all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grandmother spoke up. The only reason I see for them to drop their quest is through a trade. Maybe they will ask us for whatever they were looking for in exchange of peace. They were looking for power and to be at top. So we thought, grandmother reminded them. I gulped, knowing very well if it was actually a trade, I was the one about to be traded. I balled my hands in fists as the night, where I found the letter starting through my mind as panic gripped me. Refusing to give in to the panic, I controlled my breathing. Alexander's voice echoed in my voice, calming me down as I followed the same things he told me to do the other night. I shut everyone out as I took deep breaths, his voice in my mind and his blue eyes calming me. I let out a shaky breath as I pushed the memories to the back of my mind and looked back up. Alexander was looking at me, a worried look on his face, but I just gave him a light smile despite the turmoil inside me. Does this mean they are no longer a threat to us? Only if we agree to meet up and resolve this problem, my father answered. I believe once we confirm this, they will refrain from attacking us. They said it in the letter. What about the stake then? Leader of White Angels spoke. We have not found it yet. Alexander said before I had the chance to speak up. I gave an incredulous look. Do we continue to search for it then? Queen Eleanor asked. Since the intention of the vampires remain unclear, we should. Grandmother informed them that I looked at her, confused. She knew we had already found the stake. She was the first person we informed after all. All this time and you have not found the stake yet, sister? Raina asked, a taunting look on her face. No, we have not. I say through gritted teeth as I glare at grandmother, who winks at me, as well as Alexander, whose eyes delivered an apology. What were these two up to? Did they team up without informing us? Crescent asked. We will find out with time. However, King Denver and Annalise informed me that they were near finding it. She added cheerfully, and they will have to leave the palace to go retrieve it. Right, yes. I nodded, confused as my eyes darted to Alexander, who just shrugged. I returned my attention to my cunning grandmother, who was surely planning something in her head. I love her plans, Crescent said happily. You love her, I reminded her as I rolled my eyes. Go ahead and get the stake as soon as possible, my father said. We might need it. If it is a trade, are we going to give them anything they want? Someone asked the dreaded question. I gulped, fisting my hands once again, causing crescent marks in my palm. If it is something we can afford to lose. Yes, my father answers, and more murmurs erupted. I already knew what his answer would be if the vampires asked for me in exchange of this truce. I had no doubt my father would willingly hand me over to him on a platter. Dead if the vampires asked for its ints in their eyes. I was something they could afford to lose. What if they ask for a magical artifact like the dragon staff? Like we said, if it's not going to cause us harm in any way, we will give them. Ray Ann concluded. What if they use it against us? I let out an internal groan as the questions never ceased to stop. Everybody voicing out their thoughts, their doubts and opinions, while I sit in my chair, clueless of what to do. That is a risk we are willing to take if it means the best for our kingdoms. The words haunted me, adding to my panicked mind as I go through the worst-case scenarios in my mind. If they did ask for me, I knew my family would be willing to give me up, but I also knew others, grandmother and Alexander, would not be so willing as them, and I had no doubt they would do everything in their abilities to keep me safe. If they are not looking for something but someone. Grandmother asked, and I swallowed back the lump formed in my throat, wanting nothing but to get out of here as soon as possible and get some air. It all depends on who they want. The 6 words were enough to send me spiraling down the path of panic. Although the panic was not as strong and prominent as that night, it was still there, in the back of my mind, causing my knees to bounce up and down at an increasing rate and my breathing deepen to keep me in check. Take your time to come to a decision by tonight. Annalise and King Denver. Try to find the stake as soon as possible. my father concluded. He might have asked us to take time to decide on an answer, but the tone of his voice already gave away which option he would choose, and I knew he would stop at no cost to make sure that happened, even if it meant breaking the alliances we formed over the past few months. As soon as the others got up from their seat, I took it as my cue and was the first out of the room. Not wanting to get in a conversation with anyone, I dashed to my room. As soon as I closed the door, it opened again and Alexander walked in. He closed the distance between us in a few strides, closing his arms around me. "Are you okay?" His tone was laced with worry. He rested his chin on my head, holding me against him tightly. I let out a sigh, relaxing in his hold and pressing my cheek against his chest as my hands went around him. "They want me," I said in a low voice. "They are after me. I will not let anything happen to you," he said firmly as he pulled away, cupping my face, making me look at him. "My father will be ready to give me away." My voice shook lightly. "I won't let him." "But what if it's the right thing to do?" I said as I felt the back of my eyes slightly burn. I took in a deep breath before continuing. "They get what they want and this whole thing will stop. I can use my powers to escape them later. I am powerful enough to do it now," he simply said, his voice eerily calm yet with an edge. "Excellent, no analyze." He glared at me, cutting me off. "I am not letting you go through that. Yes, you are powerful. Maybe even more than me, but you are not going there on your own. You know your abilities, but you don't know this," he continued speaking. "I don't care if all of this war comes to end at the cost of losing you, but you might be selfless and altruist, but I am not." His voice was firm and hard as he talked. "If losing you means it will bring an end to all of this, I don't want it. It is not worth it. There are thousands out there whose lives would be saved." I tried reasoning, though my own resolve died as each second passed. Thousands of innocents. "I just got you analyze. I am not letting you go." He leans down, pressing his forehead against mine. "I am not going to let you sacrifice yourself for the good of others. I am not like that. Thousands might live, but I know I would die without you." I took in a sharp breath at his words. I closed my eyes, reining the tears in. What about my father? He will not be able to do anything. I don't care if I have to declare war with him, but I will do whatever it takes to keep you by my side. You are the only person that I want in this world, and I am not letting anyone take you away from me. Not even you." I opened my eyes to meet his and was shocked to see the vulnerable look in his eyes, as all of his emotions that he usually kept tightly sealed was on display for me to see. "You heard my father. If it is something worth losing, they will do it, and I am not exactly valuable to them. What if he agrees and the other leaders agree to? To my agent extraordinaire, my丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying the difference in areas. Your family's opinion does not matter. They might not see your worth," he says slowly. The emotions punctuated his every word. "But you were my everything analyze." His voice broke at the end, which made a single tear fall down my eyes. "And don't doubt the extents I will go to keep you by my side. To my agent extraordinaire, my丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That includes killing everyone who agrees to the idea of giving you to them if that ever arises. Thank you for being here," I said as he wiped the lone tear before hugging me again. Found you two lovebirds. Chapter 39 analyzes POV grandmother. I nearly exclaimed as I pulled away from Alexander's embrace, my face heating up slightly. "Do you need anything?" "No," she beamed. "Though I need to tell you something. Let me guess. To my agent extraordinaire, my丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Pretending to be in deep thoughts. Is it about the stake that I have yet to find? Bulls. Her cheery tone failed to reassure me of whatever plan these two had planned. I am building up with anticipation here. I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes. Oh, I know. My plans are ingenious. My grandmother was always calm and collected, always smiling. This grandmother who seemed to be on a sugar rush was not my grandmother. I let out a groan and Alexander let out a chuckle as he stood on my side. I sent him a glare and he stopped, yet the amusement in his eyes were evident. You know what? I placed a hand on my hips as my grandmother took a seat on the edge of my bed. You two need to tell me what you have planned. Not to mention you did not even consult me on the matter. Oh dear, I did not plan anything. Grandmother said. It was his idea. She pointed towards Alexander, who gave me one of his rare sheepish grins, and I held back a groan from escaping at the sight. I was still not used to his smiles. I just made it easier for him to make sure it is a success. So what is the big plan then, mastermind? I directed my question to Alexander, but my grandmother did the honors and replied me. You two are going on a vacation. I felt my jaw drop to the floor at the plan that does not seem to fit with the current scheme of things. I breathed out a shaky laugh. You're joking, right? My laughter came to an abrupt end as I looked at the two serious faces looking at me. It is just one night, analyze. Grandmother elaborated why. I asked the first question that popped in my mind. Why are you sending us on a one-night trip? I asked her before turning to Alexander. And why did you even come up with this idea? Grandmother corrected me. It is a vacation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rolled my eyes. But why? You two have been really busy with things around here. You two need some time together, and what better place than somewhere far away without any royal asshole getting in your way. Alexander let out a laugh as I nearly face-palmed myself. You definitely got your habit of insulting high-ranked people from her, Crescent commented. What about the vampires? What if they decide to attack us? Not to mention that we will be needed in that meeting. The meeting, if it takes place, will be in a week or so. We will be back by then. Alexander provided the details. And the vampires are thirsty for power, but they would not jeopardize their chance of getting in the palace by attacking earlier. But no ifs and buts, analyze. Grandmother said in a voice that left no place for arguments. Her cheery tone gone as if it was never there. You two are going on that vacation and nobody is going to stop you or say anything because you are going to find that damn steak. I am bewildered at her actions as my eyes dart between Alexander as all bad scenarios played in my mind. I gave in. Grandmother clapped her hands together, her cheery mood back in place in the blink of an eye that had me doubting her authoritative tone was ever there. No wonder she was feared when she ruled, because not only was she cunning but also manipulative, though I came to admire the latter. Now, Alexander, can I talk to you for a second? Getting up from the bed. Not waiting for his response, she all but dragged him out of the room, leaving me. I did not know whether to feel excluded or amused at the sight of grandmother treating Alexander like a kid. Not long later, Alexander stepped back in my room, and despite his neutral face, I could see an emotion swirling in his blue eyes, anticipation. Since when did you get on first-name basis with grandmother? Sitting up straight on the couch that I was sprawled on seconds ago. Ever since I presented her with my riveting plan. He smirked at me. Care to share your ingenious plan with me? I muttered sarcastically. It is a surprise. Not again. I groaned, getting up. I think I have had more surprise over the span of the last month than in my entire life. That's too little surprises for someone to have. Xander. I let out a breath. Where are we going? Somewhere. What should I bring? I changed my question instead. Diana will pack your things. Don't worry. Trying to pry for the slightest detail with my questions. How long would it take for us to get there? A reasonable time. Are there many people there? only if we leave the place where we will be staying. And that place is a surprise. I was seconds away from throwing my hands in the air, and a glare formed on my face which only earned me a laugh from him. You should stay away from grandmother. Bad influence. I mumbled, but he picked it up. She happens to give me the ideas that precisely fit the situation I find myself in. She definitely has a knack for that, I said under my breath. But, at least tell me, what clothes should I bring? I don't want to disturb Diana with her work. She will not mind. You don't know that. I huffed. Give up, little wolf. His teasing voice made something stir inside me. We are going, and it will be a surprise for you. He closed the distance between us, pressing a kiss on my forehead. A few hours later, I found myself in the passenger seat, looking out at the country's lush landscape that already gave me calming feeling. Seeing the beautiful scenery, all my previous doubts and questions were forgotten. Ever since we reached the small town, I found myself grinning all the way till the car came to a stop. We are here, he informed as he got out of the car, rounding it and opening the door for me. My eyes widened as the set on the sprawling, two-story villa. Wow. That was the only word that escaped me. The main thing that had enraptured me as soon as we got here was the tranquility of the entire place, and the villa was situated in the perfect place, multiplying the tranquil feel. It was situated away from the rest of the population, engulfed by trees and nature on top of a hill. It gave us the perfect view of the glistening water under the blazing sun. This is, I trailed as I took in the surrounding. Perfect. I exclaimed as I threw myself in his arms. He easily caught me. I love this so much. Thank you. I mumbled in his chest, tightening my hold around him and feeling like a kid who just got the present she wished for Christmas. Glad you loved it. Maybe you and my grandmother should keep making these plans. I joked as I pulled away. He shook his head as he opened the trunk and removed our bags. The inside of the villa was even more mesmerizing than the outside. It blended perfectly with the nature surrounding it, yet it had a modern touch to it. The walls were of neutral colors with floor-to-ceiling windows, giving us the perfect view of the nature around us. It was simple and minimalistic with a scent of openness. The stones and woods incorporated with its structure gave it the final touch it needed to fit the vibes of the town and nature. The best thing about this place, though, was the pool on the terrace upstairs. A huge sliding, glass wall allowed entrance onto the terrace on the second floor. The pool ended on the edge of the terrace, the trees underneath it, and the blue sea straight ahead. I could not wait to take a swim in it, and also stargazing at night. This is literal perfection. I nearly squeal as I bounce on my toes, unable to conceal my excitement. It's been years, to be exact, since I went to a vacation. I don't even remember anything except that it was my grandfather's wish for our family to be together. Later, I went to the school and never went out on trips with my friends or whatsoever. A night stay in this incredible villa was equivalent to a month's while of vacation to me. Chapter 40 analyzes POV. The clock ticked 11, and the need to murder someone started building inside me. More exactly, Diana. Things have been really evil ever since we came here. We kicked off the trip with a walk in town around 6. The entire town was filled with people who were so friendly, adding to the already pleasant experience. Then we settled on having dinner at a small restaurant. We ended coming back to the villa after a walk by the shore around 10:30 despite the protest from Alexander. However, when we got back, Alexander had no plans of calling it a day and sleeping. Instead, he wanted to spend more time and stay up till late. After around an hour of talking and TV, I finally settled on getting at least a swim in the pool, given that we were staying there for only a night and Alexander already had plans for tomorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My plans were put to a halt as I rummaged through the bag Diana had packed for me, retrieving for bikinis, each one more scandalous than the previous one. The pieces of fabric stared back at me as they laid sprawled on the floor. It will look great. You will look great. You will look hot. We will look hot. Crescent chanted in my head. To my agent extraordinaire, my Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I let out a shaky breath as my hand hovered above the bikinis. Red one. Crescent edged as I looked at the most scandalous one in the group. Sure, 100%. Show off that body of yours, Lizzie. I could not help but laugh at her words. Crescent has indeed been my biggest supporter ever since I shifted. I crumbled the remaining 3 ones and stuffed them in my bag. I slipped on the red bikini. I can do this, I said to myself, twirling in front of the full-length mirror. Despite the nervousness growing inside me, I could not help the smile on lips at the red fabric fitting my body so perfectly. It looks great. I look great. I look hot. We look hot. I chanted once again, stepping out of the walk-in closet while throwing on an oversized shirt on me. Sliding the door open, I stepped onto the terrace. To my agent extraordinaire, my Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Crisp winds hit my body, raising goosebumps all over my skin. Alexander was sitting lazily on the hammock, looking up at the sky filled with stars, ghost smile on his lips, looking relaxed in a way I have rarely seen him. I guess we both needed this little getaway. The door slid shut with a click sound, getting his attention as he faced me. Going for your swim? I hummed as I proceeded to remove the shirt from me, my moves slow and languid, dragging out the process. Are you going to join me? My voice came out raspier than I wanted due to the look in his eyes as he looked me up and down. I could feel his heated gaze trace every curve, every dip and line of my body, boosting my confidence in the outfit. I discarded the shirt on a nearby chair as I made my way to the pool, towards the side where the stairs were. As I set one foot in the heated pool, I gave Alexander a look from over my shoulder. I could clearly see the tension in his shoulder, something that was not there previously, and his jaw ticked, his eyes eliciting pleasurable goosebumps in their wake as they moved down my spine. No, despite his curt answer, I could make out the strain in his voice. I just shrugged as I descended the stairs, the warm water soothing my muscles. Needing to let go a little, I swam a few laps, trying different techniques I knew before deciding to take a break. I swam to the further edge of the pool that overlooked the town and ocean. My hands rested lazily on the edge as I took in the scenery. Up above, the twinkling stars stood out in the otherwise dark, clear sky, promising light in the midst of darkness, while the ocean underneath was a mirror. The water glistened under the moonlight as they crashed. A few lights in the town were illuminated, looking like small, shining dots in the distance. Xander, I called out, getting his attention as I turned around, the water slushing around me lightly. Come in. I am fine, little wolf, he replied, a small smile on his face as he studied me. Please, I tried to negotiate, giving him a pleading look. His sigh was equivalent to him raising the white flag, and my pleading look got replaced by a big grin. I refrained from clapping my hands. He got up from his position, moving towards the pool while removing his shirt. His inked muscles flexed as he waded through the water, heading in my direction. My hands worked on autopilot as I smiled, splashing water on him as he got closer. He let out a groan as he passed a hand through his face before going through his damp locks. His glare caused my smile to turn into laughter, which earned me a smile of his own. I took it as my cue to continue splashing water on him. Another splash, but instead of stopping like I had expected, he walked through the water attacks, closing the distance between us. I was still in the process of hitting him with another splash when he caught both my hands with one hand, knocking them underneath the water as he splashed me with water. I found myself laughing as he mirrored my previous actions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said between fits of laughter and mouthfuls of water. He loosened his grip around my hands. His small smile now turned into a grin. As soon as my hands were free, I splashed him one last time, using more force than the previous times. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nearly groaned. I beamed at him, taking a step back only to hit the wall behind me. He moved closer, placing both his hands on either sides of me, caging me in. I asked innocently as the water dripped from his hair and face. He leaned down, shaking his head as the water from his hair got over me, and I felt giggling. Happy? He asked me, our body brushing against each other, leaving sparks with the slightest friction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I answered, my grin still plastered on my face as I looped my hands around his neck, pulling him closer to me. Thank you. My voice came out as a whisper as got on my tiptoes, trailing my lips over his jaw lightly. I felt him tense under me and nearly anticipated him to pull away, but he did not. His hands that were on my side came to rest on my hips as he pulled my lower body closer to him. I took in a sharp breath as our bodies collided, sending shivers and sparks all at once. One of my hands that was around his neck went on his shoulder, descending till his biceps that flexed under my touch. I pressed light kisses along the column of his neck, moving to the side of his neck, nipping on the skin and pressing feathery kisses. His hands moved from my hips to my waist, roaming all over my body as if he was trying to get the feel of it engraved in his mind. My hand that was on his bicep moved to his chest, tracing the tattoos and scars lightly while I continued altering between kissing and nipping at his skin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice came out hoarse, evoking a feeling inside me. His hand shifted from my lower back to my jaw as he cupped my face. What happened? I questioned as I studied his face. His eyebrows were pinched, yet his blue eyes were clear, relaxed. There is something you need to see. Confusing me, huh? Not answering me, he simply placed his hands on the side of my hips, turning me around so that I was facing the ocean. I moved closer to the wall, placing my hands on the edge. What? Curiosity getting the best of me as I saw the same scenery I saw a while ago. He merely said as he wraps his hands around me. Leaning back on him and covering his hands that were on my abdomen with mine. I turned my head to look at him, but his hand was under my chin, turning me to face forward again, and I huffed. Patience, little wolf. His breath from my ears as he leaned closer to me. As my hearing picked up on the clocking ticking midnight, the sky in front on me illuminated with different shades of blue, teal, navy, turquoise, sky blue, cobalt blue, and so many more, as fireworks blossomed in the dark sky. I sucked in a sharp, surprised breath at the mesmerizing view that would be engraved in my mind forever. The fireworks continued, covering the sky in dazzling sparkles, and I felt like I was in a fairy tale. One fireball went up in the sky before spurting to form smaller fireballs, which in turn exploded, giving view to beautiful designs in the sky. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I breathed out as one firework formed a waterfall, the sparkles seeming like water falling off a cliff. Alexander placed a light kiss on my shoulder before placing his chin and kissing me across my jaw. Happy birthday. His words made my entire body tense in his hold as he pressed another kiss on my jaw. How did you know? I twisted in his hold, facing him. I'd have forgotten my own birthday given that the last time I celebrated it was before the death of my grandfather. Over the years, the words of my parents had plagued me and affected me so much that I did not even bother celebrating. All thanks to your grandmother, he informed me. When I told her about my plan of bringing you here, she told me, Xander, to my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling overwhelmed with everything as tears welled up in my eyes. You know it was not necessary. A tear slipped from my eyes, and he caught it with his fingers as he cupped my face. This is nothing. You deserve so much more than this, he simply said. Thank you so much. This means the world to me, and I was not lying. His gesture meant so much more and everything to me. The only person who ever went over and beyond to do such things for me was my grandfather, and that just stopped with the night of his demise. He kissed my tears away and I saw his eyes linger on lips for a second. My own eyes darted to his lips as I debated on whether to do it or not. Our eyes met for a split sec, and then my breath hitched in my throat at the look in his eyes. His hand went behind my neck as he pulled me closer, crushing his lips on mine, setting my body ablaze with the sparks, tingles and shivers. My inside were equivalent to the night sky being illuminated by fireworks as his lips molded with mine. I found myself melting into the slow, passionate kiss as his lips moved against mine, speaking words that had not yet been said, promises that had not yet been made, emotions that had been locked away, and so much more. His tongue teased my lips and I parted them, allowing him to explore my mouth as he pleases. His hands went to the back of my thigh as he lifted me up, my legs circling around his torso, and I let out a moan which he swallowed with his mouth. My lips fluttered close at the sensation of being so close to him. My hands looped around his neck, tugging at his locks, causing him to grunt into the kiss that spread throughout my body like wildfire. His hold on my thigh tightened when his tongue brushed against mine. Our bodies pressed against each other, leaving no space between us. I teased his tongue with my own as it glided over mine. He bit my lower lip, a slight metallic taste invading my taste buds before sliding his tongue over the spot, soothing the light sting I felt. I could not help but let out another moan as he sucked my lower lip into his mouth before pulling away. He rested his forehead on mine as we caught our breath, a goofy grin on my face. You are perfect, he said as he pulled away, and you taste perfect. I felt the red water rush to my face at his words and raspy tone which causes him to give me a cocky grin. You know, you took my first kiss, I said in between breaths as the realization dawned on me. Then I consider myself lucky, he said in a soft voice. It was also my first kiss. No way. I could not help the surprise out of my voice as I look at him. Yes, it is. How why? Dumbfounded. Before I was cursed, my mother told me to save it all for my mate. Even when I knew that I was not going to have a mate, her words always reminded me that they were supposed to be for that one person. I guess I did the right thing then. You are the perfect one in this relationship. I shook my head, a light smile on my face. This entire thing is perfect. All for you. He presses his lips against mine in a firm kiss, the sparkling sky keeping us company as we got lost in each other. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Between Alexander and Annalise, a forbidden love is blossoming quietly. They have to face not only the external wars and threats but also the contradictions and opposition from within their own families. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 41 analyzes POV. Another surprise. I groaned despite the excitement bubbling under my skin as Alexander exited the room, letting me get changed. His laugh resonated outside the room as he said, "Get ready." I opened the bags that he left on the bed and retrieved a beautiful, long, white dress with light purple designs, enhanced by a slit on the side and an elegant neck design. In conclusion, the dress was absolutely gorgeous and complemented my eyes perfectly. Once I was ready, I exited the room to meet Alexander, who was already waiting for me in the living room. He had dropped the suit and was dressed in something more casual and appropriate to our surrounding. "No words in the dictionaries can do justice to your beauty," he said as his eyes fell on me, waking all over my body, and I let out a small laugh. "Now you are exaggerating." I shook my head as he approached me, a hand behind his back piquing my interest. "Something caught your eyes?" he asked teasingly as he saw the curiosity written in bold, capital letter on my face. "No." I trailed off, trying to take a peek behind him, earning another laugh from him. "Happy birthday," he said in a soft voice, removing his hand from behind his back, nearly causing me to let out a squeal at the sight of the beautiful bouquet in his hands. It was a pretty big bouquet with a mix of white, light blue and purple flowers with a beautiful white packaging around it, decorated with ribbons and pearls. Wow, I nearly start jumping on the spot, a huge smile on my face. "Thank you, thank you, thank you so much." I threw my hands around his neck just as he removed the bouquet from between us. "Thank you." He wrapped his free hand around me. "I love it," I said as I pulled away. With a small smile on his face, he leaned down, pressing a sweet kiss on my lips that had my inside melting. He handed me the bouquet as we pulled away. I happily complied and took the beautiful flowers in my hand. "Let's go." I nodded as I looped my arm with his extended one, and he led us towards the front door. He opened the door, letting me step out first as he followed me. "Where are we going?" I asked pleadingly. "Don't give me that look." He opened the passenger door for me and ushered me to get in. "It's not going to work," I huffed, sitting in the seat. He leaned in, pressing a kiss on my lips before closing the door and getting in the driver's seat. Less than 15 minutes later, he stopped the car at our destination. The beautiful jewel, blue ocean was in front of us, under the clear sky resembling a curtain of silk, and the air pregnant with the smell of salt surrounded us. Alexander led us to where a small picnic was set. A cloth was laid on the golden, caramel sand with beautiful flowers of the same color scheme as my bouquet decorating it. Enthusiasm, in the middle, there was something covered with a lid shaped as a dome. "When did you get time to do all of this?" Amazed as I sat cross-legged and Alexander sat in a similar position across me. "Don't underestimate me." He shot me a playful smile. "I would never." I shook my head, making as if that would be the biggest mistake on earth. "So, what is this?" I pointed towards the lid between us. "Lift it," he simply answered. Not wanting to delay it, my hands closed around the top, lifting it up. "Xander." I was at a loss of words as I uncovered the cake in front of me. It was simple yet beautiful. The icing around it started as white at the bottom before turning into blue as it went to the top, creating a beautiful gradient. White pearls of different sizes were placed around the cake randomly with little white flowers done with icing, all merging together in harmony to give the cake a simple yet elegant look. I am not really good at decorating, so he trailed off and I looked at him. His one hand was nervously behind his neck as his ears turned red while looking awkwardly at me in the cake. "No," I cut him off as he was about to speak. "Don't tell me that it's okay if I don't like it." I glared at him. "Because I love it. It is the prettiest cake I have had and it is perfect." "Now, let's cut it," I said the last part excitedly as I took the knife that was provided. I could not help the gigantic grin on my lips and the little happy dance as I cut the cake. Taking a piece from the slice I cut, I leaned forward to feed Alexander a piece only for him to close his hand around mine, turning my hand and feeding me a piece of the cake first. I could not help the little moan that escaped me as the sweet taste spread throughout my taste buds. This is so good. I took another piece and fed him now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No words in the dictionaries can do justice to its taste. He shook his head at me. I took another bite and I think I got high on the sugar as I did another little happy dance with my hand, humming a random tune to myself. What? My voice came out muffled as I stopped midway of my little dance, now stuffed with cake while looking at Alexander, who was already looking at me, amused. You look cute, he teased as he leaned forward, swiping his thumb against the side of my lips, gathering a little bit of icing on his thumb before licking it off his finger. I am not cute, I spoke after a moment. He let out a chuckle. Okay, little wolf. He ruffled my hair before retreating back to his position, leaving me with rolling my eyes. After eating more cake and talking, I found myself sitting, watching the nickel, silver horizon in the distance. The seesaw of the waves soothed me as they rippled gently and rolled on the sand with a light breeze in the air. Alexander had his head laid on my lap. His eyes were closed while his hands were wrapped around my waist as he faced my stomach. I blinked away the wetness spooling in my eyes at the sight of him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As one, where I decided on giving him a chance. Never once had I imagined agreeing to this beautiful experience with him. Everything that happened with him, before and after we cleared things out, were all worth it if it ended like this. Snippets of all the time I had with him, both bad and good, played in my mind like a movie, evoking a happy yet sad feeling in me. Maybe it was finally the time where I could be happy, just like my grandfather said. I could not help but wonder, was he proud of me, of the person I became today? Would he agree with my choices? I could still not believe how everything in my life, especially me, changed over the course of the past few months. From being that Navi, young girl with hopes of getting back with her family, to how I was. I finally learned about my powers, my abilities, my worth, and who were the right people in my life, my true supporters. I had people who I could call family and could rely on no matter what happened. Alexander, Crescent, Eveline, Grand, Mother, and even Diana. The pain that I endured all these years seemed bearable now, looking back at it, with all these people by my side. It all seemed worth it, and if I had to go through it just to get to this point again, I would do it without any second thoughts and head held high, knowing very well what awaited me at the finishing line was very well worth it. I finally had everything I once craved. I played with his luck slightly, feeling at peace with everything. He shifted slightly, his hold around me tightening as he snuggled closer to me, and I smiled. You know, it is not good to be staring at someone. Admitted little wolf. You were staring at me. Although I could not see his face properly, I had no doubt he had a cocky smirk. I know I am handsome. He turned, proving me right. Be careful, your narcissistic side is beginning to show. I rolled my eyes. He shifted so that he was facing me properly, a smile of his lips. You should smile more often. My fingers traced his jaw softly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will. I breathed out a laugh before leaning down and placing a light kiss on his lips. Xander, I asked after a few moments of silence. And seeing the look on my face, he took my hand that was on his chest in his hands, pressing a kiss on my knuckles. What happened? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When we'll be able to tell everybody about us without making things worse than it is, I don't know, he answered honestly. But soon, he reassured me. I nodded. I wanted to let everyone know about us, but given the circumstances, if the war with the vampires was actually cancelled, then the war would shift between us and the demons, since my father would not be keen on this matter even as he did not care about me. Even if that did occur, I had no doubt on whose side I would be on. I wanted to be able to have more of these moments with him without having to lie or sneak out. I wanted to be free with him and not hide our relationship anymore. But, like Alexander said, it would happen, soon. Little did we know, it happened a lot sooner than we had expected. Chapter 40 to Diana's POV. A feeling of peace invaded my senses at the thought of Alexander finally being happy in his life. Even if he never told us all details about what went down between him, his father and mother, I knew that whatever happened had broken him. And it was all due to Annalise. Even if he never showed it in front of us, I knew that he truly liked her and had fallen head over heels for her. There was a subtle change in his personality and the way he handles himself. I have known him since we were kids, yet never saw that spark that made its appearance a few weeks ago. I did not know much about Annalise's past, but I know it was nothing like described in fairy tales. Neither Alexander nor Annalise knew it, but they were helping each other heal, seeking comfort in each other's company and mend their broken hearts. I had only one wish: these two should never be separated from each other. What are you thinking about? Adrian asked as he sat next to me on the grass in one of the many gardens of the palace. Just thinking about Alex. He has changed, he agreed, and for the better. Teach effect of having a mate. I sighed dreamily. You know, I find it unfair that you are such good friends with her and here I am. He pointed at himself, rolling his eyes. I never met her, even talked to her. I just saw her at meetings. That's it, it's not my fault if you are unlucky. I chuckled. She is very nice, you know. Do you think she will agree to come with us to the kingdom and take her place as the queen? Curiosity coded his words. I hope so, I said truthfully. She is everything a queen needs to be. Powerful, smart, kind, determined, brave. Stands up for herself. You know the best part. Smiling. She is not afraid of Alex either. She called him an asshole when he tried ignoring her. That was the first time someone actually voiced it out in front of him. It was a good thing she said it, because you remember how pissed off he was after she told him that. We had no idea why he was in such a bad mood until he revealed it a few days later. I remember even being scared as he went ballistic and kept breaking things. He shuddered slightly at the thought. And you either you were brave. Earning myself a glare. I am happy for him though. After all these years of thinking he was not good enough to have someone to love him, he finally found his other half. They make such a cute pair. I just cannot wait for the time when Annalise will rule next to Alex as our queen. What? Adrian and I froze at the shriek we heard from behind us. I whipped my head to the source and felt the red water draining from my face quicker than a lightning bolt illuminating the sky. I looked at Adrian, who mirrored my expression. A few feet away from us stood Raina and Ivory. We both scurried to our feet, facing them. Can we help you with anything, princess? I asked politely, hoping she did not hear our entire conversation, but like a bucket of ice cold water was dropped on me. Oh, don't hack done. Ivory scoffed. We heard you clearly say that Annalise would become your queen, so just speak. We are speaking with respect to you. Please, don't use that tone with us. Adrian said, though gritted teeth. Raina out a small laugh. Respect. You want us to respect you? She scoffed. Respecting us is your job, yes. You are merely the second and third in command, Ivory added, making Raina laugh. I clenched my fist before unclenching it. It took all my willpower to not go and punch those smiles off their faces. I was tempted to mind link Alexander so that he could talk some senses in these two just like he did the last time. However, I knew that this time I could not, did not want to, do it. He was with Annalise and I did not want to interrupt them. No, start speaking. What were you saying earlier? It was a joke. We were just saying things like that. I lied, hoping she would just drop the matter. And you expect us to believe that bullshit? Just spit out. Raina voiced out. We were just playing around. Adrian said, but judging by the slight edge in his tone, I could tell he was losing his patience with them. Do you take us for fools? Ivory scoffs. If you are one, then why would we not? Adrian muttered. If it were with our people, most of us would not probably hear it, but Ivory and Raina were werewolves. They picked up on it. How dare you? She sneered. Just tell us what you meant by that weakling becoming your queen. Why would we? Adrian snapped. I placed my hand on his shoulder, attempting to calm him down, but I knew it was futile given his eyes had started changing color. If there was one thing that could make Adrian furious this easily, that was disrespect, and these were doing a great job at it. Not only were they disrespecting us, but also Annalise, our future queen. Don't you dare talk back to us, Raina snapped. I am the future queen. I need to know what you meant by one of our kind becoming the queen of demons. Ivory said the last part with disgust. That's right. You are the future queen, not the queen. Know your place. You don't have any title except for being Rayanne's mate. My eyes widened at his words as he revealed his black eyes. Ivory and Raina took a step back in shock. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Calm down. I stood before him, praying nothing becomes worse than it already is, but it seemed like the gods were against my peaceful wishes. Adrian sidestepped me, lunging at Ivory. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just before he could touch Ivory, a blur passed in front of he, and the next thing I knew was that Adrian was unconscious on the ground. Oh my God. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rushed to his side. Just as I was about to mind link Alexander, something was injected in my neck before a cold blanket of nothing engulfed us. I woke up to the sound chains rustling. I slowly opened my heavy eyelids and sucked in a deep breath at scene in front of me. He had his hands tied to heavy metal chains to each side of his head, and he was thrashing around, trying to HET free. Red water dripped from his wrist where the chain had dug into his skin, exposing his flesh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice echoed in the unknown. You will only hurt yourself even more. My voice was hoarse, my throat dry as I felt something pounding in my head. His eyes snapped to me. Thank God you are awake. I can't link Alex. I tried linking him only to let out a grunt as I felt a strong mental barrier between us. Why? They must have drugged us. He pulled at the chains in an attempt to free himself. Well, look who decided to finally wake up. Ivory's voice infiltrated the silent room. I turned towards her, seeing four guards flanking her sides. Where are we? Getting what you deserve for disrespecting us, she mocked. Time to pay the price and for everyone to see it. Her tone changes into something dark, full of malice. I watched as two guards removed the chains around Adrian's hands and started dragging him out of the room while the other two moved in my direction and did the same to my chains. Where are you taking us? I thrashed in the hold only to be met with silence and felt my energy getting more drained. Feeling like a lamb about to be slaughtered, I gave up, letting them drag me to wherever they were taking us. Soon, we reached a double door with two guards outside. They forced to stand on our feet properly and walk ahead of them as they nudged us to move forward, their extended claws pressing into our spine. "You will regret disrespecting us," Ivory said before turning around. "You are nothing but a bitch and an even bigger coward." Wei-An's Mei-Tai spat as she disappeared from our sight. Numerous gasps were heard as the double doors opened and we entered the room. It was really huge and accommodated most of the people that were currently in the castle. The room had a long carpet starting from the door all the way to the stage at the end of the room. On each side of the carpet stood different supernatural creatures. Our people looked of pity and fury directed at the werewolves as they tried breaking past the numerous guards lined up in front of them. On the stage, all the leaders were seated except for to cheers Alexander and Annalise. The guards led us up the stage where they made us stand on an added podium where everybody could see us clearly. "Silence," some random guy who was standing on the stage shouted. "Adrian and Diana have been accused of disrespecting Princess Raina and our future queen, Ivory, and also injuring them." My jaws hit the floor as the last part leaves him. "We did not injure them." I protested, but it fell on deaf ears as a few from the crowd shouted words of disapproval. Not only were they accusing us of things we never did, but they were resolving this issue as if we were in the 90s. As Princess Raina said, they attacked her, hurting her. My gaze fell on Raina, who was sitting next to her mother, looking scared as she wrapped her hands around herself, several bruises on her face and arms. I scoffed at her acting. They also disrespected Ivory and belittled her. My head whipped to the woman in question to see her acting overacting, as tears streamed down her face while Rayan comforted her, yet there was this evil glint as she looked at me. King Gabriel stood up, his eyes burning with fury. "You should be punished for talking to them like this. You cannot disrespect us. Not once did any of our people hurt you, yet you attacked my daughters." Many more protests erupted. "Silence," he commanded. "We did not do anything. It was your princess and future queen who started disrespecting us first." Julian said, looking right in his eyes. "You should teach them some manners before trying to teach us." I did not bother stopping him. I was enjoying it. If we were about to be killed, we might as well do things that were worth dying for. Just as I was about to speak up, a blur passed in front of us. Wei-An was in front of us and punched Adrian. "Are you out of your mind?" I exclaimed, and several people supported me. I saw Ed as Adrian fell on the floor, gasping for air, red water dripping from the side of his mouth. I tried moving, but I felt like I was being weighed down by a ton of brick. "Prince Wei-An, I think we should handle this in a more mature way," King Tarsal as he stood up. "That's right," I said out loud. "Listen to him, because unlike you, he has a brain and knows how to use it. You bunch of cowards and imbeciles," I shouted as my anger rose. "You drug us and then hit us when we are weak. If this is how the future king of werewolves will be, then they are doomed." I chuckled darkly. "How dare you?" he exclaimed, his eyes changing color. He took menacing steps towards me, a growl leaving his throat and claws extended as he aimed it at me. Shouts erupted throughout the room, but before anything could happen he was thrown off the stage. Chapter 43 analyzes POV. Anxiousness and nervousness formed hands around my throat as we drive back to the castle. After spending some more time by the sea, we finally had to head back to the palace, much to my dismay. It felt funny how I did not want to go, and then I was the one not wanting to return back. Ever since we left the villa, there has been this gnawing feeling building up inside me, growing stronger as we near the palace. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I could not decipher what the feeling was or why it there in the first place. "Are you okay?" Alexander asked, giving my thigh a squeeze. I simply hummed in response, my mind occupied by my tangled thoughts. "Are you sure?" he asked again, his voice gentle. I looked to the side to find his eyes resting on me, concern etched on his face. I gave him a light smile as I threaded my fingers through his that were resting on my thigh. Just a little nervous. Why, don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, my Nobel. Hearts up thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just feel weird somehow. Are you sure you are fine? Did you get sick? Was it because of the swim last night? No. I reassured him. It feels like something happened or will happen. I don't know. It's probable the stress about the meeting with the vampires and the war. Don't worry too much about it. He brought my hands to his lips, pressing a kiss on my knuckles as he refocused his attention on the road. Easier said than done. I leaned back in my seat. My shoulders slumped. I know what can fix it. A small smile on his lips. Enlighten me, Your Highness. I joked. Later tonight, I can give you massage. It happens to be my speciality. He sent a playful wink at me, causing to let out a chuckle. His words instantly lifted my mood. I felt the nervousness dissipate, though it still remained in the back of my mind, lingering and warning me of the inevitable. That would very much be appreciated. I beamed at him. To that also add sleeping while cuddling for the entire night. He rolled his eyes but nonetheless smiled. I focused my attention on the scenery, waiting for the castle to come in view. Not long after, Alexander pulled up in front of the castle. I'll see you at night in your room. Alexander informed me before pulling me in for a kiss. Getting out of the car, we both went our separate way, to our rooms. I was just about to change out of my clothes when the doors to my room flew open as the person stepped in without knock. The string of curses that were about to leave my mouth get trapped in my throat at the sight of a fuming Alexander. Xander, I closed the distance between us, placing my hand on his bicep. What happened? I asked tentatively. My eyes fell on his clenched fist, his knuckles white. He took in a deep breath, unclenching his fist as he spoke. Diana and Rubble and I have no clue where they are in this goddamn castle. Come on, let's not waste any time. I left my room, Alexander on my side. I walked briskly to the nearest guard and asked his about the whereabouts of Adrian and Diana. We followed the instructions of the guard and took several turns before finally reaching the guarded double doors. Open the doors, I commanded as soon as the guards' attention were on us. They complied to my orders. The doors slid open and I stepped in the room only to freeze with the first few steps. Adrian and Diana were on an elevated part of the stage at the other end of the room. Both of them looked like they had been through hell. Adrian was on the floor gasping for air, his hands around his neck while Diana's angry shouts were directed toward Ray, and who wore a smug look on his face as he looked down on Adrian. His smug look switched into one of anger and fury as he exclaimed, "How dare you?" He took menacing steps towards Diana, his wolf side trying to take control as he extended his claws, aiming it at Diana. As shouts erupted, I caught sight of Alexander advancing towards the stage, fury rolling off him in waves. In the blink of an eye, he was on the stage. I watched, stunned, as his hands wrapped around Rayan's neck, earning a growl from the latter and threw him off the stage. The crowd stepped back, shocked, various gasps and shouts of shocks erupting in the room as Rayan landed on the floor while everyone who was sitting got on their feet. "What do you think you are doing to my son?" My father shouted, his wolf fighting to take control together while his eyes changed colors. Many other werewolves in the room supported him by shouting their opinions, which turned into a chorus of incoherent words. "And what do you think you are doing to my people?" Alexander said in a composed, cold voice void of any emotion, yet lethal and powerful, that nearly made me wince, and I was not even on the receiving end of it. Despite not shouting like my father, His tone carried more rage than his, and it looked like even my father was taken aback for a second. Even from where I stood, I could see the fury dancing in his icy eyes and his white knuckles as they hung by his sides. Before things could get worse, I dashed to the stage where they all stood, standing next to Alexander. "Don't start fighting now, please," Grandmother said as she approached the duo of fuming men. "Tell him to teach his people how to respect the royal family and not attack them." My mother's angry voice reached my ears and I rolled my eyes. "Way to know how to take care of the situation. Can you tell us what happened exactly?" I spoke up and she threw a glare at me which I mirrored with my own, causing her to look away. These two, Ivory pointed to Adrian and Diana, disgust evident in her eyes and tone as she spoke. They disrespected us and then insulted us with vulgar words. Her voice broke at the end and I remarked her red eyes brimmed with tears, trails of previous tears on her cheeks. They also attacked us. Raina stepped up from behind her, her own face puffy and eyes red. She pointed to the scars adorning her face and hands. I frowned at the marks as I studied them both. "Look," my mother exclaimed as she looked at her daughter, sadness slowly mixing with the previous anger in her eyes. "This is what they did." "I refuse to believe this," Alexander said firmly. Many boos were heard from the crowd as well as others who were supporting Alexander. "It was a mess. That is your problem," Rain shouted as he finally got back on the stage, his eyes glowing. "They will have to deal with the consequences of hurting my sister and mate." He motioned for two guards to grab Adrian and Diana. I knew Diana only for a few days, but I knew very well she would never do this. Not without a reason, and as far as Adrian went, I trusted him since he was so close to Alexander. He was like a family to Alexander and I trusted him. "Stay away from them," Alexander ordered, his voice calm yet deeper, a mix of two people talking together, his demon in him. The guards hesitated in their steps, but they continued as my father nodded for them to continue. I watched with wide eyes as they pulled Diana forcefully by her arms, a small wind clearing her mouth. "Lizzie, you need to do something. You're supposed to be their queen, and if you don't help them now, then when will you?" Crescent said. "You remember your grandmother said, like a leader, this is it. You are their leader and queen. Stop right where you are and leave them." I said firmly, and the guards did as they were told. I ignored the gasps that went through the crowd. "What are you doing?" My mother whispered yelled as she harshly grabbed my forearm, her nails digging crescent moons in my skin as she pulled me away from Alexander's side to where my family stood. Alexander was about to reach to grab me, but I showed him a reassuring look. His eyes fell on my mother's hand and his jaw ticked, but he let me handle the situation. My free hand closed around my mother's wrist, applying pressure that caused her to wince as she let go of me. I pulled my hands away from her, handling the situation in the proper way. My father looked at me with wide eyes as many werewolves started shouting things at me for siding with the demons as I walked to Alexander's side. I clenched my fists as I overlooked the crowd of people that had forgotten about my existence all these years. Yet, there they were, judging me from one action. They deemed me as wrong just because what I was doing did not align with their morals and their ways of treating others. One werewolf and demon started shouting things at each other from the different sides of the room, and soon their verbal fights converted into a physical one as they broke through the ward of guards and charged at each other. Taking advantage of the opening between the guards, people from both sides converged into kicks, claws, shouts at the middle of the room. The other leaders signaled their people to break them apart, but everything got even worse. "Stop it, all of you." My own voice turning deeper and commanding as Crescent made her presence known. All the werewolves and demons, separate, now following my command. The fight stopped. The crowd parted like the Red Sea as the werewolves moved to one side and the demons to the other, the carpet acting as a line between them, How, my mother asked, speechless. How did you command the demons? I ignored her question. Back to the matter we have in hand. They did not do anything. There are no proofs. Then how do you explain this? Ivory interrupted me. I am not done talking. So, shut up and listen. I snapped at her. She tensed and lowered her head. Rayanne stepped forward, glaring daggers and ready to defend his mate, but Alexander stepped up in front of him, blocking him as he glared at him. Didn't you hear what she said? Shut up and listen, he said through gritted teeth. You said they had trainer. How can you believe this? I nearly exclaimed as I reached my limits with them. They called themselves powerful, intelligent and under prosperity, but their actions contradict their words. These injuries, I motioned to Raina, who was still sobbing, they are not real. These are minor injuries, and Raina, being a werewolf, should have been healed by now. I saw Raina's eyes widen for a split second. And she has the royal family's genes. It does not make sense for her to still suffer from these injuries for so long. I saw people's eyes widen in realization as Raina looked down. Guilty. And for the insults or words you said they used, Alexander spoke up. Unless you present us with concrete proof. It is not proven. What? Ivory exclaimed, her previous meek and scared voice gone as she spoke. They disrespected us. And right now, in front of everyone, they disrespected Rayanne and father. All of these people are witnesses. They are also witness to the unfair treatment you are giving them and the circumstances that led them to say what they did. I remind her, they disrespected my daughters and that is it. My father spoke up. Well, you can't expect to be respected if you don't respect others, Diana retorted. And you cannot pass judgment without hearing both sides. You listened to them, but did you listen to Diana and Adrian? She is right, King Gabriel. King Tarsal supported me. We told you this earlier, but you did not listen to us. Now look where it led us. I could tell by his tone that he too was getting fed up. They need to be given the chance to speak. Not waiting for my father's response, he nodded to Diana to start speaking. After telling us their side of the story, I was in disbelief. I knew Diana and Adrian would never do what they were accused of, but I did not imagine that Diana and Adrian would not only disrespect them but also frame them. I think it is clear who are the ones guilty here, and if you decide to turn a blind eye to it, that is your business. Alexander said, controlling his anger. I sighed and went towards Diana. Using my magic, I undid the chains that tied her wrists together before casting a spell that caused the effect of whatever drug she was under to dissipate. I move on and did the same to Adrian. Are you guys fine? I asked, but instead got pulled in a hug by Diana. I patted her back as Alexander helped Adrian to his feet. I was about to tell Adrian and Diana to leave and get some rest when my father's angry voice boomed in the room. Why are you siding with them? They are our enemies. Your enemies, not mine, I said firmly. He quickly masked the shock on his face as my father came up next to him. What are you talking about? Have you gone mad? How can you do this to your own people? You betrayed us, Raina said, fake tears pooling in her eyes as if she actually feels betrayed, but I saw the evil glint. I know you did not stay with us so long, sister, but how can you do this? This is not the behavior that is expected from a princess. You are a disgrace to our family. Mother said with no regret, looking at me with disgust. I heard some gasps followed by murmurs that grew strong by each second, but I did not pay them any attention. I simply stared at her, bored and unaffected. I was surprised when I did not feel anything. Not even a sting from her words. I had indeed finally moved on. Nothing remained between us. I completely let go of this family and found another family. My real family. Don't talk to her like that, Alexander said between gritted teeth, shocking her and my father. Why are you two supporting each other? Rain asked suspiciously. Maybe she is sleeping with him. Raina muttered, but judging by the smirk on her face, everyone here. It was her intention. What? Did you not see how they kept spending time together? They went to find the stake together, but who knows what actually happened. We also heard Diana and Adrian talking in the garden. Something along the lines of Annalise becoming Queen of the Demons. I re-added it and I could not help the gasp that escaped me and my eyes widened. Diana sent me an apologetic look. Alexander and I locked eyes, conflict evident in his eyes, and I was sure mine was no different. Let him do it, Lizzie, and be over with it. You will be free with him. I let out a shaky breath and nodded to Alexander. Chapter 40 for Alexander's POV. She released a shaky breath as the indecisiveness in her eyes died to be replaced by something firm. She nodded at him. Decided, and I knew it was time to finally put it all out in front of everyone. Just do it. You two can finally be together in front of everyone. Elias urged me to speak up. Because it is the truth. Gabriel and his family froze in their spot, not believing what I said. Too bad, it is the truth and they cannot change it. She is my mate. The queen and leader of the demons. I expect you to talk to her with respect. Each of her family received a cold glare from me as I spoke. What I said was the truth. I had not yet introduced her to anyone at my kingdom, and no ceremony had been done yet to coronate her as queen, but she was their leader. She was their queen and she needed no crown. Countless gasps erupted in the crowd again as they all looked taken aback. The only person smiling in the room was grandmother, and I knew that she would support us no matter what others said or however many norms we went against. And from the several talks we had, somehow, she worked her charms and became a mother figure in my life. This cannot be true. Annalise's mother, Isabella said. Too bad it is. Diana said as she stood behind Annalise, supporting her. Everybody clear the room. Gabriel said, motioning for the guards to get everyone out. Please tell your people to leave the room. He requested the other leaders, who complied. People from both sides of the carpet moved towards the big doors, emerging into the hallways. Their voices got locked outside the room as the door closed. King Gabriel, our people are leaving, but we are staying. King Tarsal said, and Gabriel seemed taken aback by his words. I know that this is a personal matter to you, but I feel there are things that have been kept hidden from us. Yes, and we need to know if this could affect us. The war with the vampires, Queen Eleanor said. Not only this, but we need to know if we are standing on the right side. King Tarsal added, looking between Gabriel and I, we understand your concerns. Grandmother accepts. This cannot happen. Gabriel said, the vein in his forehead making its appearance. You two cannot be together. He is our enemy and will always be. We do not accept this, and will not allow it. I will do whatever it takes to keep you away from my daughter Alexander because you have corrupted her. I nearly scoffed at his words. With what right? Annalise suddenly snaps, her eyes burning with anger and her voice firm. With what right do you think you can or cannot accept this? What makes you think that your approval matters to me? She scoffed, glaring at Gabriel. I don't know how you have a say in my life when all of this time you made it clear that you wanted nothing to do with me. With my life? You did not even consider me your daughter, did you? What does she mean? Queen Eleanor asked, her eyes curious as she looked at Annalise and her family. She's just mad right now. Isabella spoke up, laughing awkwardly. I am sure she will understand that we want what is best for her and our people. Annalise let out a cold, dark chuckle as she looked at her mother. What happened? Afraid the truth will be out. She raised a brow at them. Despite the mock in her voice, her eyes showed nothing but pure anger. Anger that had been kept hidden inside of her since a long time. Anger that had been suppressed because she felt she was at fault and she was not enough for them. Now that she knew it was not her fault, there was no stopping the anger from overflowing. You did not send me away to some school for studying or improving my skills and powers like you claimed to. You don't know what you are saying. Gabriel started and advanced towards her, glaring at her. King Gabriel, let her speak. King Tarsal said firmly. You can share your thoughts later. Are you trying to conceal something from us, King Gabriel? Queen Eleanor asked no. Rhaena spoke up. Annalise is just shaken. Rhaena, let Annalise continue what she was saying. Grandmother spoke firmly and they all kept quiet. I have had enough of you. All of you. I have had enough of your thoughts on me and your way to treat me. I am not interested to air our dirty laundry in front of all these people. I am not going to stoop to your level. Glaring at her family, and I could not help but feel proud of her. Just know that I will be with him, irrespective of your wishes. You cannot separate us simply because of an enmity you guys are not willing to let go. There is a reason why we are not letting it go, Annalise, and that is for our safety, including you. Everything we did was for your best and also for our kingdom. Isabella said, a soft voice, tears pooling in her eyes as she stretched an arm towards Annalise. The way her mother changed her expressions, her tone so quickly to manipulate the situation into her favor, actually surprised me. Know everything you did was for your best. Nothing else. Annalise said as she took a step back, looking at her mother's hand with disgust and disbelief. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please, she gave her a pleading look, a tear rolling down her cheeks. Annalise let out a scoff, shaking her head. Stop the act. Just minutes earlier you called me a disgrace and now you are shedding tears for me. You cannot change my mind no matter what you do. You don't get a say in this. Gabriel said firmly. He pointed to me and I gave him an unbothered look. You will leave my castle right now and never step back in here, and as for you, he looked at Annalise. You will reject him right now in front of me. It is good to have dreams. Annalise said, crossing her arms in front of her, but not all dreams are fulfilled. I don't care what to do to keep you two away, but I will do it. Don't underestimate me. Gabriel said, even if it involves having to kill you. Rayan looked at me, his eyes changing color. I would like to see you try. I stood up taller, meeting his challenge. Rayan, stop it. Grandmother intervened. You are threatening a king in front of everyone right now. Let the others handle it. He's telling the truth. Gabriel supported his son. If it means killing him to get them to separate, I will do it. Go ahead. This way everyone will see how you lose. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes changing colors while glaring at me. Gabriel. Grandmother glared at him. Calm down and solve this matter in a more mature way, please. This must be what the seer was talking about. Rhaena spoke up as her eyes darted between Annalise and I like she saw the greatest mystery on earth. This is how she will be our due, backstabbing us by siding with them. She knows the demons are our enemies, yet she still is willing to go with him. That is the most inaccurate analysis of the prophecy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not bothering to hold back my irritation. Gabriel started only to get cut off by Annalise. Enough now. She glared at them all. You are nothing to me. Your opinions mean nothing to me. Your decisions are futile because I will not be going along with it. Your words are meaningless and so are your thoughts. We are your family, Alice. When he breaks your heart and trust, you will have to come to us. You need us, Isabella said. I don't need you, Annalise said angrily. I spent all these years on my own and survived. I am here. Aren't I? I am proof that I do not need you. You need me. That's why you called me here. Remember, people make mistakes. Analyze. Family. You don't know what family is, she exclaimed. You all chose a prophecy over your own daughter. You chose to believe that without even understanding it fully. You chose the words of a stranger over the pleas of your daughter. You chose to send me away. You chose to not contact me even when I reached out to you. If you were my family, you would have chosen me, but you did not. Her voice turned shaky at the end as she got everything off her chest. In a few steps I was at her side and entwined our fingers together, pulling her closer to me. I felt the presence of Diana and Adrian as they flanked our sides as we looked at Annalise's fuming family. Everything that happened till today was because of what you wanted, but not anymore. I will get that I want. I will choose what I want, and I want to be with Alexander. Her tone left no room for arguments. Fine. If you want to be together with him, then I don't want to see you in my castle anymore. It is not like you ever wanted to, Annalise mumbled under her breath. If I see you anywhere near this castle or my family, I will not hesitate to kill you. Get out of my castle and know one thing, you were right. I never considered you as my daughter. I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. You don't deserve to be my daughter. You are nothing but a shame and disgrace to the royal family. He spat and I saw his change color as he lunged towards Annalise. In a split second, I pulled Annalise behind me, letting go of her hand and punching Gabriel right in the face, causing him to stumble back a few steps. He groaned, glaring at me. Watch your tongue and keep your hands to yourself, or you will find them both detached from your body. I glared at him, which only fueled his anger. He lunged at me, claws extended as the voice of the other leaders fell on deaf ears. I caught his hands in mine. I kicked him hard in the knee and he fell down with a pained groan. Letting go of his hand, I grabbed him by his collar and threw him off the stage against one of the old pillars in the room. Ray-Ann's words got stuck mid-sentence as he levitated above the floor, eyes wide. My eyes went to Annalise, who, despite had her hands by her side, was responsible for Ray-Ann's state. I watched as he thrashed around and started wheezing for air, his hands going around his neck. What? Isabella's words turned into a shocked scream as Ray-Ann was thrown against the wall. As soon as he was about to hit the floor, he was lifted up again before getting thrown against another pillar and finally against the ceiling, from where he fell freely on the floor. Someone stop it, Ivory said. Queen Eleanor, do something. You are a witch. I cannot control it. The power around him is very strong. You are the damn queen of witches. There cannot be anyone who is stronger than you. Raina shouts at her. Princess, it would be better if you knew to respect others, Queen Eleanor said sharply. And as for your brother, I cannot do anything. Looking at Ray-Ann. But Annalise was not finished with him as she lifted him yet again, doing some sort of spell that had him screaming as he levitated above the floor. His hands and feet were immobile. The only movement were that of his lips for his shout. Soon red water dripped from his nose and his eyes turned red as red water poured in them instead of tears. A drop of red water rolled down his cheek. He was the epitome of making someone cry tears of red water. Annalise let go of him and he fell on the floor. Her eyes fell on mine, but she just shrugged, giving me an innocent look. You, Gabriel's pissed-off voice reached our ears as he dashed to the stage, standing in front of us, eyes glowing. You will regret this, he told Annalise. You might be with him for the time, but that will not last long because he will see the real you. Pathetic. What? I saw Ed as I punched him again before wrapping my hand around his throat, pushing him against the nearest wall. He looked at me with wide eyes, as he thrashed in my hold, which kept tightening. I lifted his body up, his feet dangling in the air. He extended his claws and tried to make me loosen my hold around him, but his scratches were just scratches, Tell him to stop. Isabella's panicked voice rang in my ears, and from the corner of my eyes I caught her next to Annalise, a pleading look in her eyes. Why should I? Annalise replied, not removing her cold eyes from us. He asked for it, Isabella. You too are too blinded by the hunger of power that you never realized what you did to your own daughter. Grandmother said. I felt him trying to shift, but my hold withheld him. With my free hand, I threw another fist at his face, causing his head to bump into the wall behind him. Letting go of him, he fell to the floor as the rest came rushing to his aid. As for staying in your castle, we are leaving, I informed him, brushing my hands together. And I will make sure this enmity between us will come to an end, but it will be by killing you. You will regret this, both of you. His shout turned into a fit of cough behind me as I walked towards Annalise, snaking my hand around her waist and pulling her out of the room, Diana and Adrian following us. Chapter 45, Alexander's POV. What are we going to do? She asked curiously as we made our way through the hallways of the stupid castle. I pulled her closer to me as we entered the more crowded parts of the hallway, ignoring the looks thrown at us from the people parting to let us pass. Leaving, I replied as I led her to my room. Then why are you taking me to your room? She fired another question as I opened the door to my room, letting her enter first and closing the door. She did not get the chance to ask the next question that was on her tongue as our lips connected. My hands looped around her waist, pulling her closer to me as I backed us up to the wall behind her. I pressed her body against the wall as she kissed me back. Her hands tangled in my hair, fisting and pulling at them lightly. I grunted into the kiss, feeling her lips turn into a small smile as her eyes fluttered close, her eyelashes gently brushing her cheekbones. Sparks erupted under my skin as my hands wandered along her curves, getting the feel of it engraved in my mind. Her hands lowered to my neck, grabbing my collar in her hands and pulling me closer to her, and I could not help the slight lift on the sides of my lips. My hands lowered down her back, squeezing her ass, earning me a gasp. I slid my tongue in her mouth as one of my hands fisted her hair, tilting her head to the side as I deepened the kiss. She let out a soft moan which traveled all around my body. The effect she had on me was something I never expected anyone to have. Ever since she agreed to give me a chance, slowly she managed to find her way into my heart and mend that piece that was broken with the death of my mother. Even though I would never be able to be how I once was, I was no longer empty and broken. That part that left with my mother will never come back, but Annalise filled the void left behind it. She became the missing part that completed me. She became a part of my soul, my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We finally pulled away and I rested my forehead on hers as her breathing came out irregular. What was that for? I tucked one strand of her dark locks behind the ear. I hate the way they talk to you, I admitted as the words of her family came back my mind. I knew they never had a good relation. After what Annalise told me, I knew they never got along and they did not like her. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I never imagined that they could go to the extent of humiliating her in front of others without any remorse or regret when she did not do anything wrong. Simply because it was not something they condoned, they deemed it as wrong. I stopped caring about them. She held the side of my face in her palms, making me look into her purple eyes that looked so clear and simply heavenly. It does not affect me anymore. She got on her tiptoes, pressing a soft kiss to my lips. I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. On those calendar, she gained my attention as I looked at her. They do not mean anything to me anymore. They are not my family. Her eyes turned glossy as she spoke. You are, she added softly. I don't care about their words or thoughts. Only yours. She gave me a light smile. You have been by my side when I had nobody, Xander. You helped me, listened to me, took care of me, respected my choices, protected me, trusted me, supported me, cherished me. Her words did something to me as I felt a lump form in my throat and my heart was beating erratically, at an abnormal pace while my chest constricted. The last time anyone ever said anything similar to this was my mother. You make me feel safe and in my messed up life. You are my safe place, Xander. I swallowed the lump in my throat as her words tore down the remaining of the walls I had built around me. Somewhere I can confide in without being judged. You bring out the best of me, and I'm so grateful to have you in my life. I blinked several times as tears shockingly threatened to make an appearance. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My throat going dry. I am not good with words like you, but her gaze met mine, ever felt surer of any decision. I love you. The 3 simple words explained everything I felt towards her better than I could ever use in 1,000 words. I feared if I actually used so many sentences as her, I would end up messing it up. Her eyes widened slightly as she bit her lower lip. Her chin trembled, her glossy eyes looking right at me. Xander, if you are not ready, I understand. She cut me off by kissing me, her hands around my neck. The kiss was different this time. It was slow and sweet with all of our emotions being poured into it. It felt like nothing I ever experienced as I traced the seam of her lips slowly. I felt the last, thin barrier that was keeping us away from each other disintegrate into nothing. I love you, she whispered as she pulled back, tears running down her cheeks which I kissed away. We finally made it. We are going to my kingdom. I informed her. What if they don't like me? She sniffled. What if they think the same way as my father and don't want me because I am a werewolf? Nothing like that will happen, I reassured her. You helped us earlier, and you are not simply a werewolf. You have equal power over them as me. I reminded her. So you are their leader. She smiled feeble, leaning her head on my chest. I hope so. She wrapped her hands around me. Let's get packing, little wolf. I kissed the top of her head. Xander, I am nervous. Her voice filtered in the closet. I took all my belongings and got back to the room to see her plopped on the couch with her suitcase next to her. She threw her head back, resting her head on the headrest as she faced the ceiling, letting out a frustrated groan. It will be fine. They will love you. I stood behind the couch, looking down at her. I will always be with you, Liz. I leaned down, pecking her lips, and she offered me her cute smile. Everybody is ready and waiting outside, Diana said as she entered the room, making me pull away. There is something called knocking. Add it to your dictionary. I reminded her as Adrian followed her into the room. No need to get all grumpy, dude. Adrian teased, we are not used to seeing you with your mate in your room. Get used to it then. The sooner, the better. Ignoring me, he spoke with analyze. Thank you so much for helping us earlier. It was the right thing to do. Annalise gave him a smile, causing me to frown. How should I ask you, by the way? Princess? Queen? Lady? He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Just analyze. Adrian beamed at her answer. I'll call you. He started thinking. Is no. You call her analyze. I stepped between the smiling pair. Now get out things to the car so that we don't get late. My tone only made his smile grow. Someone is getting jealous. He said to Diana, but ensured it was loud enough for me to hear, judging by the amusement in his eyes. I ordered, causing the two to start laughing as they took our luggage out of the room. Jealous, huh? Never thought I would see that day. Annalise commented from behind me. I am not jealous, I said firmly. "Yayid and my family loves me ever since I was born," she said sarcastically. I warned her. I was joking, Xander. I simply shook my head. "You have a bad sense of humor then," says the boring guy. I rolled my eyes, sliding my hand around her waist and guiding her to the door. "Time to leave now," she sighed, coming closer to me as we walked through the now empty hallways. I felt my red water boil as I saw Gabriel and his standing near the exit along with the other leaders. I could not be more thankful that we were leaving. Grandmother stepped up as we neared them. She took Annalise and my hands in her, giving us a reassuring squeeze and a warm smile. "You did the right thing. I am so proud of you two. Thank you for everything," I said to her, to which she dismissed with a wave of her hand. She let go of our hands, stepping back. Both Annalise and I gave curt nods to the other leaders, ignoring Gabriel and the rest of the royals as we went outside. Annalise danced beside me as we stood in front of the crowd that were waiting for us. They fell silent as they sensed our presence. I pulled her closer to me as I spoke. "As you all know, Annalise is my mate and will be coming with us." I did not get the time to finish my sentence when Adrian started cheering, the others following. I watched as the corner of Annalise's lips tugged upwards while she watched the happy crowd. "They love you." I leaned down and whispered in her ears, to which she gave me a grin. "You can meet her properly later." "Let's get going," I said once the crowd had calmed down. The crowd parted as they allowed us to pass through, and I could feel the happiness radiating off her. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. After driving all night, protagonists Annalise and Alexander finally reach the Demon Kingdom. Despite the positive response from the Werewolf Kingdom, Annalise is anxious about whether others who are unaware of her will accept her. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 46 Annalise's POV. After driving for an entire night, we finally neared the Demon's Kingdom. As we passed the borders, entering the kingdom, the previous nervousness came back even stronger. I was relieved by their reaction back at the Werewolf Kingdom. However, they were present and saw everything that happened. What about others? Those who did not see anything and don't know anything about me, what will their reaction be? Calm down, Lizzie. I took in a deep breath and Alexander gave my hand a reassuring squeeze as he glanced at me. I returned his gesture with a soft smile before turning to look at the scenery. Several houses were built on either sides of the road, all looking cozy, warm and welcoming. I saw people leaving the comfort of their house as they came to look at the line of black cars. Some looked confused, others curious and others happy. Kids that were playing on the road went to the sides, following the cars with their eyes. I was so thankful for the tinted windows because if they could see me I would probably turn into a frozen body made of nervousness. We passed a rather big playground, crowded by happy and bright children as they ran around, playing and laughing. The houses got replaced by green trees as we drove down the road, nearing the enormous castle that sat proudly. Before we reached the castle, we passed the training grounds, which was even bigger than the one we had at the Werewolf Kingdom. I gulped nervously as we pulled up in front of the castle. Several guards lined up in front of the entrance, their heads bowed as they awaited our arrival. While I was still taking in the castle in front of me, the door opened. I smiled as I placed my hand into Adrian's extended one and got out of the car. Alexander rounded the car, coming to stand next to me. "It's going to be all right. I will be with you." He leans down, saying softly in my ear before pressing a small kiss on the side of my forehead. With his hand at the small of my back, he led me past the guards, greeting them in the process as we entered the castle. I tried to retain as much as I could of the beautiful soft walls with intricate designs so that I would not get lost later. This is so beautiful, I say in awe at the design on the interior. Glad you like it. We took another turn before coming to a stop in front of a double door. Welcome to our room, little wolf. He opened the doors, giving view to a beautiful, simple room. We entered the room, closing the door behind. It had a queen-size bed on one side of the room and on the other side. A small seating area was found with a TV mounted on the wall. On the right side of the TV was a sliding door, probably for the walk-in closet. The door for the bathroom was on the other side of the TV. Right opposite to where I stood, there was a double French door, leading to a beautiful balcony. There was not many furniture in the room and the theme was mainly grey and white. The room had a modern feel to it, all the while preserving the slight antiqueness of the castle. You can add anything that you want to the room, he said as he hugged me from the back, nuzzling his nose in the crook of my neck now. It's perfect. A small smile plays on my lips. He kisses me on the neck. I've already got the closet sorted. You can keep your clothes in there. Thank you. I leaned back on him, letting out a breath. I know I should not feel nervous, but I cannot help it. What if they don't like me? Those who liked me saw what happened at the castle, but the others did not. Resting his face on my shoulder, no matter what happens, I will be with you, Liz. And I understand that you are feeling nervous. It is completely normal. I know, but... He turned me around before speaking. Everybody feels nervous at some point. You are one of the strongest person I have seen in my life. I know you are going to do great. I sigh, letting his words sink in as I rested my head on his chest. There will be a party being held tonight where I will introduce you as my mate. He hugged me tighter when he sensed my body tense. It will be fine. I will be by your side if you need anything. Elise leans down, applying the last touch of lipstick to my lips before pulling back, beaming at me. You look stunning, Annalise. She puts the cap of it back as I let out a small laugh. King Alexander will not be able to take his eyes off you tonight. Rose sent a playful wink at me through the mirror as she pinned half of my curled strands in place. I agree. Evangeline spoke up, helping Rose in styling my hair in a half-up, half-down hairstyle with the half-up twisted beautifully. Once done, Evangeline added a stunning, elegant hair vine with curls to my hair while Rose curls the few strands that framed my face. Definitely. The lipstick in Elise's hands got replaced by blush and a brush as she applied it on my face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All done, she stepped aside, letting me get a clear view of myself in the vanity mirror. Thank you so much. I smiled at them. You guys are amazing. I love it. A few hours ago, Diana had informed me that she had called a few girls to come help me with my makeup. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was a bit skeptical about the idea. My nervousness was still there, making me overthink every little thing that was happening. However, Elise, Evangeline and Rose were nothing but kind. They made sure I was comfortable and at ease. They answered my various queries about how things were done at the palace. A few times, they asked me about my life before and about my family, but never diving too deep, which I was grateful for. They managed to tone down my nervousness slightly. No worries. She dismissed me with a wave of her hand, settling the blush on the vanity table, and at the same time a knock is heard on the closet door. Looks like someone is looking for you, Elise says teasingly as she moved towards the closet doors that slid open. revealing Alexander. His eyes met mine through the mirror as he stood by the door, hands tucked in his pockets, legs crossed at the ankles as he leaned against the door. I could feel the red water slowly rush into my cheeks as his gaze never left mine while he talked to Elise. "You can leave now," he simply said as Elise turned around, heading back towards us. As they pack up all their things, Evangeline playfully nudges me, sending me a teasing look to which I rolled my eyes. "Thank you," I said one last time as they took their bags, leaving the closet so. Looking up in the mirror to find his eyes pinned on me, I unconsciously found my eyes trailing all over him, taking in his perfectly styled hair, all-black suit with the purple square pocket catching my eyes. Nothing. Uncrossing his legs as he moved inside the closet, picking up the heels that sat on the floor a few feet away from me. Still nervous. Getting closer, and I turn in my seat to face him, slightly. Rose, Evangeline and Elise were really nice. To my agent extraordinaire, my丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you doing? Your suit is going to get ruined. I looked at him, confused as he crouches in front of me, his slacks getting in contact with the floor. "Helping you," he informed, looking up at me for a second before focusing on his task. He placed the new heels next to him, taking my right foot in his hand, his fingers brushing my skin lightly as he reaches back for one of the heels. He slipped the first heel on, securing its straps that have been embellished with little rhinestones. "Enter," I started as he proceeded to slip on the second heel. "Why is your favorite color purple?" I saw his lips tug into a faint smile as he secured that strap before looking at me. Not answering my question, he got to his feet, dusted his pants and came to stand behind me. He placed his hands on my bare shoulders, turning me around so that I was looking to the mirror. "The answer is right in front of you." My eyes met mine through the mirror. Purple net purple. Both wide and slightly at the same before getting back to normal in sync. "It reminds me of the best thing that happened to me." He leaned down you. I felt like my whole body is going to disintegrate into butterflies flying around the room given how my insides feel. "You say that you are not good with words, but someone you always contradicted. I have something for you." He fished out a small red box from his pocket, placing it in on my lap as he removed the earrings that I was already wearing. I opened the box to reveal a beautiful set of exquisite, clearing with rhinestone rings surrounding it. "They are so pretty." My fingers skimmed the earring. "They belonged to my mom," he said softly. "She gave it to me before I was cursed, told me to give it to my mate. When I was cursed, she never brought this up again, but now that I have you, I will fulfill her wish." He took one of the earrings from the box. "I am sure she would love you." He put both earrings. "This means so much," I told him. He smiled as he pulled me up to my feet. I stepped around the ottoman as he pulled me towards him, his hands closing around my waist while mine rested on his shoulder. One hand traveled down, tracing the purple square pocket that reflected the color of my eyes. "You look gorgeous." I looked up at him, a smile on my lips. What can I say? "My mate has the best choice in clothing," I said dreamily, causing him to smile. Indeed, the dress that he had chosen for me to wear was gorgeous. It was a blush, sleeveless dress with a sweetheart neckline. The corset top hugged my body perfectly before flaring at the waist into an elegant tall skirt. The bodice was adorned with flower details which cascaded down the tall skirt. "I am really tempted to not show you to anyone now," he joked before kissing me on it. I shook my head as we pulled away. "As tempting as that it? I want to get this over with once and for all." "Well, time to go then." I nodded, letting out a breath. "I will be by your side." Chapter 47 analyzes POV. The closed, double doors felt like a one-way portal in front of me, and once I passed through it, everything would change. Whether it would be for the better or worst, all depended of me because I was tired of letting others let their words mold me into something I was not. It was time to finally be me. The noises behind the doors came to a silent hum as the guards opened the door for us, introducing me to the new world, my new world and future I was about to set foot in. The guards at the sides of the door bowed their head in greeting as Alexander's hand that was around my waist pulled me closer. "You got this," he encouraged before we started walking in the room. I could feel the eyes of the people boring holes into my skin as they assessed me and passed silent judgments in their head. They watched my every movement from the way I walked to how my facial muscles formed a soft smile. I steeled my spine, holding my head high as we walked on the carpet that led to the thrones, ign their stairs. I could feel the slight animosity amongst the people and honestly, I was not offended for if I was in their place, I would most probably react in the same way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I knew I had to do everything I could to turn their animosity into something else, something more welcoming and less hostile. Gaining their trust and breaking past their barriers could prove to be a challenge, but I could overcome this new hurdle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did manage to break past Alexander's, their leader, barriers. As we were walking, I was too busy trying to keep up a confident and composed look that I didn't notice the person who bumped into me. "Hey, little one," I said as I looked down to see a cute little boy looking at me with his cute, round hazel eyes and slightly red cheeks. I crouched down to his height, which was difficult given the dress I was wearing. "What is your name?" I asked softly, still looking at his cute, chubby cheeks that I so wanted to pinch. "Owen," he replied, his cheeks turning a shade darker and his lower lips protruded out into a small pout, and I held myself from gushing over him and acting like my grandmother. "You are so pretty," he said, and at the same time I felt Alexander crouch down beside me, gasps erupting in the background either for Alexander's actions or Owen's words. "I am so sorry, Your Highnesses." He passed in between guards and came here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eyes wide with panic and flushed cheeks, who I was guessing was his mother, came towards us. I gave her a reassuring smile. "It is fine." I ruffled his hair a bit. "Thank you for the compliment. You look handsome too." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now that I have said it, some people might be offended. I glanced at Alexander, who sent me a glare, his jealous side showing. I heard a few chuckles go off around us, and that got my nervousness from earlier to reduce. Alexander let out a huff as Owen presses a small kiss on my cheek, taking me by surprise. "You have a really cute boy," I said to his mother as I stood up to my full height. "Thank you so much, Your Highness." His mother smiled at me as she held Owen's hand. She bowed before both of them and disappeared into the crowd behind the guards. "Looks like even kids are falling for you," Alexander whispered in my ear as we continued walking towards the throne. "Well, I can't do anything if I am that charming," I replied in a low whisper. "Besides, if someone as handsome and cute as little Owen falls for me, then I consider myself very lucky." He rolled his yes. "So you are lucky that a kid fell for you and not me. I am way more handsome than him." "Yeah, but he's cuter and you don't like being called cute. So I might be liking him more than you," I joked as we reached the thrones that were set on a raised platform with steps leading up to it. Behind it was a black velvet drape with the demon's kingdom symbol. He guided me up the stairs. "You are doing great," he said before we turned, facing the crowd that seemed to have multiplied now that I had a clear view of them. "I am glad that you all are present here despite the short notice." his strong voice carrying throughout the entire room. Firstly, as you all know, we had decided to work with the werewolves to stop the vampires, but due to certain issue that occurred there, it has been called off. Murmurs break out among the crowd as they all start making assumptions of what happened. But Alexander continued and everybody stopped talking. We are strong on our own. We can make it and we will be ready for when the time comes. We will stand strong, with each other and won't be defeated. They cheered in approval of Alexander's words, their heads held high as if they would be ready if the vampires or any other creature struck an attack right now, but what was truly mesmerizing was the solidarity amongst them. There was this bond between them that could be felt everywhere. Once the crowd quietened down, Alexander spoke up again. Also, I found my mate Annalise royal. Their eyes shifted from him to me in a split second and I steeled my spine, meeting their gaze. The youngest daughter of the royal family. Murmurs went off in the crowd as they studied me as if I was an alien from another planet. Well, you are a different creature and in a different kingdom, Crescent commented. Your turn to shine. I looked to Alexander as his hand around my waist disappeared when he took a few steps back, giving me the floor to speak. He shot me a reassuring look and a soft smile. The murmurs died and I took it as my opportunity to start talking. It is my pleasure to meet you all. I understand your concern and doubts about who I am. They are valid. Letting my words sink. Their gaze are intense as they analyze every syllable that comes out of my mouth. But I hope you won't make conclusions without knowing me first, I said firmly. The history between our people has always been a rocky one. As difficult as it might prove to be, I hope you call it past that. Due to certain issues, I am no longer associated with the royal werewolf family. I tried to put it out in the best way possible. Those who were present can surely support my words, for they saw what happened. I added. We don't really know each other, but rest assured that anything that will bring harm to this kingdom, I am on your side and promise to stand by you all against any dangers we might find ourselves up against. I am sure that together, we will overcome any obstacles thrown in our way. I hope you can put your trust in me, and I will do everything in my abilities to stand up to your expectations. I only wish for the best of your kingdom. I unconsciously bit my lip as I ended. From the corner of my eyes I saw Adrian and a few others who were at the castle cheer, and soon everyone joined in, clapping and cheering. I let out a sigh of relief. Our kingdom. It's our kingdom, little wolf. Alexander said as he came to stand by my side, holding me close to him. I love you. I found myself whispering to him, averting my eyes from the crowd. I love you more. He met my eyes. We hope you enjoy this night and feel free to ask us any questions that you have. He said once everybody calmed down. The party continues as we took our seat on the thrones. It was the first time I ever sat on a throne and the feeling was exhilarating. I felt powerful, in control and just me. It felt like I was one with the throne and it was a part of me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Adrian walked up the steps with the gorgeous girl by his side. Meet my mate, Rosalia. Rosalia, meet Annalise. Hi, nice to meet you. I offered her a polite smile. Hello, Your Highness. She bowed slightly. Please, drop the formalities. I laughed. You know something, honor. Diana said as she came around Adrian. I still wonder how such a great girl like her got mated with an idiot like him. The same way Alex got mated with Annalise. Adrian said, mocking Alexander, who just gave him an unimpressed look. I also wonder how I ended up with him. I jerked around, earning a glare from Alexander, making us laugh. Keep lying to yourself. He mumbled under his breath as he took my hand in his, pressing a light kiss on my knuckles. Don't worry, I wonder the same thing about us all the time. Rosalia chimes in, hey. Adrian protested, don't look so happy. I already feel bad for the guy who is unfortunate to be our mate, Adrian said to Diana. The latter showed him the middle finger before leaving. A few moments after Adrian and Rosalia's departure, I saw Owen. His mother had a man coming our way, the former sauntering happily. Your Highnesses, the man greeted us. I want to apologize for Owen's behavior earlier. Please, don't worry about it. He is a really precious little boy. Owen approached me. I looked at him, confused as he stood in front of me, extending his hands, and a small laugh escaped me at his cuteness. Owen, his mother reprimanded as we realized he was asking me to pick him up. It's fine, I said as I picked the little guy up. They looked at me, slightly taken aback. You'll be a great mother one day, Your Highness, his mother said, and I blushed while looking at a smiling Alexander. So, little guy, you think she is pretty? Alexander asked Owen. Yes, very pretty, he said confidently, and his parents laughed at his antics when he nodded. Too bad, little one, but she's mine. He ruffled his hair, causing Owen to squirm. Don't listen to him. I swatted Alexander's hands away. He just likes to brag. You are way handsome than him, and let's not get started on how cute you are, I said, and he giggled. What is bothering you? Alexander asked me as we watched Owen and his parents walking away from us. Nothing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just wondering how my life would be if I had a family like his. You have a family, Liz, and it is just not me. Everyone here is your family. He pressed a light kiss on my lips. More people came. Some congratulated us. Others expressed their doubts about the vampires, the werewolves, and even about me, to which I was more than glad to reply. I would rather they say it in front of me than behind my back, and in turn worsen whatever rumors they had about me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I really like meeting them. Chapter 48 analyzes POV. Can I have a dance with my gorgeous lady? Alexander asked as he got up from his throne, a small smile on his face. The lady needs time to ponder about it. I pretended to be in deep thought. We both know what your answer would be, little wolf. He shook his head. I rolled my eyes, getting up. I placed my hand in his extended one, letting him help me down the stairs. A soft melody filled the room as we walked to the center of the room. Many others found a pair as they followed our lead. Alexander turned me around, his hand snaking around my waist and pulling me in. One of my hands rested on his defined shoulder, while he held the other gently in his free hand. We both swayed slowly to the rhythm of the music. His eyes had a strange sparkle in his eyes as he looked at me. Something I had not seen before, and I wished I could take this look and keep it locked somewhere so that whenever I felt low, I could simply take it out and watch it. It was mesmerizing to see that side of him. Although rare, the effect was still there. Why are you looking at me like this? Looking up at him. I cannot believe that I actually have you by my side. It feels like a dream, and I never want to wake up from it. Me neither. But it is real, I reminded him. You and I, we are very real and together. And you are not going to get rid of me anytime soon. I can be very clingy, I joked, removing my hand from his, unsnaking both around his neck. His hands come to rest around my waist. I don't mind it. He pecked my lips. This way you will be by my side all the time, I chuckled, shaking my head at him. You would love that, wouldn't you? I rolled my eyes at him. Not more than I love you. Since when did you get this cheesy? I feigned disgust. I bet you like it though, right? I mean, I trailed off, letting out a laugh as he pulled me closer to him. My hands moved down his neck to his biceps before resting my head on his chest. I let out a content sigh, melting into his hold. He rests his chin on my head, his hands moving up and down in a relaxing way on my back. That time, it felt like everything had faded into nothing. It was just the two of us in our own little world. No shitty past between us. No vampires. No werewolves. Nothing. It was just us. Our world. "Ender," I asked as the floor got more crowded with people. I pulled back, looking at him. "Do you mind if I go back to the room? I am kind of tired. It's okay." He reassured me, his eyes roaming around the crowded room. "Go ahead. I will join you in a while. Diana will help you back to our room," he said before he mind-linked Diana. "You don't have to leave early. I will be fine," I said as I saw Diana coming towards us. "I will join you in a while," he simply said, pressing a kiss on my forehead. "Ready to go?" Diana said, looping her hand with mine. I smiled at her as she led me outside the room towards our room. After I thanked her, she went back to party while I got out of the dress and chose one of Alexander's shirts to her since I had yet to unpack. "Even if you did unpack, you would still wear his clothes," Crescent commented. "No, I would not," I retorted before going to the bathroom and washing my face as well as let my hair free. "You totally would," she teased, and I just shook my head, bussying myself with removing the pins from my hair. As I was on the last pin, the door to the bathroom opened and Alexander stepped in, already changed out of his suit into nothing but sweatpants. "You know, it was not necessary for you to leave the party early," I said as our eyes met through the mirror. "It's nothing." Standing behind me and wrapping his hands around me. "You know, you are more clingy than me." Who knew under all that hard exterior was a cutie? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading Clichet's enthusiasm." He did panding. Seriously. "Teddy bear," I suggested, and he rolled his eyes. "Please don't say these things in front of Adrian or Diana. I will never hear the end of it." He grumbled under his breath. "So you admit it." I beamed at him, causing him to scoff. "Teddy bear." Instead of saying anything, his hold around me tightened as he nuzzled his face in the crook of my neck. One of his hands went on my shoulder, moving my hair to the side and kissing my skin that became hot with each feel of his lips. His lips moved from my neck to my jaw, leaving light, feathery kisses that left something heavier in their wake. A putter went through my entire body as his lips connected with my soft spot. He pressed a light kiss on it before biting, eliciting a sting of pain in me. He sucked the skin lightly, his tongue soothing the previous pain, and a small moan leaving my mouth. He continued his movements over my neck, making me feel all sorts of foreign and heightened emotions. "Xander." My voice came out breathless as he continued his assault on my neck, hurting and healing the skin at once. He hummed against my skin, not stopping as he kissed my jaw. I tilted my head back, leaning on him and allowing him more access. "Knock me." The words flew out of my mouth. His eyes connected with mine through the mirror as he searched my eyes for any signs of uncertainty. "I am sure," I reassured him. "I want it." His eyes dark and slightly, turning heavy as he pinned me with a heated stare. He turned me around so that I was facing him. "I love you," I said as I got on my tiptoes, pecking his lips. "I love you too," he replied, one of his hands going me around the back of my neck and pulling me closer to him as he captured my lips in a rough kiss. His other hand rested on my lower back, holding me on my tiptoes while his tongue teased the seam of my lips. I moaned as he tugged on my hair before fisting it in his hand. My lips parted on their own, allowing him access to my mouth. His mouth left my lips, moving down to my jaw as his hand left my hair. Both hands rested on my hips, giving my ass a squeeze before lifting me up. He placed me on the counter, his hands moving and gripping my thighs. I felt his tongue dart out, teasing the spot between my neck and shoulder. My legs wrapped around his torso, pulling him closer to me as my hands without clothes around his neck. A shiver waked my body when his teeth grazed my skin. "Xander." I let out a moan, urging him to continue. I was overwhelmed with the pain that flooded my body as his teeth sunk into my skin, tearing the first layer. My eyes clenched shut on their own as I buried my face in the crook of his neck, biting my lips and feeling a metallic taste in my mouth. My nails dug into his skin as the pain seeped in every cell of my body. Alexander held me tighter against him, his hands caressing my body as I held onto him. The pain slowly dissipated as calm started seeping in my body, followed by a rush of bliss. It felt like both of us were now connected. Our heart, our soul, our mind. We were one. "Are you all right?" His mouth leaving my neck as he pulled back to assess me. I nodded, not able to form any words with the different feelings swirling in my body. He leaned down, peppering my sensitive skin with light kisses. His hands went under my thighs, lifting me up before walking out of the bathroom. I rested my face on his shoulder, my hands around his neck while he continued kissing the mark. A yawn crawled its way out of me as he laid me on the bed. "Someone is sleepy today." "Shut up." I shooed him with my hand as my eyelids fluttered close when the marking process took its toll on me. I heard him laugh before kissing me. The bed dipped next to me as he got in bed. He pulled the covers over us before pulling me close to him, caging me in his arms. Good Night, Little Wolf Chapter 49 analyzes POV. My eyes opened lightly as I tried moving my body only to be unsuccessful. A groan escaped me as I opened my eyes properly and took in my surrounding. The new room. My new room. The weight around me, Alexander's hand. Somehow, from our position where we fell asleep, I managed to end up sleeping on top of him. My head was resting on his chest as his hands were wrapped around me. Despite the fact that he was asleep, his hold around me way still tightened. Our legs were locked together. I smiled lightly as I rested my chin on his chest, my fingers tracing his jaw as I remembered last night. My fingers stopped in their track as I recalled that he marked me last night. As the thoughts and feelings from last night resurfaced, I felt my cheeks heat up. "Our mark," Crescent said happily in my mind, and I let out a small laugh. "Xander, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Not earning any reply or even his usual grunt, I rolled my eyes. "Xander," I said in a sing-song voice, poking his cheek with my finger. He groaned, shifting slightly. "Wake up." I poked once again, and he slapped my hand away, grunting, making me laugh. "Wake up, teddy bear." I smiled as I pinched his cheek instead of poking. I let out a startled yelp as I found myself under him in a split second. He had an eyebrow raised at me while I beamed at him. "Teddy bear," he said in a groggy voice. "Yes, cute. Little teddy bear." I cooed as I pinched both his cheeks with my hands. He grabbed my hands in one and locked them both above my head while I gave him an innocent look. "Morning, teddy bear," I teased as he released a sigh, shaking his head. He leaned down and pecked my lips. "So you like the nickname then?" I said excitedly as he pulled back. "Don't let it get to your head." He pinned me with a glare that had me laughing. "I just happen to love you and your voice." Spoken like a true teddy bear. He was about to say something, but I stopped him. "Get up. I have to see something." "What?" "It is so early and I'm not ready to let you go." "Are you serious right now?" I deadpanned him. His eyes fell to my neck and I saw his lips stuck into a smile as he looked at the mark he left. He leaned down and kissed it lightly. "I want to see it." He chuckled as he got off me, helping me up. I walked past him into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. It was beautiful. Since Alexander was not a werewolf with canines, the mark was not like what other werewolves had, but it was not very large, but it was a bit deep. The mark was unique as it consisted of my wolf, Crescent in the person, more precisely the inner demon of Alexander, Elias pressing his forehead against that of Crescent as the moon was shining its serene rays into them. "It is so beautiful," I said in a whisper as I saw Alexander enter. He stood behind me. "It truly is. I am talking about the mark. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," pointing to my neck as I realized that his eyes were fixed on me. "And I am talking about the person wearing my mark." He had a smug smile on his face, and I refrained from rolling my eyes at him. "It means you are all mine now." I turned around, facing him. I leaned against the counter as an idea popped in my mind out of nowhere. "What are you thinking about now?" "Nothing," I said awkwardly as I realized how ridiculous the idea sounded. "The look on your face says something else. Tell me." He moved closer to me, his hand cupping the side of my jaw and making me look at him. "Well," I started out, knowing he would not judge me for what I was thinking. "You said that I am all yours now." He looked at me intensely, letting me continue. "I want to also be able to call you mine. I have always been yours, little wolf." His thumb brushing my cheek. "I want to mark you." I laid it all out in front of him. During the mating process, the female was always marked by the male to create a connection between them. It has been so since the first werewolves, vampires, witches and others stepped on Earth. No matter what creature you were with who you were mated, the female bore the mark of the male through the mating process. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There have been cases where the female marked her mate. It was a rare occurrence, but it happened before. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It did not work the same way as the traditional marking process where it created a mark including the couple's inner creature. It was still a mark that joined them both. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Due to the huge egos of males, this dual mating process was not really supported after the first few times it happened. Not surprisingly, it disappeared over time to an extent that most people have forgotten that it even existed, and the traditional mating process remained. Even in textbooks at school, there were not much to read about these cases. My life has always broken every stereotypes out there. I might as well break another one, but this time by choice. Can I? Searching his eyes for an answer. "Okay," he replied. "Anything you want." He leaned down, taking my lips in a sweet kiss that had me smiling against him. "Okay," I said to myself, letting out a breath. Alexander's hands went around my waist, hoisting me on the counter just like last night. His one hand tucked the stray hair strands behind my ear as the other settled on my thigh, parting my legs apart slightly and stepping between them. On instinct, my legs wrapped around him and pulled him closer. My eyes fell on his shoulder, where I wanted to mark him. I leaned forward, pressing my lips against his skin. I darted my tongue out, teasing and tracing the spot. I bit down on his skin, erupting a grunt from him as his hand that was on tightened. I bit back the smile at his reaction as I sucked on his sink, mirroring his actions from last night. His hand that was on face earlier was on hips as I continued teasing him. I continued kissing and biting his skin before pressing one last, firm kiss. My teeth sunk into his skin slowly, breaking past the first layer of skin, and I felt a light rush of calmness wash over me, feeling the bond that was formed last night becoming stronger. I felt him tense against me, his hand gripping my hips harshly as he pulled me against him, no doubt experiencing similar emotions like I felt last night. I threaded my hand through his locks, tugging at them lightly as I kissed the mark formed by my teeth on his skin. As I felt him relax once again against me, I pulled back, studying the mark on his neck. As I saw him lift his eyes to look at the mark in the mirror, I covered them with my hand quickly. "Don't look, I am not done yet," I said quickly. "Why?" he asked, letting out a low chuckle. I shushed. "I am removing my hand, but don't peek. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I retracted my hand slowly. He hummed in response, his eyes remaining shut. Just like I had imagined, his knock was not similar to mine. Due to the fact that I marked him and not the other way, the mark was faint. Despite not being clear, I could make out the faint outline of crescent and Elias, similar to how they looked in my mark, and I smiled, tracing it with my finger. I wanted the mark to be clear and visible, darker and just like the one I had. Thankfully, among the little information that were given in the textbooks, there were many useful ones, including how to replicate the mark on your mate if ever you want to. My magical abilities only simplified things for both of us. I flattened one of my hands on his mark while my free hand covered my mark. I started mumbling the spell under my breath, and I felt my skin heating up. The spell was short and quick, but the process was slower. The heating of my skin increased as the spell started working, and I felt my skin itch lightly, a prickling sensation under my hand. It soon dissipated into nothing, and I removed my hands from over his mark as well as from mine. Seeing how his mark looked, I couldn't help the grin that broke on my lips. "Done," I said happily, and he opened his eyes. "Look at it now," I urged him when his eyes remained fixed on me. He let out a low chuckle as he lifted his eyes, looking in the mirror. I excitedly got off from the counter, turning around to look into the mirror. His lips had tugged into a smug smile as his eyes were pinned on the mark, looking exactly like the one on me. "It's perfect," placing his hand on my sides, Cajun me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I did it. I flicked my hair back as he lied, and he laughed. I could not help but join in as his laughter filled the small space. "I love you." He positioned his hand under my jaw and tilted me to face him. "Love you to Teddy Bear," I said against his lips, grinning like an idiot. Chapter 50. Analyzes POV. "Good morning, Teddy Bear," I said cheerfully, a bit too cheerfully for 6 in the morning. Alexander seemed to agree with my thoughts as he grumbled a long chain of incoherent words under his breath, his eyes opening slightly before closing back again. I pressed a quick kiss on his lips. "The only good thing about mornings is you." I let out a laugh as his hands around me loosened enough to let me out his embrace. I untangled my legs from his and got off the bed. "I miss you already." His groggy voice came out muffled as he shifted until he laid on his stomach, his face buried in his pillow. "That's what you say every morning," I reminded him as I kissed his cheeks before making my way to the bathroom to get ready for the day. Although it had been only a week since my first day at the kingdom, I felt like I was there for decades. Whatever I would missing in my life seemed to have been found as I came here. "You were meant to be here, Lizzie," Crescent reminded me. "During the past week I have grown accustomed to the ways around the kingdom, the different people and their roles, made more friends and formed a bond with them, something I never experienced with the werewolves. The unity and solidarity among the demons is really fascinating, since they contradict every rumors where it had been mentioned that they were cold, selfish and simply cruel, but it was not the case. They treated each other better than werewolves. Those who are said to be in packs and loyal treated each other. They trusted each other's with their lives, and I was grateful that they had looked past the enmity between them and welcomed me in their kingdom. This kingdom, my kingdom, and equal my people, had become a part of me. Over the course of the last week, almost everyone had known about what happened back at the Werewolf Kingdom, which helped me gain more of their trust. Also, most of them, if not all, already know about my powers and the fact that I am a black wolf. It was a tough choice to make, considering it had been only 2 days since I had arrived. However, I had yet to gain all of their trust, and people still doubted everything I said at meetings, always questioning my ideas and suggestions. In the end, I decided to tell them about my powers. Sharing that piece of information indeed worked in my favor. Not only did it help them know me better, but I could freely participate in training and shift in front of everyone, enabling me to get to know them better through the few training sessions we had. The best part about the past week was Alexander. He has been nothing but patient with me as I got used to the new life at my own pace. He was always there by my side, informing me of every little details I needed to keep in mind, answering every questions, clearing all my doubts, listening to all my worries, advising me when I had difficulty solving problems brought up to me by the people, and pushing me to strive. He knew exactly when to not interfere, letting me solve the problems on my own, leading me to use my abilities to the best and pushing me out of my comfort zone, all the while learning new things. He also knew when to interfere. At times where I felt completely lost during meeting due to the lack of knowledge of their full history, he would step in. Though he would never completely solve the issue, he would give hints, guide me in the right direction, and helping me whether I might have made a mistake. When people would get too blinded by the past between our kingdoms and take it and spite towards werewolf to another level and started using their freedom of speech for the wrong causes in meeting, he would put them in their place or out of their place in the meeting room. He never questioned my ideas and even let me implement my own plans. Once I would tell him about it, he would help me improve where it lacked certain things and let me present it to the rest. He truly became my support system. "We have a visit." Alexander's rough voice pulled me out my thoughts as he entered the bathroom, pressing a kiss on my forehead. "From who?" I asked curiously. "I don't know." Diana did not say anything more. He informed. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I am going to get ready then. We are matching," I said happily. "What a coincidence," he said in a dry voice, already knowing my antics from the past week. I huffed, adjusting my black blazer. I was wearing a black suit with a white top underneath, matching his black suit and crisp white shirt. Ever since the marking process, I have been trying my best to match my outfits with him, which was not hard given he only wears black and on rare occasions, dark blue. I know, right? I went along, applying my lipstick while he just watched me, adjusting his watch around his wrist. "You are so unpredictable with your outfits. Maybe I should buy more black clothes to make it easier," he suggested. I agreed as I looped my hand with his, pulling him with me as I left our room. The guards greeted us as we neared the meeting room. They opened the door for us, and as soon as I stepped in, I felt all pair of eyes move to us. "What are they doing here?" I asked Alexander through our mind link that was created when he marked me. It better be for something good. I would not get my hopes up. Studying the familiar faces seated around the table, the different leaders, my grandmother, Eveline, Axel, and other alphas as well as loonies were looking at us as we walked towards the head of the table. Alexander pulled my chair out, helping me before taking his seat next to me. "May I know the reason for your sudden visit?" Alexander voiced out our thoughts. "King Alexander," King Tarsal started, "we know this is unexpected, but the circumstances have left us with no other choice." "What happened?" I asked curiously. "The vampires." As they had mentioned in their letter, the vampires came to the castle since King Gabriel had agreed to meet them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." King Nox was not there. They offered us to join them and wage this war against all those who are against them. But we all denied because of the massive destruction and loss of lives that would follow. However, King Gabriel and King Leon agreed to join forces. Why did King Nox not meet them? They are supposed to meet him at his kingdom. Who else agreed? All the griffins are now with them. King Gabriel, Queen Isabella, Prince Rayan, Princess Reina and Ivory along with other packs. Did they already finalize the alliance? They are most probably meeting with them tonight, or they might have even arrived by now. We left as soon as they decided to join their side, King Elijah informed. What was in the proposal that got them to agree so quickly? Revenge, Grandmother simply said. Gabriel wanted revenge from you, if Alexander and the vampires offered to give it to him. They knew of what happened at Castle and used it. As for King Leon, he chose the side he deemed most likely to win. And she trailed off. And what? Impatient. The vampires wanted you. No surprise. I looked at Alexander, whose eyes had darkened slightly, his jaw set tight as he focused his attention in front of him. I let out a shaky breath, maintaining my calm and seeing the situation logically. So, if they wanted to wage war with those standing against us, the war is now against us. Diana asked. Unfortunately, yes, King Tarsal answered. We hope we can work together for the time being and hopefully defeat them. Their army is much bigger now. We will work together. Well, you can stay in the castle since it is big enough for everybody. We will follow the same thing we did previously. Train and be ready for the attack. Alexander said with a stern voice. We should also discuss about a way to defeat the griffins and wolves now, since all this time we have been focusing on the vampires. King Tarsal said. Leader Eleanor, did you find a way to destroy the staff? Not yet. As they continued talking about these things, I turned them out and talked to Alexander through the link. Should I tell them that I am a black wolf? It is up to you. No matter what you decide, I will support you. I know. I just feel like I could help them in destroying the staff using my powers. Take your time and think about it. I turn my attention back to the leader talking about strategies and weakness about griffins as well as werewolves. The discussion went on for what seemed like forever before it was finally time for us to go do our own things. Chapter 51 analyzes POV. The forest was eerily calm, the trees immobile, the animals quiet, and even the moon and stars hid behind the clouds and the night sky. Despite the tranquility covering the entire forest and little to no breeze, it was not calm or peaceful. The serenity that was usually present in quiet places did not exist. Only danger existed. Danger that lurked in every corner, in the form of leaves, birds. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wolves and other living things. It was prominent enough to make any wise man run the other way. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In the midst of the numerous trees walked a group of species no one imagined to have ever seen together, vampires and werewolves, accompanied by the griffins. No one thought it would be possible to see the vampires and werewolves together with no red watershed, let alone an alliance about to form. Yet, their drive for power and revenge was strong. Too strong. Their thirst for red water was too strong, blinding them. As King Gabriel followed the vampires in front of him through the unknown forest, he could not help his thoughts from wandering back to what happened. How he was humiliated in front of the others in his own palace. He wanted nothing but vengeance and did not care to what lengths he needed to go to achieve it. He did not care who died or who survived. He did not care who got his vengeance. He wanted it. He wanted revenge along with the red water of no one other than Alexander and Annalise, his own daughter. Similar thoughts occupied the mind of his family as they fought him. Different emotions played in everyone's head at the thoughts of the embarrassment they faced. Some were jealous of the title others were about to gain. Some were envious of the life others were about to have. Some were angry for the way in which they were treated, how they were disrespected by others. Others were not over the fact that they lost to those they underestimated. They did not want to accept that the person who they hated had finally found people who supported her. They were blinded. Their minds were clouded with fury. Their hate towards others formed a blindfold around their eyes. Their jealousy was the root of all hateful ideas popping in their mind. They could not see the reality of how wrong they were. They eventually reached a river in the middle of the forest. They were confused about their surroundings, but then from the other side of the river, more vampires emerged from between the trees. Not long after, a bridge appeared over the river. The vampires urged the werewolves and griffins to cross the river. Once on the other side, they were guided towards the castle that was nestled in between dense, tall trees. Many vampires were outside, sparring and fighting. They entered the castle and were greeted by a tall, well-built man with eyes darker than the night sky. "The king is waiting for you," his gruff voice carried in the silent night. He led the group further in the castle, opening the doors and allowing only King Gabriel and his family along with King Leon to enter the room. The room was different from the usual meeting room the werewolves were used to. Instead of one big table in the middle of the room, there were long tables arranged in rows. Chairs were arranged neatly, facing the front, where on an elevated podium was situated a big throne with two smaller thrones on each side. While the smaller thrones were vacant, the middle one was already occupied by none other than King Nox, who looked at his visitors with a gleam of wickedness in his eyes. Two guards stood at his side, alert, while two others stood on the steps leading to the throne. Once everybody had settled down, he spoke up. "Well, who thought that the day where the vampires and werewolves working together would come one day?" His smile was nothing but wicked and his voice full of malice. King Gabriel remained unfazed by him as he spoke. "We have not agreed to working with you yet." King Nox spoke. "Tell us about the proposal, then we will see about it. Don't worry. This proposal will only benefit you." Despite his words, the danger in his voice was prominent. "The proposal," Ray-Ann reminded him. "Patience, boy. It is one of the things that make someone a great king. Tell us what you want, King Nox." "Well, I like to keep it simple." He wore a smug look on his face as his fingers drummed on the cold throne. "We go to war with the demons. We win. I get the princess. You get your revenge from their king by doing whatever you want. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He did humiliate you and your son, right?" Gabriel's jaw clenched as the visions of what happened flooded back to his mind. Nox only smiled in victory, pleased by the effect his words were having not only on Gabriel but also his family, with how their expression turned sour. "And how do we do that?" King Leon voiced out. "King Tarsel, Queen Eleanor and the others no doubt have already gone to meet them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We are greater in numbers. No matter how much they train, they won't win. They are trained. They have magical powers. They have dragons which can fly. We will train harder. We have the dragon staff. We have griffins." He smirked at the end. "We have giants, but we train harder every day. When we are ready, we call them out for war. Shouldn't we take them by surprise instead?" Raina asked. "They would not be expecting it and their guards would be low. Now where is the fun in that?" He let out a humorous chuckle. "The fun will be when they lose, even when they knew we were coming. The fun will be when they fail despite having trained. It will be fun when they bow their heads in defeat. When their confidence will be crushed and everything they worked for will be for nothing but their death. I want to know one thing. Isabella spoke up. Why do you want to analyze? She is just a mere werewolf. Is it because of the royal family's red water in her? So you don't know it then? Know what? Ivory said, her tone irritated as she remembered that Annalise was also going to be a queen. Your daughter is Black Wolf. He informed them and watched as their expressions changed from shock to envy to jealousy to anger to disbelief. No way, Raina muttered to herself. It is true. They could not believe that the daughter who they had labelled as weak all these years was in fact not weak at all. She was the one who tried to kill me then, Rayanne said as realization dawned upon him. When we were fighting in front of everyone and I started choking. She said there were also witches. She was the witch. She must have also been the one to hurt you when Diana and Adrian had been accused. Ivory added. That bitch, Raina muttered under her breath. Not only did she side with the enemy but also tried to kill her own family. So much love for her. Nox mocked, chuckling to himself. Once I get her, I will take her powers from her. You can see what you want to do with her after that. How are you going to take her powers? I have yet to find out, but I have waited too long for her powers. She might have escaped the first time I attacked, but this time, she will not. Once I get her and her powers, I will be the most powerful. If we work together on this, King Gabriel, we will be unstoppable. With all our forces united, we are sure to win. We are powerful and greater in numbers. But I will call them out for war. Not even in their wildest dream would they have imagined what was coming their way. Those who decided to stand against me will regret doing so and will die at our hands. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel agreed. But you need to know, they have a stake that can kill you instantly. The stake. The infamous fallen stake. Well, before they have a chance to use it, they will be either dead or petrified. Once this war is over, we need to have a red water oath where it will be stated that you will not wage war against any of us in the future. Always thinking about the future, he shook his head. Fine. We will have your red water oath once I get what I want. It's decided then. We work together for the time being. You get Annalise and her powers and I get Alexander and his death. Gabriel said, voice full of hate and spite. I am sure that the results will be very pleasant and in our favor. He smirked to himself as he thought about winning. The moon goddess watched as the unexpected scene unfolded in front of her. Due to certain turns in event, everything has changed. Compared to how it was supposed to end, it took a turn, a bad one. Only time could tell who would win, who would perish. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In a battle of life and death, Annalise's grandmother sacrifices herself to protect her. This moment is filled with the impact of emotion and the greatness of sacrifice. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 50 to Annalise's POV. What has gotten you in such a bad mood? Alexander asked me, concern lacing his voice as he sat next to me on the couch. His eyes were questioning as he looked at me. I am not in a bad mood. I replied, though my voice betrayed me. What happened? You have not been yourself these past days, Liz. He cupped the side of my face, making me look at him. Do you not like it here, or are things going too fast? Did someone say something to you? Nose ender. Placing a hand over his that rested on my face and giving it a reassuring squeeze. I don't know. I let out a defeated breath that caused his eyes to soften as he looked at me. You know you can tell me anything, right? I nodded. I will always be there for you. I know, and I cannot thank you enough for it. You don't need to thank me about anything. I just want to know what is bothering you and if I can do anything to help you. I don't like seeing you like this. Did I do something wrong? He looked at me, a strange look in his eyes as he waited for me to answer. No, of course not. I reassured him, knowing his fear of turning out like his father. You are perfect. He let out a breath. Come here, he said as he asked without clothes, his hands around my waist, lifting me up and placing me his lap, and I straddled him. Just relax. He tucked a dark strand behind my ear. Tell me about it when you want to. But please, don't let it build up inside of you. I started out, a lump forming in my throat. I am just scared, like terrified. I admitted why. He asked in a soft voice, urging me to continue. I am scared of losing you. To my agent extraordinaire, her heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They want you dead for their stupid revenge. I don't want to lose you. I just got you and you are everything for me. I cannot imagine what I will do if I lose you. I need you by my side. Without you, I would not be here. You would. He pressed a kiss on my cheeks. You would be here, Liz, because you are the strongest person I know. You would find your way and make it here. You would be who you are. Everything you are today. It's because of you. Your perseverance and what got you here. He wants to kill you. My voice broke. My father. With his stupid ego blinding him, he will do whatever he can to kill you. This war, it is going to be hard to win. They have so many people with them. So many people with different powers and abilities. A sob broke out of me as tears pooled in my eyes. Hey. His voice was like a soft caress as pulled me closer to him, wrapping his arms tightly around me. My hands found their place around his neck as I buried my face at the crook of his neck. I continued speaking. It has been 2 weeks already since they met with the vampires, but they have not made their move yet. They must be planning something big, something dangerous that would cost us all a lot. They have all these powerful creatures with them, and the fact that they all agreed to kill so many people without an actual list they actually are. I just don't want anything to happen to you. It is going to be fine. I swallowed back the lump in my throat as I blinked away, the tears threatening to start flowing like a broken tap. Nothing is going to happen to me. I am not going to leave you. But what if they get you? I tightened my hands around his neck, my voice coming out muffled as I had my face completely in the crook of his neck. My voice trembles even if I manage to hold back the stream of tears. He rubbed my back slowly, stopping to draw little circles. I am not leaving you. I am your teddy bear after all. Right. I choke out a laugh. You are. I am cringy. To my agent extraordinaire, her heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You admitted it. I let out a small laugh, sniffling, and he hummed, kissing me on the head. Please don't leave me. You have to be safe. Please. I will. I pulled away at his words, looking him in the eyes. Promise. I asked as I extended my pinky finger towards him. He smiled before locking his with mine, bringing them to his lips and placing a small kiss. We are both going to get through this, okay? His eyes soft and voice a low, sweet whisper. We are not leaving each other. We are not, I said firmly. It is just another obstacle that we will overcome like the countless others that were in our life. That's my girl. He gave me a full grin as he leaned in, kissing me, and I could not help but smile at his words. Just as he was about to pull away, I pulled him back by the collar, connecting our lips once again. A low chuckle escaped his throat, seeping in my body and overtaking my senses. One of his hands that was on my back traveled up into my hair. He kissed the dark locks in his hands, pulling at it and tilting my head back to deepen the kiss. He nipped at my lower lip and I parted them, and he slid his tongue in my mouth. I arched into him when his other hand went lower, squeezing my arse. I let out a breathless moan as the pressure on my scalp increased where he pulled. My hands fisted the fabric of his shirt and I was afraid it would tear from the pressure. He pulled away, breathing harshly, matching my breathing. Not wasting a second, his lips were on my jaw. He kissed a path along it, switching between bites and sucking at the skin. My own hand started moving across his body. My fingers reached the hem of his shirt and I found myself tugging at it, impatient to the layer of fabric away from us. Understanding what I was implying, his hands left me as pulled the shirt over his head, revealing his toned body. The shirt found its place somewhere on the floor and his hands got back to their initial position. "Xander?" I moaned as he bit my skin harshly, causing a zip of pain to flow through my body, and I shuddered. His hands moved under my shirt, his shirt moving slowly and teasing my skin, leaving it burning in its wake. He grunted against my skin when I pulled at his hair hard. I tipped my head to the side as his lips moved towards my mark. He peppered the skin with light kisses, teasing with his tongue. "I love you," he said before kissing my skin. "I love you too." I tilted my head back as his lips moved from my shoulder to the column of my throat. He kissed a path down it. His hands that were roaming all over my skin under the fabric of the shirt came to a stop near the hem. "Take it off," I told him in a breathless voice. I pulled back enough as his hands grabbed the hem and pulled it over my head, leaving me in only my bra and shorts I was wearing. He threw the shirt somewhere in the room. His eyes roamed over my body, taking in every detail of my body. My skin heated up under his hot gaze. I cupped his face and pulled him closer to mine, taking his lips in my mouth. His hands found their way on me again. I moved my hips slowly against him, feeling his erection pressed against my thigh. He groaned, his grip on my hips tightening. His lips went down the column of my throat once again, kissing till the valley of my breasts. "Xander," I moaned as I gripped his hair. He kept nipping at my skin as he got up from the couch. My legs instantly wrapped around his torso, his hands going under my thighs. As he walked towards bed, I kissed the mark on his shoulder, peppering the skin with kisses of my own. As we reached the bed, he slowly lowered me onto it. His eyes searched mine for any signs of hesitation but found none. I was sure I wanted to continue with it, and I was not about to back out. I simply nodded at him to continue at his dark and making something pull in my stomach. He got on top of me and we completed the mating process entirely. Chapter 53 analyzes POV. Did you find any way how to destroy the staff? Queen Eleanor asked me as we walked towards the castle after a training session with the witches. After discussing with Alexander and also my grandmother for like 100 times over the past week, I finally got enough courage to tell them about my werewolf abilities. It went smoothly, similar to how it was with the demons. They were all more than happy and supportive to help me train, and the witches were also pleased to have me training them. I was grateful for the help regarding my elemental magic. Over the past days, I have mastered the 4 elements. After a lot of failures, burning forests, small earthquakes, tornadoes and unexpected rise in water levels, I managed to learn and understand how to make them work in my favor. I don't know yet. I am not sure my magic will be strong enough to break it. I said truthfully, slightly disappointed in myself. "We will surely find something, Princess." I smiled politely at her reassuring words. We passed by the guards in the hallways, moving towards the meeting room where the 2 guards opened the door for us. As soon as I entered the room, I could feel the tension prevailing. Everybody present in the room looked deep in thoughts as they all looked down. I frowned at the sight. I walked to my seat, next to Alexander, who was already sitting in his seat. He stood up, helping me with my chair like he always did before taking his seat. Not even a second after we had settled down, he took my hand in his. It only increased my confusion coupled with nervousness, since whenever he takes my hand, it is an affectionate gesture, but his hold on my hand felt like he was scared. Like I would disappear any second, and he did not want to let me go. I looked up at him. "Are you all right?" I asked through our link, placing my free hand on our locked ones. "Yes," he said, but I could feel the slight nervousness through our bond. "What happens, Ander?" I questioned again. "Wait till everyone is here and I will say to all of them at once." "I don't want to know that. What happened to you? Are you all right?" He gives me a soft smile, but fails to reassure me as he squeezes my hand lightly. "I am fine. Don't worry." I was about to say something when the door opened, and one by one, all of the remaining leaders entered the room, all looking confused as they took their seats. "The vampires have declared war on us. They called us out for a fight next week at the clearing near the Werewolf Kingdom," King Tarsel informed, and I felt my heart sink. I was waiting for the war, but I did not know they would inform us about it. If they decided when and where to attack, they must be really prepared for it. Otherwise, they would have used the element of surprise to try to take us down. The werewolves, the griffins and the giants are known to be on their side. They will be fighting against us. We have to be ready. There is no room for any mistake here. A chorus of yes was heard in the room, everybody determined to put an end to this once and for all. We all have to keep training and give our best. This is very important for all of our kingdom. If we lose, it could mean the end for everyone like us. We don't know to what extent they are willing to go," Alexander said in a serious voice that carries through the room, leaving no room for discussion. "As for training, we need to take care of them personally. To my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." King Tarsel, to my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Queen Eleanor and I will take care of training the warriors and witches every day. What will you do if you do not know how to destroy the staff? King Elijah asked us. If we cannot destroy it, our only chance will be to get it away from them. This way, it will make him less powerful and less dangerous, I suggested. We need to create a distraction to be able to get that staff away. What if Queen Eleanor and her witches fought him, which would distract him? Then, Annalise would use her powers to get the staff away. I give it to Queen Eleanor. You can take it off the battlefield. Along with the witches, you could try to destroy it by converging your magic in a quiet place to help you focus, or just keep it away from their reach. That could work. I could cast a spell once we had the staff so that they would not be able to get close it while we work on destroying it. Leader Eleanor said, "What about the warriors? How will we proceed to attack them?" King Elijah asked again. "Well, I was thinking that we have enough people. We could try and attack them from all sides, but the only problem is that it is a clearing. They might be able to spot us, and also we don't know the size of their army either." King Tarsel said, "Grandmother, to my agent extraordinaire, my her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It is the one behind the castle, right?" I asked, to which she nodded. "Well, I can make a projection of it right now with my magic, then we can plan how we will attack them." I closed my eyes and imagined the clearing in my mind while I muttered a spell and watched as the image in my mind was now in 3D on the table. It is just a projection, so you cannot actually touch it. Well, as we can see, the clearing is really big, but it is surrounded by forests. Some of us could be separated in groups and would hide in the forests and the different sides. Then once the war has started, only part of us will attack them. King Tarsel explained his idea. That could work, except they are vampires. They could hear us or even smell us. Let's not forget about the wolves. The griffins would be flying to, so they would most probably see us from high. My warriors could distract the griffins, King Elijah suggested. I believe the problem with our scent could also be taken care of, Leader Eleanor suggested. We could put a spell on the warriors who would be hiding in the woods so that their scent would be very light, as we can't remove their scent. As for hearing them, I think we could send one experienced witch with each group. She would cast an invisibility barrier around them. This way, not only would they not see them but also not hear them. I suggested. I am sure we could do that. Leader Eleanor supported me. For the groups who will be hiding in the forest, they will join the attack them when they least expect it. One of us must give them some sort of signal for them to know when they will attack. King Tarsal spoke. I think it would be a good thing to have them wait a bit in the beginning. Let them think that they have outnumbered us, but then midway through we could have them attack, or if necessary before that. Alexander said also, once we kill the leaders, stop attacking. We don't want more lost of lives in this war. They may be fighting against us, but they are just following in the footsteps of their leader. Once their leader is dead, they will stop, Grandmother said. But then it would mean that we have to kill King Royal too, King Tarsal said. And if needed, Ryan, Raina, Ivory and Isabella too. They chose this when they decided to side with them, Grandmother said without mercy. But what about the throne then? For the griffins, as I have heard, King Leon has a child who is not involved in the war, so he will take over in case of his death. But for the werewolves, what will happen? Princess Annalise is the future queen of demons. I don't know. We have never came across something like this, but I believe that we will find a solution. Grandmother said. We can call a council to decide how to proceed with things in case this situation arises under Princess Annalise and your guidance, since you are from the royal family. We should not focus on this for the time. We have not yet won the war and we don't know what to expect, Grandmother said. They must have grown powerful over the past weeks, and their army had grown, as we all know, yes. King Tarsal agreed, but we won't let that affect us. We have been training all these days and it will not be going to waste. It is time to put an end to this once and for all. Chapter 50 for Annalise's POV. The whole clearing was quiet despite the number of people present there. The wind whistled, the dust particles around us flying and creating swirls around. It was as if we were in some kind of movie where the main characters and the trees, stars and moon were the audience, waiting to know the ending of the story. On one side of the clearing stood our group consisting of demons, dragons, dark angels, light angels and some werewolves. I stood in the middle and front of the group along with Alexander, who was holding my hands. On our sides stood the other leaders, all ready to fight. Behind us stood our army, well, half of them, since a lot of them are currently hiding in the forest, waiting to join the war. On the other side, right opposite to us, stood the other group consisting of vampires, werewolves, griffins, giants and even centaurs. From where did centaurs come? In front stood the one only vampire king, the staff in his hand. Behind him stood the people who I called family, along with King Leon and other alphas, all of their eyes glowing. Well, the day had finally come, hasn't it? King Nox's voice carried through the clearing, a mocking tone in his voice. We cannot wait to kill you, King Nox, and put an end to this madness of yours. King Tarsal said in an equally authoritative voice, and King Nox, I cannot wait to see you try. He laughed like a maniac, his red eyes glowing. The odds are clearly in my favor here. Did your friend Elijah not tell you how I fooled him, Tarsal? King Tarsal's eyes narrowed at the disrespect shown by King Nox as he dropped all formalities. Your army seems fairly small compared to mine. He mocked, and I rolled my eyes, which he apparently caught as his attention fell on me. "It is not the Black She-Wolf. Pleased to finally meet you, Princess." His mocking tone remained as he addressed me. "You will regret meeting me by the end of this war." I simply said, "Well, let this war begin so that we can see whether that is true or not." He smirked at me. With a hand motion, all hell broke loose. As they headed towards us, we all got into our fighting stances, eyes glowing and ready to attack. My eyes changed color as I felt Crescent's presence surrounding me. We all charged towards them as one. "Be careful, little wolf," Alexander Sander said through the link, throwing a glance at me. "And give him hell. I will teddy bear." I replied, "Take care of yourself." As I saw the first group of vampires come towards me, I used my magic and lifted them off the floor and snapped their neck rope of vampires that were coming my way. I used my speed and dashed in between the vampires and werewolves, punching and kicking them in the way until I bumped into a giant. "You've got to be kidding me," I said to myself. I rolled to the side as he attempted to stomp on me. Directing my hands towards him, I focused my mind on the soil, and a second later, it opened before enclosing over his feet. He lost his balance, falling down and reverting back to his human form. I jumped on my feet as I felt someone behind me. I used my foot and kicked them in the guts. Turning around, still trying to put back that ego of yours that I shattered, I mocked as Derek's eyes shone. As he shifted and charged at me, I moved my hands, causing a strong wind current to hit him before turning into a tornado. With my hands, I directed the tornado around, trapping more people before releasing it, causing them to go flying away. As I fought some other werewolves, I spotted my grandmother amongst the crowd of bodies as she fought my mother. "Family drama," Crescent commented, making me let out a laugh despite the situation. I hissed out as someone kicked me in the stomach while I was fighting off a griffin. I got on my feet, grunting as the pain faded away. I nearly let out another groan at the sight of Ivory and Raina standing in front of me. "Look who it is," Raina said as she twirled a silver dagger in her hand. "Stop with the boring talk," I simply said as my eyes changed color. "I will kill you," Raina said in a murderous tone as she shifted, charging at me. Just as she was about to hit me, another wolf attacked her, Eveline. Well, good for Eveline since she had an enmity to settle with Raina. "Now that she is gone, let's take care of you," I said in a cold voice, glaring at Ivory. "Future queen, you are dying," she said as she dashed towards me with her speed, stabbing me with a similar silver dagger that Raina had in the stomach. See, she smiled as if she just won. I pushed her away, making her stumble as I let out a dark chuckle, laughing to myself. She looked at me, confused. I pulled the dagger out of me, a sadistic smile on my face at the sight of it coated with my red water. TSK. If only you had done your research properly." She was still processing my words. "I am not affected by silver," I mocked, and her eyes widened slightly. "That you are." I smirked at her. Before you could react, the dagger was already in her stomach. I let her body fall to the ground, taking the dagger out of her. "Get her." I heard King Nox's voice from behind me. He was pointing towards me, and several of his people turned in my direction. Before they could reach me, several demons stepped in front of me. "We got your back, Anna," Diana called back as they clashed with the vampires. "Thank you." I turned around, ducking just in time and narrowly escaping getting hit by a centaur. "Crescent, are you in the mood to play? Is that even a question?" she asked enthusiastically. I closed my eyes and shifted in my black wolf as my eyes glowed silver. I snarled at them and ran towards them, my paws digging the dry soil under me. I pounced on the first one, biting it along the neck, and he fell to the ground, shifting back to its original form. I bit the other one in his leg and we toppled to the floor, letting out a cry. The next one hit me in the stomach. I let out a powerful howl before lunging at him and burying my jaws in his stomach. The one left was already being taken care by the werewolves on our side. I howled at them as thank you before taking the dagger and jaws. I shifted back and said a spell so that I would have my clothes back on me. Holding the dagger in my hands, I made my way towards the Vampire King, stabbing the werewolves in the process. I stood just a few feet away from them, but between us was a human wall of vampires. Okay, you can attack me, but you will regret it later. It only seemed to anger them as I saw their glowing red eyes and they attacked me. I grabbed on by the neck and snapped it. Another one came from the side, but I pushed him away using my magic. I lifted some of them from the floor and threw them away where the other witches took care of them. I grabbed the last one by the neck and ripped his heart out of him with my bare hands. Did you really think they could keep me away from killing you? I asked King Nox as he glared at me. Oh no, I know exactly what you are capable. As he spoke, I heard a loud noise, signaling the rest of our army was joining the war. It could only mean that we were losing many of our people. I want you for a reason. I just wanted to see if you actually live up to what they say about black she-wolves. Letting his words fall on deaf ears, I moved on with our plan as 3 witches, including Queen Eleanor, stood behind him. They did their spells, throwing fireballs at him which he skillfully dodged, but his focus from me did not waver. Sensing their next move, he directed the staff towards 2 of the witches, petrifying them. Queen Eleanor looked at the 2 in horror as their skin turned into stone slowly, each new piece taking them closer to their last breath. Not so confident now, huh? He mocked as he took in my expression. You wish. I spat as I focused my attention on the ground underneath him. It shook violently as it started crumbling before spikes emerged from under it. He jumped away from it, and at the same time, the wind picked up by my command, sending him flying to the side. As he got back on his feet, he used the staff on me. I missed it narrowly, falling on the ground. Grunting, I got up, running towards him and shifting into crescent mid-air. I landed on him with my paws on his shoulders. I snarled at him BTU was kicked off. I got back on my paws, baring my teeth at my attacker, King Leon. I pounced on him as we rolled on the ground. He was in his human form, making it easier for me. You have one chance and I won't kill you, I said as I shifted in my human form as he pinned me down. You all need to die, he said between gritted teeth. You just lost your chance. Before he could say anything, I reached between us, ripping his heart out. Several painful cries were let out by the griffins for the loss of their leader, but we all knew people would die today. Griffins flew over us as they retreated, one of them coming to pick up the body of their fallen leader. I bowed my head in respect and the warrior mirrored my action. Now before it leads to more death, I will kill you, I said with venom dripping from my words. Just give up. You won't win. As I neared him, it got harder to dodge his attack since his view of me got clearer. He motioned to someone in the crowd to tackle me, and by the time I realized who it was too late. A huge body collided with me, the force sending me rolling. I fell on the ground, feeling another dagger in my stomach as I laid there. I let out a grunt, pushing myself up, my breathing heavy. I removed the dagger, letting out a sigh. As my eyes fell on King Nox, my eyes widened as my heart skipped a beat. The staff was aimed at me as I saw the light from the crystal ball on top of it moving in my direction. As I was about to get on my feet to dodge the attack, someone else wrapped their hands around me, shielding me from the blow as they took in on TM self. Chapter 55 analyzes POV. I wanted to shut my eyes. I did not want to see the scene in front of me. I wanted to stop my brain from processing what happened. I wanted to stop my nose from smelling the scent around me. I wanted my hand to move. I wanted my mouth to move. I wanted to speak. I wanted to shout, but I was too deep in shock. My eyes remained open, wide in shock and disbelief. My brain processed every detail of what just happened. The scent engulfed my every senses, making me realize that it was not a dream. My hands remained at their side, too scared to move. My mouth was agape, yet nothing came out of them. The only sound was that of my heart breaking and Crescent's howl of pain. I wanted someone to wake me up from the terrible nightmare. I wanted it all to go away. I wanted it all to be fake, a vision or a fragment of my imagination. I wanted the body of the person in my arms to disappear. I wanted it to be someone else and not my grandmother. As a tear slipped from my eyes, it felt like I had been brought back to the harsh reality. I realized that it was true and nothing could be done to undo what happened. She took the hit for me. She protected me. She sacrificed her life for me, no. I said in disbelief, my voice shaking as more tears blurred my vision. They gathered before falling on her pale cheeks, drop by drop. No. My hands moved as I cupped her cheeks, my hands trembling. A sob left my throat as I saw the skin on her feet turn into stone. Please, no. To my agent extraordinaire, Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling my heart breaking into pieces at the sight in front of me. Don't leave me. Please. I begged her as the stone continued moving up her body. Her breathing turned slow. You cannot leave me. I shook my head vigorously, my tears falling like an endless stream, my voice cracking. As I saw the vampires and others coming my way to attack me, I made a huge dome of fire around us as spikes from the earth emerged, circling the dome of fire, making it impossible for them to enter. I won't let you leave me. To my agent extraordinaire, Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Determined. I took in a deep breath before doing the most powerful curing spell I learnt in school. I studied her legs once I was done. I felt a glimmer of hope like a candle in a dark room promising light as the stone did not move further up her legs. As soon as my lips tugged into a small smile, I saw the stone start moving up again, slower than it previously was. The only effect the spell had was that it made its spread slower. Grandmother, no. To my agent extraordinaire, Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My body racking with sobs causing me to shake. Her weak hands covered mine as she gave me a small smile that was nothing compared to the bright grin she used to give me. To my agent extraordinaire, Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Another sob escaped me as I heard her voice. Her usual jovial voice was replaced by a voice without any happiness. It was filled with pain and sorrow. Please don't leave me. I beg you. I rested my forehead on hers. I heard the people attack from the outside as the spike shook, but I could not care less. It is time for me to go. She kept a cheaty smile while I was crying, breaking apart in front of her. Don't say that. I choked out a sob as memories of us for the past months flashed in my mind. We have not even spent enough time yet. She shook her head slowly when my eyes started moving down to look at her skin. Don't, she simply said, her hands trembling around mine. You have not yet seen our kids. I cried harder, remembering her teasing words. You cannot go. Please. Please. I need you. She started out weakly. Are a strong woman. I shook my head to myself, not wanting to accept what was about to come in a while. The sobs kept coming, and so were the tears as I cried my eyes out. You can kill him by yourself. Forget about him right now. I don't care about him. Her smile only made the pain increase. Focus all your powers. Her eyes slowly shutting. Stay. I said in a low whisper, my own eyes shutting close tightly as I felt her hands that were in mine turn cold before turning into rock. The lump in my throat made it hard for me to breathe. "I love you," causing me to open my eyes. I let out a cry of grief at the sight of her face as her skin slowly turned into stone. Her lips said, in a thin line, "I love you too. Thank you for everything," I said as pressed a kiss on her forehead. I pulled back, seeing her lips curled the slightest at the end. I placed my hand on her eyes, closing them while letting out a sob now. I let out a wail as her entire body had turned into stone. I cried like never before, letting it all out as I hugged her close to me. I cradled her body in my arms for longer, ignoring the chaos a few feet away from me. I sniffled as I placed her on the ground. "We need to kill him, Lizzie," Crescent said in an angry voice as all previous grief and sorrow got replaced by pure, hot rage that has never been unleashed. "We will," I said firmly as I felt something snap inside of me. Nox's face flashed in my mind, and I wanted nothing but to separate it from him body. I needed, his red water on my hands. I needed to hear him scream. I needed him to beg me to spare his life. He needed to die a painful death with no mercy. I got on my knees. As my eyes shifted I saw another vision, Crescent along with my magic powers all merged together. Crescent's fur released a glow all around her body and her eyes were the brightest silver, just like in the vision I once had. "Focus all your power." I felt more powerful than I ever did as I felt Crescent's strength and my powers unite. A strong rush of power surged through my veins, overpowering every other senses because all I saw was red. Red water. All I felt was vengeance. All I heard were screams of pain and helpless screams. I fisted my hands by my side as I got used to the power. As I unclenched my fist, a wave of power left me, causing the dome of fire along with the spike to blow up, taking everyone that was around it with it. My chest rose and fell harshly as I looked at Nox with a death glare, my eyes shining brighter than they ever did. At that moment I knew that I was not only feeling powerful nor was I looking powerful. I simply was powerful, and it was time to make some people pay. Look who got out of her cocoon. What happened? Old grandmother left you. He laughed and I gritted my teeth. You will regret this. My tone came out murderous as Crescent's voice combined with mine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stalked towards him, my steps determined and full of power. With each step, I do a spell, each one stronger than the previous one. Fire erupted from my hand. Wind blew violently in all directions. The earth shook violently, it cracked open. My eyes only saw him as he dodged the fire attack, shielding himself with the staff. He jumped as the ground opened from under him. You think you are powerful. I don't know. You are not. You are what you are because of this staff. Without this, you would be the first to have died. He lets out a low growl, his glowing eyes fixed on me. The truth is bitter, right? Another blow. This time I combined my fire with the wind. As the fireball approached him, it combusted into flames which were then taken by the wind, creating a whirlwind of fire around him. You are nothing. He remained trapped. You are pathetic. He used the staff, breaking the spell, but in the process got pushed away by the force of the wind. You are weak. A spike from the earth was directed at him, tearing his skin on his side as he barely dodged it. My red water was boiling as I removed all my anger and sorrow in my attacks, making sure to make him suffer more than my grandmother did. More than my grandfather did. If it was not for him, they both would be alive. You are a lame example for a king, he grunted as he got trapped by a wall of spikes. Needing a staff to help you. The earth around us shook violently as it cracked, opening and taking down the vampires that were coming to his aid. He hits the spike surrounding him with the staff, causing it to crumble. With the motion of my hand, The wind picks up all the particles, swirling it around. The particles swirls around us, coming behind me. I feel the wind behind me along with the sound of the little pieces in the air behind me as I fisted my hands. When I opened my hands, the wind stopped and the particles transformed into little spikes as they floated in the air. I threw all of them at him. His eyes widened as he began dodging and hitting them with the staff, but a few hit him in the stomach. "You are a loser," I taunted again as I dashed towards him while he was distracted by the flying spikes coming his way. By the time he saw that I was coming his way, it was too late. I had one of my hands around his throat, squeezing which caused him to gasp as his eyes changed color. My other hand was on the crystal ball of the staff. "You think you are powerful," I mocked, though my words were laced with venom as my fury blinded me. My tone came out deathly, colder than I ever heard, surprising even me. "Let me show you what real power is." As my hand around his neck tightened, my claws in my other hand extended. With Crescent's strength united with my own powers, my claws easily perforated the crystal ball. His eyes wide aimed at the staff. "Focus all your powers." I focused all my powers in my hand. I felt my elemental magic converge with that of my normal powers. It flowed through my veins, her丨Nocturnal, waiting to be unleashed. It all converged in my palm as it crushed the crystal ball with my hand. My powers entered the crystal and a blinding light seeped through the cracks in the crystal, causing Nox to close his eyes. I felt the crystal crumble under my palm into dust as I kept increasing my power on it. The crystal was reduced to pieces of glass, thrash, and I felt a wave of power go through the battlefield, like a gust of wind. I let go of Nox's neck and kicked him hard in the stomach, causing him to fall a few feet away. He had let go of the staff and it was lying on the ground. With my hands, I lit it on fire. I dashed to where he was getting up. I blocked his punch, kicking him in the stomach, followed by a punch in his face. He stumbled back, spitting red water. "Funny how you are known for drinking red water, yet you are spitting it right now." He did not get time to reply as I lifted him by the collar and threw him on the ground. I shifted into Crescent, who wanted to have her teeth sunk in his throat. She let out a loud howl, a mix of grief and anger as we charged towards him. She pinned him on the ground with her paws on his shoulder, baring her teeth. He kicked her in the stomach, pushing us off him. As he began charging at us, we moved out of the way. Before he had a chance to do anything, Crescent had hedges around his arm and she ripped it apart from his body. He let out a grunt of pain as he fell on the ground, red water oozing from him. Crescent spat his limb palm near his body as she retreated to the back of my mind, letting me take control again. With my magic, I lifted him off the ground. He wriggled in my hold, his previously furious eyes slowly turning into a helpless look. With my one hand, I focused on his body, the red water flowing inside his body in liquid form, one of the 4 elements being present in it. His eyes widened as he started thrashing around more in the air. His skin began tearing away from his body as tiny spikes. Icicles pierced it, tearing it apart from the inside. "No, stop please," he begged, but I could not care less. Red water began flowing from the holes the spikes were forming on his body until his entire body became a waterfall of red. He let out a sharp cry of pain when the icicles pierced his skin completely, protruding out of his body. I let his body fall on the ground. He panted, a look of horror in his eyes as he had difficulty moving his body. I walked towards him, my steps slow deliberately as I relished in his pain. His light cries of pain reached my ears like the most beautiful melody in the world. I put a wall of fire around us as the people of his side tried to come fight me. With a quick spell, the fallen stick appeared in my hand. It floated on my palms and I whirled it lazily, taking slow steps towards him. A sadistic smile made its way on my lips as his eyes wide and in more horror at the sight of the stake in my hand. His life was in my hand and I was about to crush it into pieces that could never be joined together. No, his voice was strained, yet the horror in it was evident. I crouched next to him as the image of my grandmother flashed in my mind. "You ruined my entire life," I say with pure hatred before stabbing him straight in the heart. His body went limp as his veins turned black, with his skin getting paler, but still looking red with his red water. I closed my eyes, pushing the stake further into his body, a terror escaping my eyes as I felt the previous rage slowly dissipate, leaving only grief in its wake. A loud sound from our side was heard through the entire battlefield, indicating our win. "We won," Crescent said. "We did." The fire wall around us went down, allowing me to see the wreck all around us. Dead bodies were piled everywhere, while those who were alive had stopped fighting as they helped those who were injured. I got up, feeling empty as I walked towards my grandmother's body. I fell on my knees next to her, the tears making their appearance again. "We did it. It is over." My hand touched her face lightly, her skin feeling rough and cold. "We did it." I whispered again as I rested my forehead on hers, my hands wrapped around her body. I felt someone wrap their hands around me from behind and I immediately broke down in sobs. "She is gone. It is going to be fine." Alexander reassured me as he rubbed my back soothingly, though his own voice was strained. I let go of her body, looking at Alexander, who had a tear slipping down his cheek at the sight of my grandmother. Just like she was a mother figure, the only mother figure in my life, she had become a mother figure in his life too. I wrapped my hands around him, burying my face in his chest as I cried my heart out over the death of my grandmother. Alexander just sat there with me, holding me in his arms as I cried the grief away. He did not say anything, and neither did I. We just stayed like that, finding comfort in each other's arms. Others started crowding around us. The wolves got on their knees, bowing their head in respect for our loss. Everyone else also bowed their head. Neither I nor Alexander even acknowledged the fact that we won. We were both still in shock with the death of my grandmother. Our grandmother. Chapter 56. Analyzes POV. "Are you ready?" Alexander asked in a low voice as he came up next to me, pressing a reassuring kiss on the side of my head. "I don't think I will ever be ready for this." My own voice was low and shaky. "But it has to be done. Let's go." Leading me out of the room. "I am with you." "And I am with you." I interlocked our fingers together, knowing that he was also hurting from this. It had been a few days after we had won the war and we were staying in the werewolf kingdom. The other leaders had also stayed for a day. We had spent the day gathering all bodies of those who sacrificed their lives for us. Since we were all different creatures from different kingdoms, we all had our own way for funerals. Early in the morning, the leaders took their people and those who lost their respective kingdoms where proper funerals would be held for them in the presence of their loved ones. I took in a deep breath as we stood behind the big double glass doors. The guards opened the door for us and we entered. I felt my heart sink as my steps grew heavier and harder as we walked deeper in. The few people who were here bowed their heads, giving us sympathetic looks. Tears stung my eyes at the sight of the white coffin set in front of us, grandmother's coffin. We were in the same indoor garden where she had put herself under that sleeping spell years ago to deal with the loss of her mate. Since it was her favorite place in the castle, we deemed it to be the best place to bury her. We had gotten rid of the big white structure which held the previous coffin. In its place, a hole was dug where her new coffin would be. We stood by the side as more werewolves came to pay their respect and give their condolences to us. They came and stayed by the coffin, crying a few tears and saying a few words to us before they left. Alexander and I just remained quiet, nodding our heads at their words. Once everybody had already paid their visits, the official ceremony started. Only a handful of werewolves were present in the garden, which included a few high-ranked. A few alphas and lunars, and Tywin, who was the eldest werewolf and also part of the supernatural council. He was the one to carry out the ceremony. We are all gathered here today for the funeral of the late Natalia Royal. He started in a solemn voice. She was a wise queen, a strong warrior, a caring mother and grandmother, a pure soul who sacrificed herself for the betterment of others. While she is left, her memories will forever be with us. Her words will continue to guide us through our lives. May her soul rest in peace, and she finds herself in a serene place from where she will watch over us. I bowed my head down, blinking back the tears. Alexander put his hand around my waist, pulling me closer to him. I leaned into him, seeking his comfort as one of my hands went around him. If anyone wants to say anything, you may do so. As much as I wanted to speak, I could not. I knew I would not be able to hold myself up and speak without breaking down in front of everyone. I could not do it, and I was glad nobody forced me to do it either. Someone from the higher-ranked werewolves stepped up and delivered a eulogy about the times when grandmother was queen. He talked about how she started off and how she turned into one of the greatest queens we have ever known. Her leadership, her strength, her kindness, her compassion, her wisdom. May she rest in peace. Tywin said as the eulogies were over. We moved on with the ceremony, the time for the burial having arrived. I kneeled next to her coffin, my hand brushing the golden lettering of her name. I love you. Thank you for being in my life and being by my side. I hope you get reunited with grandfather, I said in a whisper, a tear falling onto the coffin. The guards came to pick up the coffin and they led it toward the hole that had been dug. I stood up and approached where they were lowering her coffin. Tywin said some chants and prayers while my tears kept increasing the further they lowered her. A sob left me as they let go of her coffin. They began filling the space with soil. Soon the white coffin was no longer visible. It was covered by a layer of brown soil as they continued filling it up. Once it was all covered up, we all kept a minute in silence, doing our own silent prayers in our minds. Her coffin was surrounded by bushes of her favorite flowers. Petals fell on the soil one by one from the trees in the indoor garden. As Tywin concluded the ceremony, they all left, leaving only Alexander and I in the garden. Do you think she is at peace? I found myself asking as I went closer, kneeling in front of where her coffin was buried. Yes. He replied, she deserves it, but she did not deserve death. I said sadly, my voice hoarse as I tried not to break. She deserved to be here, with us and celebrating Howin. I know. He knelt beside me, his blue eyes showing nothing but grief and sorrow. But we cannot change anything now. However, just because she is gone, does not mean that she's forgotten. She will always live through us, through our memories. I hope she finds herself in a great place wherever she is now. Wherever she is, I am sure she is happy for her, for you and for us. Do you think she can be reunited with my grandfather now? She missed him a lot. I said hopefully, at least she would not be alone. Love is a powerful thing, Liz. He spoke up. Who knows what it can do if it is as strong as theirs? I miss her. I turned to look at him with teary eyes. I miss everything about her. I did not get enough time to be with her. I miss her too. He pulled me closer to him by the waist. I rested my cheek on his chest as I wrapped my hands around his torso while his own wrapped around me. Even if we spent only a little time with her, they were all memorable times that we will never forget. We won't, I agreed, sobbing as memories hit me like a train going at full speed. You have grown into a beautiful, independent and strong girl, Annalise, just like a leader should be. So tell me about your love life. Don't be shy. I was of your age once too, and I went through that stage too. I am proud of you. Have some fun and do something exciting in your life rather than keeping old people like me company. By sitting for hours in a meeting. Or listening to the boring political talks between the old leaders. Or is it by having your nose in a book? Or by sitting by yourself in the cave? You two look cute together. I cannot wait to see your kids, oh, I know. My plans are ingenious. I will miss her ingenious plans. Her sobbing and her laughing. They truly were ingenious. Alexander let out a small laugh as he rubbed my back soothingly. You know, she threatened me once. Curious to know why she threatened him. It was after we returned to the castle from Amelia's place. He informed me, his voice sounding distant as if he was reliving that moment. She threatened that she would use violent methods if I ever hurt you. I shook my head to myself. She was the one who told me to not give up on us. I told him. I don't know how, but she knew about us from the beginning and she gave me advice on talking to you to clear things. She played a huge part in our lives. She is one of the main reasons we are together today, Xander. I said out loud. She helped us so much and we did not even know it. She was way too cunning and sly for an old lady. Don't call her an old lady. Crescent pointed out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, thoughts out thanks her unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I apologized to her. She was also affected by the death of my grandmother. After everything she did, she loved her. She was the best grandmother, Alexander said. She worked her charms and got me under her sweet spell. She sure did. I sniffled. At least she can finally rest and not have to worry about any royal assholes ruining her life or irritating her. Looking back at the war with a clearer mind, I fully understood the prophecy. Every piece that was missing was in its place. I was responsible for the doom of the vampires and his allies with the help of my own allies. I was responsible for our rise. With the dark shadow inside me, Crescent, and the devil beside me, Alexander, I brought chaos to our enemies and peace to our kingdom. I became the light for those on our side while the dark for those that wished for our downfall. I became what my family feared the most, their doom, and they deserved everything they got. Epilogue analyzes POV 11 years later. I groaned as the noise of pots clattering reached my ears through the walls, already dreading the wreck that was waiting for me downstairs. I opened my eyes to see the bed, next to me empty and face-palmed myself, cursing myself in my head. Throwing the covers off me, I got out of bed. Slipping my sandals on and taking my phone, I left the room and took the stairs down to the kitchen where I knew the noise was coming from. I halted in my steps as I stood in the villa's kitchen. It has been 11 years since our first time at the villa. Since I loved it so much, we had made it a tradition to come here at least once a year to relax and get away from our hectic lives at the kingdom. Then later, Alexander went ahead and bought the villa for us as a gift for our first wedding anniversary. We got married 6 years after the war when everything had settled down and our lives were back on track, running smoothly. After the war, things had gotten messy with the werewolves given most of the royal family were dead and that I wanted nothing to do with being queen of them. Then the council decided to do something that was never seen before. They made the Alphas and Lunas fight for the position of king and queen. In the end, Eveline and Axel came out victorious, making them the new king and queen of werewolves. Alexander had proposed to me during our stay in the villa and I had cried out happiness all while laughing and feeling giddy. The feeling was surreal. During the same year, we also held the ceremony where I was crowned queen of the demons. During the years prior to our wedding, I still felt like I lacked enough experience to be crowned queen. I wanted to spend more time with them and get to know them. Alexander patiently waited for me to be ready. My jaws hit the floor at the sight in front of me. I was never a neat freak like Alexander, but the mess in the kitchen made that hidden part of me resurface every time. The counter was littered with eggshells, flour and bits of batter. Dirty bowls were stacked in the sink, kitchen towels laid on the floor with batter on them. The packet of sugar that was on the counter had toppled over, spilling its content. My eyes landed on the culprits. Crescent corrected me. My hands rested on my hips as I looked at Alexander, who stood behind the counter wearing simply his shorts and an apron tied around him. His black hair was disheveled with white flour coating some of his strands. The batter was smeared on his cheeks and on the apron. In each of his arms, he was holding out a bundle of joys, Alice and Sophia. A year after our wedding, I was pregnant and gave birth to twins, to girls. They have been the light of our life since the moment they were born. Alice was the older twin and was more similar to Alexander. She had dark hair with Alexander's blue eyes as well as his attitude. She speaks little just like him and organizes her things meticulously like he does. The first impression that people had of her was that she was rude, but once you got to know her, she was actually really sweet and bubbly. On the other side, Sophia, the younger twin, was more similar to me. She had black hair with Alexander's eyes, but she had my traits. Compared to her twin, she talked way more and did not care much about organizing her things like me. She was always smiling, jumping around and lifting everyone's spirits with simply her smile. Despite being different, the two were close and inseparable. Both were protective of each other, and they always helped each other, be it when they were sad or in the mood for pranks. Alice's pajamas had batter on them as she held the spatula in her small hand, the batter dropping drop by drop, a huge smile on her face as she looked at Hertwin. Sophia giggled as she spread more batter on Alexander's face with her hands. Wanting to capture the moment, I took out my phone and snapped a quick picture of the three before stuffing it back in my pocket and looking at the mess the little devils created with the help of the devil himself. "What are you three doing this early in the morning?" My hands resting on my hips. Their eyes snapped to mine, finally realizing I was there. Breakfast," Sophia said, giggling as she showed me her hands covered in batter. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I was making breakfast for you all as usual and they insisted on helping," Alexander clarified. Something that never changed over the past years was Alexander making me breakfast. Just like he used to do when we decided to our relationship a chance, he continued making breakfast for me no matter where we were. After the arrival of the twins, he started cooking for them too. I know how that story ends, I said under my breath as I rounded the counter and stood near them. I sighed again as I saw a dirty bowl lying on the floor near Alexander's feet. "Sometimes I doubt that you are the one who arranges our closet so meticulously, Teddy Bear," I said to Alexander. He simply shrugged as he turned his face to the side, avoiding getting more batter on him from Sophia's hands. "Let's get you two cleaned up while Dada cleans up the kitchen." I extended my hands to get Sophia, shooting Alexander a fake smile but had him scoffing. As I took Sophia in my arms, she squeezed my cheeks in her hands, spreading batter all over me while laughing. "Sophia, sweetie, you are getting batter all over me." I grabbed her hands in mine as she gave me a sheepish smile. While I was busy removing the batter from my face and little bits that got in my hair, I did not realize Anna had moved behind me. I shrieked as I felt a cold liquid drop all over me. I turned around to see Alexander and Alice behind me. Both were grinning at me as they held a bowl of batter in their hand. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I said in disbelief at her antics, but she just laughed as it dripped onto my clothes. "You will pay for this." I took some of the batter that was on me and spread it on her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She squirmed in Alexander's hands, laughing as she tried swatting my hand away. "See?" I taunted, and at the same time, Sophia threw some batter on Alexander. While Alexander was still assimilating what Sophia had done, I went ahead and threw another handful of batter at him, landing on his face. "Oh, you declared war?" Wiping the batter off his face. He put Alice down, but his eyes remained on me, and I bit back a smirk. "Cupcake, why don't you stay here for a while? Sweetie, stay with your sister." I put Sophia down. They both held each other's hands as they stood on the side. "So you ready for war?" Alexander asked, a grin on his face. "Are you?" I asked, and without any warning, I grabbed the nearest bowl which had flour in it and threw it on him before taking off on a run. Keeping the bowl on the counter, I turned on my heels, going around the counter. "You better run," he said as he started chasing me. I let out a laugh as I circled the counter. "You know I will catch you, right?" His playful voice rang in my ears. "Tell me when you cur." I did not complete my sentence as I got tackled to the floor, laughing. "Cut you." He smiled down at me as he caged me with hands on either side of me and his lower body being pressed on me, making it difficult to move. "Don't you dare," I warned as I saw his eyes glint with amusement. "What?" he asked innocently as his one hand reached on the counter, retrieving a bowl now. "Uns under." Don't. He did not listen as he dumped its content on me, flour getting over me. "To my agent extraordinaire, her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I muttered under my breath, "We want to play." I heard Sophia's excited voice and their footsteps coming closer to us, as well as their laughter. They were next to me in seconds, grins on their face. Both of them took the batter that was in the bowl that was lying on the floor before throwing it at Alexander and me. Alexander got off me before pulling me up. "To my agent extraordinaire, her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Enough playing right now," I said as I laughed. "Time to do some cleaning." I grabbed Alice's hands as I crouched next to her. Alexander did the same with Sophia next to me. Alice giggled in my hold and I simply shook my head before wiping the batter off her face. "You two are becoming too mischievous now." "No, we are not," Alice argued, pouting. I heard Alexander let out a laugh. "To my agent extraordinaire, her丨Nocturnal, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I let go of her hand, wrapping my arms around her and giving her a kiss on her cheeks. "Me too," Sophia said as I felt her hands wrap around me before she began kissing me on the cheeks. Alice mirrored the actions of her twins and I laughed. "No kisses for me," Alexander asked as he crouched in front of us. "This is girls only," Alice teased him. "You wound me, Cupcake," Alexander replied as he placed a hand on his heart. I gave him a pointed look as he threw me a sheepish grin, knowing that the girls always fell for this. "No, Dodo, we love you." Both girls let go of me and wrapped their arms around him, kissing him on the cheeks. "I love you more, my little princesses," he said, and I could not help but smile at the sight of the three. He extended his hand, pulling me into the hug too. "I love you, little wolf," he said lowly. "I love you to Teddy Bear." I pecked his lips quickly, feeling the familiar sense of home in his arms along with our daughters. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.